eyes whitewashed her vocabulary. "I screwed up 4 years ago," he said, looking into her eyes. "I want you to know that I regret it and that I'm sorry." "Sorry that I've had to suffer because I've had a hard time getting over you?" she asked, reminding him of what he'd said to her in the inn's kitchen the day she'd met Charlotte. He gave her a small, wickedly powerful smile. Heat circled down her spine in response, leaving sparks. "No," he said. "This time, I'm just sorry. I'm trying to apologize. You probably can't tell because I don't do it often, so I'm not very good at it." "I'm surprised to hear you admit to not being very good at anything." "That's because I'm good at almost everything." And just like that, the Corbin she was accustomed to returned. Footsteps approached. Seconds later, Joe entered the kitchen. His progress faltered when he realized that he'd walked in on the two of them alone together. "Dad, can you grab that tray there?" Corbin nodded to a tray the caterer had no doubt left behind. It was stocked with dessert plates, napkins, forks. "We're about to serve dessert." Corbin lifted the cake. Near the door, he stopped and looked back at her. "Coming?" "Yes. I'll grab a knife and a spoon for the strawberries." "Knives are in the block, spoons in the drawer next to the sink." As soon as Corbin left, the atmosphere in the room turned chilly. Joe eyed her with suspicion while she located the utensils. "Are you hoping to start something back up with Corbin?" he asked. She froze. No parent had ever inquired about her intentions toward their son, not even when she'd been a teenager. Beneath his ruddy complexion, Joe's pallor was off, too pale. He'd set his jaw tightly, as if he were in pain. She'd watched Joe with her sisters tonight. He seemed to like and accept them both, but he hadn't taken a liking to her at all. Even so, she couldn't help feeling a wave of tenderness toward him. He wore a long-sleeved polo shirt that boasted the logo of the Dallas Mustangs, grandpa jeans, sturdy tennis shoes with snowy white laces, his Timex watch. "I don't think a relationship between you two is a good idea," Joe said. "Do you?" She cleared her throat. "No. You and Corbin had your chance, several years ago." "That's true. We did." She set the knife on the tray Corbin had asked his dad to carry. "I haven't won you over yet, have I?" "I'm sure you're a fine person." "I actually am." "If that's true, you'll leave Corbin be. He doesn't need any headaches over women right now." She stuck the serving spoon into the strawberries. "You may need to have this conversation with your son." "I already have," he said. Facebook message from Willow to Vicky Goff. Willow, thanks for accepting my friend request. I'm reaching out to you because I've befriended a 12-year-old girl named Charlotte Dixon. Charlotte has enlisted me to help her find out what happened to her great-aunt Josephine Blake, who went missing in 1977. 5 months before her disappearance, Josephine volunteered on Senator Foster Holt's first election campaign. It's possible that your experience with Senator Holt may give us a more complete picture of Josephine. I'd love to take you out for coffee one day soon if you're willing to talk with me. I realize this is a lot to ask. I'm grateful for your consideration. Sincerely, Willow. Facebook message from Vicky to Willow. Vicky, it's a pleasure to meet you through Facebook, Willow. My mom is a huge fan of yours. Because you were born and raised in nearby Merriweather, she's followed you and your career closely. I very rarely talk to anyone about Foster Holt, but for you and Charlotte's sake, I'll make an exception. I can meet you at 11:15 on Wednesday morning at Common Grounds on the campus of University of Washington, Bothell. Chapter 14. Facebook was a faux detective's friend. Willow had easily located Vicky Goff's Facebook profile because Vicky had remained in Northwest Washington and because she'd never married and thus never changed her last name. From Facebook, Willow had learned that Vicky had two 20-something daughters from a past relationship, a current boyfriend named Hank, and a fondness for dachshunds. Also thanks to Facebook, Willow recognized the older woman the moment Vicky entered the Common Grounds coffee shop on Wednesday morning. Willow stood and raised a hand to catch Vicky's eye. Vicky nodded and made her way through the collection of students and staff members. At the age of 58, Vicky's once dark hair was now a golden brown highlighted with honey-colored strands. Her short hairstyle flattered her attractive features. She'd knotted a scarf patterned with shades of maroon and turquoise over a maroon blouse and slim tailored pants. Willow introduced herself, and they shook hands. Vicky gave off a strong first impression of professionalism. Willow had learned, thank you again, Facebook, that Vicky was a professor of global studies here at UW Bothell. "What can I get you to drink?" Willow asked. Vicky waved a dismissive hand. "Nothing. I've had my quota of coffee for the day." They settled into armchairs situated in a secluded corner facing the interior of the shop. "I'm sorry that the circumstances of our meeting revolve around Foster Holt," Willow said. "It's all right. I read that you met the senator when you took a job working for his family." "Yes." Vicky tucked a strand of hair behind one ear. "I was putting myself through grad school at the time, working as a waitress and for a babysitting agency. For about a year and a half, the agency booked me to work for the Holts whenever Foster and Marjorie wanted an extra hand with their kids, which was relatively often. Between Marjorie's social schedule and Foster's work schedule, their calendar was elaborate." "I can imagine." "I was in my mid-20s and Foster was in his late 40s when I worked for them. He was handsome, confident, powerful." Vicky wrinkled her brow. "There was always a great deal of physical attraction between Foster and me. Nothing came of it until I asked if I could interview him for a school assignment. He came by my apartment. We were alone together, and that was the beginning of our affair." Senator Holt had a reputation for being smart, mannerly, magnetic, and effective. He'd given hundreds of thousands of dollars to charities. Many credited the economic growth that Seattle and its surrounding cities had enjoyed to him. He, his wife, and his kids were widely regarded as upstanding. If Vicky was to be believed, Foster wasn't as upstanding as he appeared. Of course, Willow knew she wasn't as upstanding as she appeared, either. People often weren't what they seemed. "Did you know that one of the senator's female staffers had come forward a few years prior to say that she'd had an affair with him?" "Yes. When I asked him about her, he said that she made the whole thing up." Willow took a sip of her cappuccino, then wrapped her hands around the cup. "How long did your affair with Senator Holt last?" 4 months. When my roommate was gone, Foster and I met at my apartment. If my roommate was at home, we met at hotels. Either Don or I would check in under our names. We never used Foster's name." "Don?" "Foster's employee. He was like a henchman, bodyguard, and confidant all rolled into one. Basically, Don did whatever Foster needed doing because Don didn't mind getting his hands dirty." "And Don knew about your affair?" "Don knew everything. In fact, he was the one who was there at the end." "The end?" "I fancied myself in love with Foster." She sighed. "I was smart enough not to expect him to leave his wife and kids for me, but I stupidly imagined we were starting out on a long-term affair. I was stunned and devastated when he ended things with me." "Did he give a reason?" "He fed me some lines about wanting to make a fresh start with his wife and how the guilt had been eating him up inside. It was all lies. He'd simply grown tired of me." She squinted, as if focusing on something in the far distance. "When Foster wouldn't return my calls or my letters, I got angry. I called a reporter at the paper and told him about the affair. I imagined that Foster would be forced to resign, or, at the very least, that he wouldn't be reelected." Willow waited. "None of that happened." Vicky said, meeting Willow's eyes. "Instead, I was the one who was very nearly derailed." "In what way?" "People immediately turned on me. I lost friends and received hate mail. My family was crushed." She frowned. "About a week after my accusations went public, Foster called me. He apologized and said that he'd been depressed since our breakup and that he was trying to figure out a way for the two of us to continue our relationship. He asked me to meet him at his vacation home in Laguna Beach, California, for a long weekend. I said that I would." Vicky bent to pull a bottled water from her bag, then took a few pensive sips. Willow wished Corbin were here. He would have been a liability in this particular circumstance, yet it really was more satisfying to investigate Josephine's disappearance with him than without him. He saw things differently than she did, which was valuable, and he was arguably a better detective than she was, seeing as how he'd been the one to discover Stan Markham. Lately, a renegade portion of her wanted to spend every free second thinking about Corbin, wanted to see him, wanted to ponder, for the 1,000th time, the things he'd said to her in his kitchen on Monday night. "I wanted you to be mine, Willow, just mine. I'm a Christian now. I screwed up 4 years ago. I'm sorry." Even here, on a college campus far from Merriweather, she could feel a physical pull toward him. Insufferable! She needed to be careful. She couldn't let the last of her anger toward him crumble in her hands like freeze-dried ice cream. "It seems diluted to me now," Vicky continued, "but when Foster invited me to his beach house, I actually thought we were going to get back together. As if he ever could have gotten back together with a woman who'd claimed that she'd had an affair with him." "You went to California?" "Yes. A plane ticket showed up in my mailbox just like Foster said it would. I flew down and waited several hours for him. But it wasn't Foster who arrived. It was Don. He told me that Foster had wanted to come and that he cared about me a great deal, but he'd decided at the last minute not to make the trip because he realized that our relationship had to end." She arched a brow. The coffee shop's espresso machine hissed. "Don told me that Foster wanted me to use the beach house for the weekend," Vicky said, "to rest and relax and hopefully make my peace with the way things had turned out. Which seemed decent enough on the surface. But when I tried to leave the beach house to go for a walk alone, Don locked the door behind us and followed me. He didn't leave my side for the whole weekend." Her fingertips tapped irritably against the chair's upholstery. "Don told me he was keeping an eye on me for my own protection, but it was for Foster's protection. Trapping me at that beach house was their way of isolating me, of making sure I didn't say anything to anyone else. They wanted to give me time to cool off and come around to their way of thinking." Good gracious. "Did Don ever threaten you?" "No, he was much too careful for that. He did talk at length about why remaining silent would be better for me and my career and my future. He didn't threaten me, though, and he never tried to buy my silence, either." "Still, it sounds like you were a prisoner of sorts at the beach house." "Exactly, and my jailer was terrifying. Don was tall and thin with cold, dark eyes. If I had to do it over again, I wouldn't have shut up and scuttled away. But back then, I considered myself sophisticated, but I was young and immature and thoroughly intimidated. Since that beach trip, every time a reporter has contacted me, I've refused to comment." Willow regarded Vicky thoughtfully. "You're wondering whether Josephine may have had an affair with Foster," Vicky said. "Yes, she resembles you a little." "That's not enough to connect her to Foster." "I know. Unfortunately, we don't have any evidence, so we're having to speculate. If Josephine did have an affair with Foster, then I'm wondering whether he might have sent her off to his beach house like he did with you." "It's a theory." "Do you happen to know if he owned the beach house in 1977? "I'm afraid I don't." "Do you think that harm would have come to you if you'd refused to stay silent about the affair?" "I have no idea. His staffer is the only other woman who's admitted to the press that she had an affair with Foster. She never claimed that he threatened her in any way. It's possible that Josephine, and maybe other women too, were silenced before they had a chance to speak out. Vicky twisted her lips, skeptically. I don't think it's likely that Foster's left a string of dead and missing women behind him. That's the type of thing people tend to notice, and Foster's a very public man. Willow stomped hard on her brake pedal the next morning as she was leaving Bradford Wood for the inn. The entirety of Bradford Wood's massive front gate had been covered in zigzags of toilet paper. Why would anyone... Ah, of course. She knew why. And she knew who. Another of her ground rules, broken. Her jaw sagged as she considered Corbin's handiwork. The gate was 10 feet tall and composed of decorative wrought iron. He must have arrived here very early, because it had to have taken a long time to weave the strands of toilet paper through the bars in such a snug pattern. The pattern was so snug, she couldn't see through it to the road. What was that red square? She narrowed her eyes. A piece of paper? She hopped from her car, then plucked the red square, which was indeed a piece of paper, from where it had been tied to the toilet paper. Willow. I couldn't get to your house, so I toilet papered your gate. You know why. Corbin. P.S. I'll come back later and clean it up. A giggle bubbled from her. He was an inveterate rule breaker, which didn't suit her at all because she was a rule follower. But he did have nerve. A whole lot of nerve, she'd give him that. After climbing back into her car, she sent him a text message. I see you vandalized my property. Am I going to have to file a restraining order against you now? Corbin replied, Heck no. I only wanted to make you laugh. Willow was browning sausage at the inn Friday morning when she caught sight of Corbin walking toward the back door. Her heart executed the same type of expand and tingle thing it had done each time she'd caught sight of him from a distance back when they'd been together. Shoot. The expand and tingle was an ominous sign. She unlocked the back door, and he entered wearing a black tracksuit and white baseball cap, carrying a square box. He smelled like pine trees in winter and looked like temptation. No crazy stalker fans around? He asked. You're the only one so far this morning. He laughed. Based on the cars in the lot, it seems to me like you still have plenty of guests, even after canceling the reservations that were made following that college guy's tweet. Yes. Luckily, a lot of our guests made their travel plans far in advance. The inn won't be quite as full as usual between now and Thanksgiving, but my mom has assured me that she doesn't mind. Just like I knew she wouldn't. Looking self-satisfied, he pulled a stunning breakfast cake from the box. The lady at the griddle told me this is their most popular item. It's cranberry nut something or other. I was hoping your guests might like it. Thank you. I'm sure they will. You're actually going to accept something from me without a fight? He asked, teasingly. I almost never turn down breakfast pastries. Shiny glaze cascaded down the sides of the tall cake, which made the carrot muffins she'd purchased earlier look like poor relations in comparison. She used a wooden spoon to break apart the sausage. What can I do to help? Corbin asked. She put him to work washing fruit. They'd fallen into a breakfast prep routine in the days leading up to her run-in with Todd, back when Corbin had spent much of his time at the inn. He hadn't returned for breakfast duty since, which made her wonder why he'd come today. She didn't think he'd come because he was worried about crazy stalker fans. Buttery light from the window above the sink illuminated his forearms and the deft hands that had once been responsible for firing bullet-like passes. Those hands were currently washing blueberries and peaches and apples under a stream of glittering water. He still had many of the same quirks he'd had before. He frequently couldn't find his keys. He had a sweet tooth for chocolate. He was wary of cats. He hated depressing movies, music, or TV, but liked depressing books. And he was doing chores for her that she suspected he hired other people to do for him at his own house. He used to wash her dishes for her when he visited her in L.A. To what do I owe the She cut herself off. You were going to say pleasure of my company. Yes, but then I thought better of it. Let me amend my question. To what do I owe your company this morning? I missed you. You just saw me yesterday afternoon at our Operation Find Josephine meeting, she said firmly. That was 16 hours ago. She scooped the sausage over the cubed bread that waited in the casserole dish. The real reason you're here is... It occurred to me after our conversation on Monday that you never said whether or not you forgive me. He glanced across his shoulder at her. She'd been thinking that she'd effectively sidestepped being trapped into a corner where she'd be forced to forgive. To be honest, she enjoyed her unforgiveness. She snuggled up with it the way she would a comforter when she was feeling down. So? He asked. Do you forgive me? She bit her lip, tilted her head, and whisked eggs with milk and seasonings as if whisking eggs was the most important thing in her universe. She poured the egg mixture over the bread and sausage, then sprinkled cut mushrooms and cheese on top while mentally replaying all the ways Corbin had hurt her 4 years before. At length, when her silence had become her answer, and the fruit had all been washed, he shut off the faucet and faced her. I listened to the audio version of the Bible this year. And it's pretty clear that Jesus commands his people to forgive. He arched a brow at her challengingly. Her biggest mistake, the man who'd caused her endless guilt and repentance, was lecturing her about the teachings of Jesus. You've become a Bible expert, have you? She deposited the egg casserole in the oven and set the timer. Nope. I didn't understand a lot of what I heard, but the whole forgiveness part? That I got. He wasn't going to let her wiggle out of forgiving him, and really, she shouldn't be surprised. If Corbin Stewart wanted something, he went after it. Forgive me? He tested a persuasive grin on her. She shook her head. Forgive me. He stalked toward her, still grinning. She squealed and dodged out of the way, putting the kitchen table between them. Forgive me, he growled as he feinted one way, then darted around the table. She ran. The ties of her white apron flew out behind her as she dashed to the urn that held utensils. She grabbed the nearest one and found herself brandishing a spatula at him. Come no closer! He approached relentlessly. Or you'll flip me like a pancake? She laughed. He took hold of the spatula and moved it slowly, very slowly, to the side. He was in her space now, and his face had turned just a little bit predatory. If he tried to steal a kiss from her, Willow was afraid that she might like it. A lot. He came even closer. Fine, she rushed to say. I forgive you. His progress halted. He looked bemused. You do? Yes. He set his hands on his lean hips. Good. She slotted the spatula back where it belonged and made her way to the industrial coffee maker in an effort to put a few yards between them. Corbin brought out a chopping board and began slicing the fruit he'd washed. I've been thinking about the reason you gave for your inability to forgive me back in the day. Fabulous. A conversation about their past sex life before 8 a.m.? Was it too early to visit www.potterybarn.com? When we were together, he said, I thought that the physical side of our relationship was amazing. Can you explain why you felt that it was wrong? If you listened to the Bible this year, You must have heard the verses about sexual purity, right?
Right.
That's why I thought that it was wrong. But we both consented to it. We both enjoyed it. We didn't hurt anyone by it. So I'm still not clear on why it was harmful. She took a deep breath, set the coffee maker to brew, and angled toward him. Our sex life harmed me because I felt conflicted and guilty the whole time we were together. I tried to explain that to you a few times, but trying to explain a faith position to someone who doesn't have faith is difficult. I had a hard time holding you to my standards, and I had a hard time maintaining my own standards when I was with you. He watched her. The fact that we were intimate connected me to you more than two people who aren't married should be connected, she said, which made me feel insecure and uneasy, which I hated feeling, and which set me up to respond the way I did when things started to fall apart. It was painful to be this candid, yet the time had come to draw a line in the sand and explain why she was determined to stand on one side and why he had to remain on the other. Can you understand that?
I'm trying. Even if I don't understand it fully, I can respect it.
He lifted and resettled his ball cap.
I'm realizing that I'm going to have to unlearn a lot of things I thought I knew.
How was it that you became a Christian? She'd been trying to imagine how the Corbin she'd known, who'd considered himself godly enough because he'd gone to church a handful of times as a kid, had been saved. As they worked, he told her about the dark time after his shoulder injury, the hopelessness, and the chaplain who'd visited him at his lowest point. And how's it been going since then? She asked.
I'm not sure that I feel as different as I should. Sometimes the whole thing just seems far-fetched. It's hard for me to believe that I can trust this higher power that I can't see.
God is far-fetched, she said. He's extreme.
And abstract.
Give him time, Willow said. The more you get to know him, the more trustworthy he'll prove himself to be. Corbin dried his hands on a dish towel and faced her.
If he's the one who caused you to break up with me, then I'm not sure I want to trust him.
You definitely do want to trust him.
I don't know, Willow. Life without you hasn't been easy for me.
As she filled a pitcher with juice, she could feel the heat of his full attention on her.
I want one more chance with you, he said.
He'd spoken plainly, without apology. Her heart stuttered. Sweet, heavy longing tugged at her. Their awareness of each other had become a big, muscular presence in recent days. She'd sensed his interest in her sharpening and his initial bitterness toward her disintegrating. He'd invited a house full of people to his home for dinner just so she'd agree to come. But this? She steeled herself to look at him. Our relationship has been over for a long time, Corbin.
It doesn't have to be over.
It does.
Okay, then how about just one date? He gestured to the cake. How can you say no to the guy who brought you a cranberry nut cake?
Easily, that's how. If it had been a Ben & Jerry's ice cream cake, then the outcome might have been different.
Are you free tomorrow night?
I'm booked.
Sunday night?
Booked.
Have you noticed lately how wealthy I am, Willow?
No, but I've noticed how arrogant you are.
I'm famous.
You were famous.
I'm handsome.
Meh.
I'm athletic.
You have a separated shoulder.
Which I got saving you. I'm destined for the Hall of Fame.
That remains to be determined. He looked at her like she was a jigsaw puzzle with missing pieces. I'm devoted to you, he said. And just like that, tenderness cracked open within her like a truffle spilling molten caramel.
I'm getting closer, aren't I?" he asked. She shrugged. "Not that close. The answer's still no." Halloween arrived the following day in satisfyingly spooky fashion. Misty, overcast weather clung close to the earth, broken only by the ethereal orange and russet of the autumn leaves still stubbornly attached to their branches. Every year, Nora held a Halloween spooktacular at Merryweather Historical Village. Local moms and dads brought their kids to the village to trick-or-treat at each of the structures situated around the village's central green. It took all of the village's employees, plus several volunteers, to make the event happen. Willow arrived for volunteer duty wearing a pale blue Cinderella-esque gown, long white gloves, and upswept hair. Britt showed up as Amelia Earhart, complete with old-fashioned aviator goggles. For approximately the 10th year in a row, Nora dressed as Hermione from Harry Potter. John, who was a former Navy SEAL, covered his face with camouflage paint. He donned fatigues, lace-up military boots, and a field cap. His uniform ended up thrilling the heart of every preteen boy and adult woman present. Xander wore a t-shirt, a hoodie with the hood up, and a plastic sword stuck into his leather belt. Since none of the kids could guess his identity, he eventually taped a sheet of paper to his chest that read, "Percy Jackson." For 3 enjoyable hours, Willow handed out mini Butterfingers on the porch of the village building known as Doc Hubert's office. The whole time, she tried not to picture how cute the housewares she'd bought during last night's online shopping binge would look in Corbin's barn house. Corbin saw Willow before she saw him. Warm pleasure washed over every inch of him as he watched her lock the inn's back door and make her way along the path to the parking lot. Spots of afternoon sun fought through the cover of trees to dot her hair and the shoulders of her red coat. Little Red Riding Hood looped one hand around her purse strap. Afraid of pickpockets in the area? Her head was bent down slightly, as if concentrating on the path before her, hoping to avoid stepping on cracks in the dirt. When she finally caught sight of him, her steps slowed almost to a halt before she continued forward. He stayed right where he was, leaning against his navigator, one ankle crossed over the other. "You didn't look up until you were halfway here," he said when she'd drawn near enough to hear. "You should be more aware of your surroundings when you leave the inn." "In case a man is lying in wait for me?" She gave him a meaningful look. "In case Todd Hill is lying in wait for you. You haven't seen him, even from a distance, since the day he attacked you, have you?" "No, not even from a distance." The breeze gently mussed her hair. "Would you tell me if you had seen him?" She lifted her slim shoulders. "I'm pretty sure that you or the charges I filed or the restraining order did the trick, and that Todd Hill is long gone." He wished he could be as sure. Corbin had never been able to move past Willow. It was hard for him to accept that Todd would be able to. "Did you come to talk to me about Todd?" she asked. "No, I came to blackmail you." She smiled, and the power of her smile connected with his torso. Good grief, she was beautiful. "Blackmail?" she asked. "Yes." "How is it that I'm not even shocked?" He pulled a check from his pocket and handed it to her. "If you will go on one date with me, I will send this check to Benevolence Worldwide." She scrutinized the check for a long moment. He scratched the side of his jaw. He was pretty sure he had her this time. Willow was devoted to benevolence. She handed back the check. "I strongly encourage you to send that check to Benevolence." "Will do. When can we go out?" "But a date with me cannot be bought." He stared at her. "I'm asking for one date. in exchange for $200,000.
A date with me cannot be bought, she repeated.
He held the check with both hands, right in the center, signaling to her that he planned to tear it in two. You sure about that?
Corbin! She seemed caught between humor and indignation. Benevolence will do wonderful things with that money.
They definitely will, but only if you go on a date with me.
You're a mercenary.
For you, he spoke without a trace of guilt, I absolutely am.
My answer's no. She walked past him to her Range Rover.
Shoot. Willow's appearance could fool you into thinking she was made of sugar and spice and everything nice. The truth? She was as stubborn as they came, and he couldn't help but admire her for it. He'd always appreciated a worthy opponent, and that's exactly what she was. His determination heightened and heightened as he watched her drive out of sight. He'd lost a lot lately. He refused to lose this particular fight. He would find a way back into Willow's heart. She had the power to erase both the grief and the pain he'd gone through this past year. If he had her, he'd have everything he needed. And so would she, because he'd dedicate himself to making her happy. This time around, he wouldn't let his guard down. He'd never be less than 100% careful with her. Willow didn't know it yet, but he was going to win her back. Corbin offered to donate $200,000 to Benevolence Worldwide if you went on a date with him, and you turned him down? Britt asked.
You can bet he has accountants working for him, and that he donates large sums of money every year for tax purposes. It's not like he was going to give anything to Benevolence that he wasn't already planning to spend on charitable causes. Willow could hear a note of uncertainty in her own voice. The Bradford sisters had convened for a post-lunch dessert break at Britt's chocolate shop, Sweet Art. They were sitting on bar stools that cozied up to a plank of wood mounted against the shop's interior walls. A view of Merriweather Historical Village filled the window before them. It may not mean much to Corbin to give to Benevolence, Nora said, but think about what it would mean to Benevolence to receive that sum of money.
Exactly, Britt said. Think of the orphans.
I have been, Willow admitted. Ever since I turned him down yesterday, I've been second-guessing myself.
Eat chocolate. Britt scooted the plate, which once held 9 chocolates and now held 3, in Willow's direction. Chocolate helps clarify thinking. Willow selected a round milk chocolate capped with chocolate sprinkles.
Why are you so reluctant to go on a date with Corbin? Nora asked.
Willow turned her chocolate by degrees until it completed a full revolution.
In large part because I can't really trust myself with him.
Nora and Britt considered her. Why? Britt asked. I have a feeling that we don't know the whole story, Nora said slowly, about your relationship with Corbin and your breakup. Britt flattened her palms on the bar top and leaned forward. Tell us the whole story. How are we supposed to discuss Corbin over chocolate if we don't know the whole story? Willow's pulse began to thud.
I'm ashamed of the full story.
Britt's eyes rounded. Well, now you're definitely going to have to spill the beans.
It's just us, Nora said gently. You don't have anything to be ashamed of with us.
I do, actually. Willow fussed with one of her bracelets, then the next, then the next. Why was it so hard to speak the things you regretted out loud? Pride, she supposed. She liked that her younger sisters viewed her as infallible. At least, she'd liked it back when she'd viewed herself as infallible, too. For the last 4 years, the gap between how her family saw her and reality had weighed on her.
Fake perfection was tiring. The mistakes you didn't confess accumulated more and more mass over time. No one ministered to you because you were busy broadcasting the fact that you didn't need ministering to. She was done with fake perfection. She was as fallible and sinful as anyone. You both know about the TV interview Corbin gave and the photograph that was published of him with another woman at a nightclub. They nodded.
That's why you broke up with him, right? Britt asked.
That's partly why I broke up with him. Willow twined her hands tightly in her lap to steady herself and told them the rest. The pregnancy scare, her phone call to Corbin, her remorse. She braced herself to see disappointment on her sisters' faces, or disillusionment, but she didn't. She only saw empathy. "Do you think less of me?" she asked when she'd related everything. "No," Nora said at once, an ocean of kindness in the word. "We love you, and nothing could ever change that."
"I've messed up a bunch," Britt said. "You've shown me grace about 1,000,000 times, Willow."
Both sisters stood to give her a hug. Willow kept tears at bay as she embraced each of them in turn. Nora and Britt felt so familiar, their arms, their hair. They still carried the sweet smell that had always belonged to each of them, her sisters. When they were all back on their bar stools, Willow realized that she felt emptied out inside, in a good way, as though she could breathe more deeply. She ate her chocolate in 2 bites. Its rich, velvety texture flowed into her mouth like a cloud into the horizon. "So," she dabbed her lips with her napkin, "my problem with Corbin is twofold. I can't trust him. And I can't trust myself around him, either."
"The way I see it," Britt said, "he's asking for a date. A date doesn't have to include a kiss or hand-holding or any of it. Essentially, if you agree to a date, you'll just be agreeing to spend time with him. A date doesn't have to be catastrophic, does it?"
"It doesn't have to be," Willow answered. "I guess I'm just concerned about the path that one date could set us on." "I think it's wise to be careful," Nora said. Willow thought about the orphans. "Have you two talked about what happened 4 years ago?" Nora asked. "Yes." "Has Corbin apologized?" Willow nodded. "And?" Britt prompted. Willow took a sip of ice water. "And I told him I forgive him. But the truth is that I'm still working on it. Even if I can forgive him, that doesn't mean that I should trust him a second time. It's not like he's the one for me."
"Is it possible that he is the one for you, but the timing was just wrong the last time?" Britt asked.
"In my opinion, the timing was perfect the last time," Willow answered.
"The timing might have been perfect for you," Britt said, "but maybe God needed more time to work on Corbin."
Willow had been certain that Corbin was the one for her, and then she'd been certain that he wasn't. After all that, was there any chance that he was the right man for her, after all? No. He couldn't be the one. Could he? "I'm leaving Merriweather in less than a month," Willow said. "Now is not the time to acquire a boyfriend." Text message from Willow to Nora. Willow, I just realized how you can help me research-wise with Operation Find Josephine. You game? Nora, yes, ma'am. Willow, I'm wondering what vacation property Senator Foster Holt owned in 1977. Is that information a matter of public record? Nora, yes, it'll take some digging, but that information can be found. Willow, thank you.
I'm now the one who will owe you Ben & Jerry's. Email from Willow's friend at Benevolence Worldwide to Willow. Hi, Willow. I hope you're still enjoying your stay in Washington and that the rainy weather there hasn't washed you away quite yet. Listen, I heard that Corbin Stewart made a donation of $200,000 to Benevolence and that he's pledged to give $800,000 more over the next 18 months. I remembered that the two of you dated once, and I know he's living in Washington at the moment, so I'm dying to know, does this donation have anything to do with you? If so, thank you. We're all thrilled. The entire office celebrated his donation yesterday with cinnamon rolls. Chapter 15. Willow groaned, squeezed her eyes shut, and rested her forehead on the upper tip of her laptop screen after reading the email from her friend who worked for Benevolence. She clunked her forehead on the smooth metal a few more times for good measure. She'd managed to withstand Corbin's attempt to blackmail her into a date with a donation to Benevolence, but now he'd gone and quietly donated to Benevolence anyway, plus pledged much more to the charity besides, without telling her, without expecting anything in return, which indicated that he might just be a redeemable human being after all. It would be churlish to refuse to go on a date with him now, considering the magnitude of what he'd just done for the organization she loved and had been pouring herself into for years. It wasn't as if one date could put her chastity at risk. Was chastity even a term she could associate with herself at this point? Or had she spent all her chastity on Corbin way back when? It seemed, suddenly, that she'd gone a little overboard with caution. If he could give $1 million to Benevolence Worldwide, then she could go on a date with him. Something that felt like relief smoothed the worry lines from her face. Relief? It couldn't be relief. But it was a strange sort of relief to know that for the next little while she wouldn't have to battle inwardly. He'd finally given her a good reason to say what a dangerous part of her, the part that had motivated her to swim in the inlet, had been wanting to say. Yes. Any chance you've reconsidered my invitation to go on a date? Corbin texted Willow later that night. He reclined on his sofa watching football, his phone on his chest, as he waited for her answer. 15 minutes passed. Then 45. The longer his phone stayed silent, the more optimistic he became. When a full hour had passed, he sat up and dialed her number. "Hello?" she said. "You didn't immediately say no to my text, which has made me hope that you might actually be reconsidering my invitation to go on a date." "I heard a rumor, Corbin." "What rumor?" "A rumor that you didn't tear up that check for Benevolence, that you sent it in instead." "You weren't supposed to know about that." "But I do." A pause. "That was surprisingly decent of you." "Maybe I should put that on my business cards. Corbin Stewart. Surprisingly decent." She gave a soft huff of laughter. He moved to the sofa's front edge, sitting up straight, waiting. "Come on, Willow. Come on." "Thank you for donating. That money will make a big difference to a lot of kids." "You're welcome. Are you finally willing to go out with me?" "Come on." "Well, in light of your generosity, one date seems like the least the Benevolence Worldwide children and I can do." "I'm happy for the Benevolence Worldwide children and all, but can you leave them at home when we go on our date?" "If you insist." "I do. I'll pick you up at noon on Saturday." "Noon? I was expecting you to pick me up around 7 p.m. "You've only agreed to go on one date with me, so I'm planning a very, very long date." "Heaven help me," she murmured. "Don't eat before I pick you up. I'll feed you.
You better.
Dress casually.
If you want me to dress casually because we're doing something outside, I feel inclined to warn you that the forecast calls for rain.
It won't rain. It wouldn't dare.
When they hung up, he pushed to standing. He ran a hand through his hair, then did a fist pump with his good arm. He gave a great deal of his money away every year. He cared about kids in need. He did, and he was glad that his donation was going to help them. But he hadn't donated to benevolence because of the kids. He donated because he'd suspected that Willow would learn about it, and he knew her well enough to guess how she might react if she did. His strategy had paid off, and he didn't feel the least bit guilty. Which could mean that he wasn't as good as he probably should be now that he was a Christian. On the other hand, he hadn't been prepared to stand around behaving like a Boy Scout while Willow slipped through his fingers. He'd grown up in a hard neighborhood. He'd learned a person had to pursue their goals using the tools they had in order to have a shot at success. One of the tools he had? Street smarts. Willow spent the hour prior to her date with Corbin telling herself all the reasons why this date wasn't a big deal. She'd simply hold her heart in reserve. No problem. However, as soon as she answered his knock and looked into his mischievous brown eyes, her confidence in her ability to hold her heart in reserve began to waver. He'd dressed simply in jeans and a white athletic shirt. A day's growth of scruff marked his hard-planed face.
"Hey," he said.
"Hey." She collected her tote bag. In addition to the skinny jeans, tall boots, blue shirt, and padded vest she had on, she'd packed a pair of sneakers, a light jacket, a down jacket, a hat, and a pair of gloves. "It would be helpful if I knew where we were going. That way I could leave some of this behind."
"It's a surprise."
"Surprises are overrated."
"Surprises are fun."
He held eye contact with her. Great Scott. This attraction between them had suddenly become scary powerful. She locked Bradford Wood's front door and climbed into his car. It was too late now for misgivings. She'd agreed to a date. They were going. The ship had sailed. "A field?" she asked 20 minutes later when they arrived at their destination and he turned off the navigator's ignition. "You're taking me to an empty field?"
"Yep,"
he said, looking pleased with himself. Willow exited the car and stood in the tall grass alongside the rut marks that had passed for a road the last mile or so. Dense pine trees surrounded them on all sides. She couldn't fathom why Corbin had brought her to this high, remote spot in the middle of nowhere. Was he planning to abduct her? Perform science experiments on her? Surely there wasn't a restaurant within a 10-mile radius, and her stomach was beginning to grumble. She'd eaten oatmeal and fruit this morning, but that seemed like ages ago. Corbin opened his trunk. He wedged a rolled-up blanket underneath his good arm, then lifted a picnic basket in the fist of that same arm. "We're going on a picnic?" she asked. He led her down a barely discernible path.
"We are."
That coaxed a smile from her. She loved picnics, even though she hadn't been on one in years. "Was the food inside that basket prepared by your caterer?" she asked.
"Yes."
"Do you keep her on a retainer?"
"Sort of. She cooks 5 dinners a week for my dad and me and leaves them in the freezer for us to heat up. She's always happy to do extras, like that Monday night football dinner, or romantic picnic lunches."
"Do you order a large number of romantic picnic lunches?"
"This is the first."
It had drizzled steadily all morning, yet just as Corbin had predicted, the rain had swept to the side like curtains on a stage to make way for the production of Corbin's grand date. Corbin didn't seem intimidated in the least by the pressure of planning a grand date. Come to think of it, he never seemed intimidated by pressure. He always rose to challenges. That facet of his character had been endlessly evident on the football field. He was renowned for playing with concentration and nerves of steel whenever the game was on the line. The bigger the stakes, the better he performed. Commentators and reporters had speculated that Corbin had been born with the X factor that all truly great quarterbacks possessed, the ability to handle tremendous tension and expectation. The more Willow understood Corbin, though, the more she suspected that particular ability had also been forged in him by his childhood. That's what she presumed, anyway. She didn't know that to be true for sure because he'd never trusted her with the details. "Corbin?" "Yes, my darling?" That "my darling" sounded mocking. "I meant it to sound endearing." Their footfalls crunched over pine needles as she followed him through air crisp with the fragrance of the forest. "You've never told me many details about your childhood." "Where did that thought come from?" "You're a public figure, but you're actually a very private person. Whenever anyone, including me, tries to ask you questions about your childhood that you don't want to answer, you counter with lots of charisma and humor. You keep people at a distance so skillfully that they end up laughing and liking you and hardly even noticing that you never revealed anything substantial about yourself. Am I right?" "Well," he held a branch out of the way for her. They continued on. "You're not wrong. I don't like spilling my guts to everyone I meet." "The problem is, you never spilled them to me, either. And I was your girlfriend for months. No one will ever be able to know you, Corbin, until you're willing to tell them things." "So, ask me something." "What was it like for you, growing up with your dad?" He groaned. "See? You're like a 3-year-old who refuses to eat his vegetables on this subject." "If I answer your questions, will you answer mine?" "Yes." They stepped into a meadow that overlooked 2 distant hills sloping in a V to the lake they guarded. The sky resembled a masterwork impressionist painting in shades of blue and gray and cream. A trio of birds flew in quiet, lazy circles where the meadow rolled away, dropping off in elevation. Willow could see no evidence of civilization, only of God's workmanship. "Our picnic spot?" she asked. "Yes. Do you like it?" "It's stunning. How did you find this place?" She'd grown up near here and never known of its existence. "John told me about it." Willow took the blanket from him and unfurled it onto the damp grass. Luckily, the blanket had plastic on one side and fabric on the other. They both sat and unpacked the contents of the basket. Ham, Swiss, and arugula sandwiches on crusty French bread, dill pickles, potato salad, kettle chips. "What's this?" Corbin held up a glass bottle filled with a burgundy liquid. "Organic blackberry soda, apparently." "Why would she have packed that?" "Probably because it's delicious." He pulled a face. "You're not allowed to take a picture of me drinking this girly drink. My reputation will be ruined." "I have no intention of taking a picture of you, football star." His caterer had thought of everything: utensils, napkins, plates. "So, about your dad," Willow said once they'd filled their plates and started on their meal. "How about we talk about any other subject? Look at this setting." He gestured. "It's a fabulous setting," she conceded. "I happen to think a fabulous setting is exactly the right backdrop for a difficult topic. Why did your mom leave?" He leaned back on the blanket so that he was propped up on his good elbow. "I think she left because she couldn't deal with being responsible for both a young child and a husband who was battling bipolar disorder. I think she regretted pretty much every choice she'd made up until that time in her life and simply wanted to start over." Willow took a bite of potato salad, tasting creamy mayonnaise, mustard, dill. She attempted not to notice how Corbin's shirt had hiked up when he'd levered himself back. Now his belt and an inch of golden skin were showing. "Why did your mom leave?" Corbin asked. "As you know, my parents weren't married when they had me. They met when my mom was traveling through the States on an around-the-world tour. They were both in their early 20s, and they'd only been dating for a short time when my mom got pregnant. I definitely wasn't planned. After I was born, she left me with my dad and continued on her tour. She'd never wanted to be a mother, and definitely never wanted to be a conventional mother. How did your parents meet?" "They met at a bar after my dad moved to Detroit in search of work. They were young, too, at the time. Neither went to college. Both liked to blow off steam by drinking heavily on the weekends. They fell in love and married 6 months later. I have no idea whether I was planned or not. Honestly, I'd be surprised if I was." "How often did you see your mom after she left?" "Almost never. She gave my dad full custody." He helped himself to another pickle. "A few years later, she married a rich guy 20 years older than she was, who had 2 kids who were in college at the time. He and my mom never had children together. They're still married, and they seem happy." "Do you see her much?" He shook his head. "Once every couple of years. I talk to her on the phone now and then. I don't feel toward her what sons feel toward mothers who raised them. I'm not obligated to her. There's not a lot of admiration or respect there." He plucked a blade of grass and tossed it. "I don't have many memories of her, and I don't want to make new ones. Is that how you feel about your biological mom?" "Somewhat. Sylvie's been in my life more than your mom has been in yours. But I definitely don't feel toward her what daughters feel toward mothers who raised them." They ate for a few minutes in silence. Willow had always imagined that children whose parents had been married and who desired a baby had it better than she'd had it. Corbin's parents had been married, but that hadn't translated into better for him. "What was the hardest moment you faced as a kid?" she asked. He didn't answer right away, so she glanced at him and found him watching her with a somber expression. Wind blew a section of Willow's hair in front of her face. Before she could set aside either her plate or fork in order to dash the hair away, he reached up and brushed it aside with 2 blunt fingers. Her lungs stilled as physical desire curled within her. She broke the moment by looking away and taking 2 careful bites of potato salad. "The hardest moment came when I was in the 3rd grade, Corbin said, voice level. "My dad was going through a rough patch at the time. That's what he used to call them. He'd say, 'I'm sorry, son, I'm going through a rough patch.'" "The rough patches were periods of depression?" "Right. But I didn't know the term depression then. I just knew there were times when my dad seemed steady, and there were rough patches when he was down and sad and tired. And there were times when he was full of energy. He called his manic periods good patches. When I was really young, I loved his good patches. We'd go to the park to throw a football in the evenings. Then he'd take me out to dinner or to the movies or for ice cream. He'd laugh and joke and slap the back of everyone we came into contact with. He'd tell me about his plans to win the lottery and talk about the sports bar he was going to open. Sometimes we'd go on spur-of-the-moment trips to places like Atlantic City and Disney World." Willow waited. "As I got older, I realized I couldn't trust his good patches. They didn't last. And both the rough patches and the good patches were too extreme. I could only relax when he was in between." "What happened when you were in the 3rd grade?" "I'd been worried about him for a week or more. Several mornings in a row, I had to get him out of bed when my alarm went off. Even so, he missed a few days of work." He picked up a kettle chip, studied it, ate it. His attention settled on the lake.
One afternoon, I got off the bus and let myself into the condo just like I always did after school. When I walked in, I found him there, in the chair he sat in to watch TV, wearing the clothes he'd slept in. He pushed upward with a frustrated move. Willow lowered her plate to the blanket and adjusted to face his profile. At first I thought he was asleep, but then I couldn't wake him no matter how hard I tried. He was white, and he wasn't moving. I was sure he was dead.
What did you do?
I had a friend named Ryan who lived in our complex. I ran to his apartment and banged on the door. His mom came back to our place with me, and she called 911.
And?
He'd overdosed.
Willow exhaled gradually.
They took him away in an ambulance. I stayed with my dad's mom, my grandmother, while he was in the hospital. Each day we'd go to visit him. He was full of regret. He'd cry and apologize and tell me how much he loved me. But he'd just tried to kill himself. So I had to wonder how much he loved me if he was willing to do that and leave me behind. It was then that I decided to keep his attempted suicide and his condition secret from everyone in my life. I didn't want my friends to know.
Did things change for your dad after his hospitalization?
Yes. My grandmother hadn't known the extent of his illness. Once she found out, she made sure that he went to doctor's appointments and therapy sessions and stayed current on his medicine. Until the attempted overdose, he'd been too stubborn to admit he needed treatment. It took the doctors a while to get him on the right medications at the right dosages, but once they did, things leveled out. There were still plenty of bad times, but never as bad as that day again.
She couldn't imagine a child, any child, shouldering the weight of a sick parent by themselves. The stress of that had to have been crushing.
I don't like to talk about the past because I want to protect my dad, but also because I know that it sounds like I'm blaming him. I'm not blaming him.
He set his jaw.
Should he have gotten treatment before he overdosed? Yes. But I don't blame him for the depression that led to the overdose, or the manic periods, or any of it. He didn't ask for bipolar.
No, he didn't.
He tried his best to be a good dad. He gave it all he had.
An edge of emotion roughened his words.
I'm thankful to him.
Willow could say the same about her own father. He'd done his best. Her circumstance was different than Corbin's in big ways, though. Her dad hadn't dealt with mental illness. He'd married Kathleen when Willow was young, so she'd had the comforting influence of a mother for decades. She had sisters in her corner. Corbin only had his dad.
What was the hardest moment you faced as a kid? He asked her.
She sipped blackberry soda through a straw. Probably the day Nora's mother died. After my mom left, my dad married Robin, and she became my mother. I don't remember the day she was killed. I was only 2.5. But my dad says that I walked around the house crying and calling for her for days afterward. I used to ask him when she was coming back. They say that early childhood trauma leaves a mark, and I believe it.
What's been your hardest moment as an adult? He asked.
Maybe the day I saw a picture of you leaving a nightclub with another woman.
A hush blanketed the meadow. The day I saw the picture of you and Derek Oliver was my worst adult day.
The day of your shoulder injury was your worst day, she corrected.
The shoulder injury was bad, but I felt like I might be able to find a way to live with it eventually. Losing you has never felt that way. It's never felt like something I could live with.
A tense silence ensued. Why haven't you ever married? Willow asked.
He was one of America's most eligible bachelors. The subject of his love life had been much discussed on entertainment TV shows, in celebrity magazines, during interviews he'd given. Since their breakup, he'd been linked with one pop singer, 2 actresses,
and an Olympic athlete. "Isn't it obvious why I haven't married?" he asked. "No. Because none of the other women I dated was you." The words impacted her chest like a ball of starlight. Willow had to work to absorb them and then file them in their proper place, and also not to swoon. "Corbin," she whispered, "don't say things like that." "Why haven't you married?" he asked, a dimple digging into his cheek. "None of my boyfriends have been the one." "You're half right. None of your other boyfriends were the one." Corbin watched her blush. Emotion gathered in his chest, overpowering. He loved her. He loved both her feistiness and her peaceful spirit. She was the place he'd been wanting to rest his head all his life. He'd come out of a blue-collar background. She'd come out of an American castle. Yet they were both level-headed, responsible decision-makers, both independent. Corbin had his life together, but so did she. She didn't need anything from him. She didn't require him to take care of her, or to increase her fame, or to pay her bills. When he was with her, it was like a vacation, because he didn't have to be the dependable one. Here, they were both dependable. She was strong in her own right. He leaned across the blanket to steal a kiss. A conflicted groove notched the skin between her brows. She put out a hand to stop him. Immediately, he stilled, watched her. Her face knit with concentration as she lifted a hand and ran a fingertip over his lips, her thumb along his jaw. She caressed his earlobe, then traced her touch down his neck. It was a focused, leisurely exploration, and it caused need to rock him. "Get yourself in hand, Corbin. Good grief. She's just touching your face and neck. So innocent." His breath turned jagged. Not innocent, because this was Willow. The simplest thing she did had the power to tie him in a knot. She pulled on his shirt to bring him closer to her. Stopped. She met his eyes as if trying to weigh and measure what was in his heart. She neared so that their profiles were only 2 inches apart. Stopped again. He could feel the sigh of her exhale on his lips. Then she kissed him, slow. It took extreme control to hold himself immobile. The kiss tasted wildly delicious, like the future, like liquid passion. She pulled back. "This isn't a good idea," she said breathlessly. "It's a very good idea." He rose in one fast motion and reached down for her with his left hand. She put her fingers in his, and he pulled her to her feet. Then he wove his hands into her hair and kissed her. He walked her backward, never breaking the kiss, until he'd settled her against the bare, low-reaching branch of a tree. "This can go no further than kisses," she said. "Agreed." He pressed her palm against his heart so she could feel the thunder of his pulse, and kissed her with endless, drugging kisses. He kissed her like he meant it, because he did. Willow functioned inside a sort of pink haze for the remainder of their date. After the picnic, Corbin drove her to a zip-line course. "Corbin," Willow said adamantly, craning to catch sight of the lines high above, "you can't go zip-lining with a separated shoulder." "I've been before. The harness will support all my weight. I'll hold the brake with my left arm." "This can't be sanctioned by Dr. Wallace." "I won't tell him if you won't." "Corbin." There was no talking him out of it. They met the 2 guides he'd booked. The lead guide gave them safety instructions as he outfitted them with equipment. Willow couldn't concentrate on a word he said. All she could think about were the kisses she and Corbin had just shared. It was as if she'd gotten drunk on them, even though she'd had nothing more potent than blackberry soda. For the sake of their guides, she gave her best imitation of sobriety. "Have you ever been ziplining before?" Corbin asked her as their guide made final preparations on the first platform. She strongly suspected that she looked ridiculous in her harness and safety helmet, but Corbin, of course, managed to look sexy in his. She giggled. "See? Drunk. That question hadn't been funny." "No. I try to avoid pastimes that might involve me smashing my face into a tree. A smashed face would be bad for me professionally." "I'm not going to let anything happen to your face," he said, utterly confident. "There will not be any smashing." He went first, and then it was her turn. Wind whistled against her cheeks as she sailed through the canopy of lush green. Was this fun? Or was this terrifying? It was both. Terrifying fun. The speed and height were thrilling. But what if the cable snapped? Then she'd hurtle to her death. Was the exhilaration worth the possibility of death? If Corbin hadn't been with her, she might have informed the guides that one zip line was enough. However, Corbin had the ability to make daring things seem doable. Whether daring things, like kissing him, were actually in her best interest was a question to examine later. By the time they'd completed the course, the weather had turned chilly. He drove them to a cafe packed with gleaming walnut surfaces and patrons in the mood to celebrate the advent of Saturday evening. As soon as they stepped inside, the owner hurried over and showed them to a table situated next to a multi-paned window. They spent 2 hours nursing the mochas they ordered and enjoying talking to each other and to the townspeople. The sun slowly set on their grand date in a bonfire of orange and gold. The entire time they were in the company of others while ziplining and at the cafe, Willow battled an insistent yearning to kiss him or hold his hand. She knew he felt it too, because the atmosphere sizzled with it. The fact that they couldn't act on the yearning because they were surrounded by witnesses only made it that much more delectable. "It's almost time for dinner," Corbin said as he drove her home. "How about I buy us some food? We can take it to Bradford Wood if you'd like. Maybe watch a movie." "We've been together for 6 hours. I've been more than generous with the time I allotted you for our date." "Yeah, but I don't want it to end." She didn't want it to end either. Sensibly, though, she knew she needed to give herself time to process what had happened without him in her space. His presence prevented reasonable thought. She wasn't going to let herself plunge into anything without plenty of reasonable thought, no matter how much she might want to. He brought his SUV to a stop before Bradford Wood's front steps and shot her an expectant glance. "This is good night?" She nodded. She had self-control in excess. "In that case..." He leaned across the center console and wrapped his hand gently around the back of her neck, drew her face toward his, and kissed her. Her self-control fled like a sprinter off the blocks. "Thank you for going on a date with me," he whispered. "You're welcome," she whispered back. Then she grabbed her tote and walked on what felt like clouds up into the house. When she reached the living room, she stopped. The walls of her childhood home and the tasteful, comfortable furniture her parents had chosen surrounded her. All of it seemed to be asking, "What are you going to do now?" She'd agreed to go on one date with Corbin, and that's what she'd done. She wasn't beholden to him. She didn't have to go out with him again. Yes, the landscape of their relationship had shifted in a mighty way today. He'd told her things about himself and his family that she'd be willing to bet he'd told to almost no one. His history and his honesty had softened her to him. And then the kisses. The kisses. It was safe to say they'd softened her to him further. It had gone straight to her head, the way he'd instantly stopped leaning toward her when she'd put out her hand to stay him there on the picnic blanket. He'd restrained himself then and during the rest of their kisses. And there had been a lot of kisses in that meadow. She felt somewhat concerned about the kisses, but not regretful, necessarily. Great Scott! She was still surrounded by the pink haze. Infatuation was one of the very best feelings in the world. She'd forgotten just how good it was. But she hadn't forgotten that infatuation could lead to one of the very worst feelings in the world: heartbreak. She walked aimlessly to the kitchen and, once there, wondered why she'd come. She washed an apple, sliced it, and peered toward the canal as she ate the crisp, sweet fruit. Was dating Corbin a hideous idea? All her risk-averse tendencies said yes in unison. But the rest of her remembered the things he'd said to her today. He'd said he hadn't married because none of the women he'd dated had been her. He'd said the day they'd broken up had been the worst of his adult life. And throughout their date, he'd looked at her with a slaying combination of heat and tenderness. Here's what her past with Corbin had taught her. Corbin's superpower was his ability to say all the right things in such a way that she believed them. She'd swallowed down his words to her 4 years ago like they were the gospel truth. In the end, what mattered was a person's ability to back up their words over and over and over again with actions. That's where Corbin had failed the last time. She couldn't allow herself to think that Corbin had magically become trustworthy. If she decided to go on more dates with him, it would have to be with that clear understanding in the front of her mind. She could not invest her whole self in the things he said to her. What to do? What to do? Anxiously, she tugged on one of her bracelets. She could cut things off right here, before they'd begun. Or she could try dating him. If she chose option B, they'd have to take things very slow, and they'd have to institute a strict nothing more than kissing policy. Then she'd need to pray hard against getting swept away by her own desire the way she had the last time. If she and Corbin were both in agreement about the physical side of their dating life from the outset, then maybe, likely, things would be fine. It was as if she were a traveler holding a map and trying to decide between 2 routes. One route was safe but dry and boring like a desert. The other route was frightening but potentially full of breathtaking beauty. Willow, the careful sister, wanted to take the frightening, beautiful route. Voicemail to Joe Stewart. Hi, Mr. Stewart. It's Lisa from Oncology Associates calling. I haven't heard from you about rescheduling that appointment you missed, so I was hoping to catch you so that we could set up a time. Please return my call when you're able. Text message from Nora to Willow. Nora. In 1977, Foster Holt owned 2 vacation properties in addition to his residence in Redmond. He owned a condo in Breckenridge, Colorado, and he owned a house in Laguna Beach, California. Condolence notes inside wooden box. From Mexico. I'm heartbroken to hear about your loss. Que Dios les bendiga. From Alaska. I'm praying your daughter and sister and wife comes home to you safe and sound. Don't give up hope. From Canada. So very sorry. Thinking of you. Chapter 16. Britt Bradford had been dreading this day. Today was the day of Xander's departure. Ever since he'd given his 2 weeks' notice at work, He'd been moving the possessions he wanted to keep into storage, moving the clothes he wanted to take with him into a single suitcase, and selling the rest. Britt had helped him clear the last of his furniture out of his apartment yesterday. As depressing as it had been to stand in his familiar apartment that had become unfamiliar with its blank walls and stained carpeting, this day was worse. She'd picked him up this morning at his aunt and uncle's. The couple lived in a modest house that had been Xander and his older brother's residence while they were in high school. Xander had been living at his aunt and uncle's place for all of 6 weeks the day Britt had met him, their freshman year at Meriwether High. At the time, he'd been withdrawn, furtive, hurting. His silence had bristled with hostility. The 14-year-old girl Britt had been back then had liked him instantly. He'd made her work to earn his friendship, which had been a first for her. During her childhood and adolescence, most of her peers had worked to earn her friendship. She'd succeeded at winning Xander over through persistence and, she liked to think, charm. The weeks she'd invested in befriending Xander had paid incredible dividends because for the past 11 years, he'd been one of her closest friends. Once he'd said goodbye to his aunt and uncle, she'd driven him to Bradford Wood, where Willow, Nora, Valentina, and Grandma had gathered to feed him a farewell breakfast. Valentina, in typical Valentina fashion, had stuffed them all with Russian pancakes called oladyi, plus sausage and fried eggs. It had been odd, the atmosphere at breakfast. It wasn't easy to feel celebratory over someone's departure. You wanted to be happy for them. At the same time, you couldn't help but feel sad for yourself. Her sisters, Grandma and Valentina, had all done a better job of merrymaking than she had. But then, none of them loved Xander like she did. None of them were Xander's best friend like she was. His flight departed in 3 hours, and they'd reach SeaTac in just minutes. She'd insisted on driving him to the airport, but man, what a gloomy duty this was. She felt like a coachman steering a horse-drawn hearse. She cut a glance in Xander's direction. He looked over and met her eyes, his demeanor more subdued than usual. "Is any part of you nervous about this big trip you're about to take?" she asked. "No." "What is it, then?" "It's hard to leave the people I love, that's all." "It's not too late to change your mind, you know. I can say with complete selfishness that I'll support you fully if you decide to stay." Asphalt hummed beneath them. She and Xander had become accustomed to quiet spaces between them years ago. "I'm not going to change my mind," he said. He'd decided to explore England first, then Ireland, before traveling to the European mainland. After that, possibly Asia, followed by Australia. He was leaving Washington to have the time of his life. "I need to do this." She didn't have to ask him why he needed to do this. She knew why. They'd talked and talked about his decision to quit his job and put the advance his publisher had given him for his upcoming book toward travel. Xander had seen almost nothing of the world, and he wanted to enlarge his boundaries. He also wanted to prove his independence and strength and creativity to himself. She understood. It would be incredibly hypocritical of her to pretend she didn't understand, since she had lived overseas for 2 years. After she completed her degree at the Culinary Institute of America at Greystone, she'd gone straight to France to study under master chocolatiers. She'd loved her time abroad and was better for it, so she couldn't begrudge him the same experience. Her dad had driven this same route the day he'd taken her to the airport to catch her flight to France. Her mom had sat in the passenger seat, and she and Xander had sat in the back seat, side by side. She'd been caught up in excitement and jitters that day. If she'd been distressed to part from them, or if they'd been distressed to part from her, she couldn't remember it. "Just go ahead and pull up to the gate," he said as they drove onto airport property. "I was planning to park and walk you in." "No, it's okay."
Boo! Just pull up to the gate, Britt. Low-level panic began to swirl within her. She'd anticipated staying with him until he passed through the security checkpoint. But he didn't want her to do that, apparently. He'd never liked long, drawn-out goodbyes. She came to a stop in front of the terminal that housed his airline. The bright red curb and the signs loudly proclaimed, "Loading and unloading only, no parking at any time." She helped him lift his suitcase and carry-on from her trunk. He turned to her. She stilled. Wind, tipped with cold and car exhaust, brushed past them. The conversations of nearby passengers mingled with the roar of a departing plane. His blue eyes smoldered with seriousness. "Thank you." He was thanking her for the ride and the elbow grease she'd donated to his big move over the last few weeks. "You're welcome." In his expression, she saw that he was also, perhaps, thanking her for their long friendship. Fear niggled inside her. It wasn't like this was the last time they'd ever see each other. They had many years of friendship still ahead of them, God willing. "Promise me that when you're done traveling, you'll come back," she said. "I can't make that Promise me," she said sternly. "Otherwise, I'm not going to let you leave. I'll toss that suitcase and carry-on back into my trunk and push you in after them." A tiny smile fractured his somber mood. "Is that a threat?" "Yes, it absolutely is." "I'd like to see you try to get my luggage and me into your car against my will." She called his bluff by reaching for his carry-on. He caught her wrist and chuckled as he guided her back into a standing position. "I'd rather promise to come back than fight you for my luggage," he said. "That's what I thought," she sniffed. "Then go ahead. Promise." He'd never broken a promise to her. He regarded her steadily. "I'll come back one day." "Good. You know how much I like to get my way." A passerby gave her empty car a worried look. It was sitting at the curb, idling, and she needed to return to it before someone either stole it or reported it to airport security. "I better go." He nodded, and she stepped forward to hug him. His arms banded around her tightly. 1 second melted into 2, then 3. "Bye, Xander," she whispered. "Have fun on your big adventure." She straightened. "I'll miss you." He looked like he wanted to say more, but he held the words back. "I'll miss you too. Now go." She tossed a false smile over her shoulder and strode toward her car. Her lungs seemed to have both tightened and turned to fire. Once inside, she shifted into drive and pulled away. She watched him in her rearview mirror. He hadn't moved to grab his suitcase and carry-on. He stood motionless amid the hubbub, arms at his sides, watching her go. Her days were going to be far blander and lonelier and less interesting until he returned. Change was challenging. Change hurt. Willow excused herself in the middle of Grandma's Sunday afternoon book club, ostensibly to visit the restroom. In actuality, she'd excused herself in order to seize a few moments of vacation from Grandma's book club, and to text Corbin. Nora unearthed information on 2 vacation properties that Foster Holt owned in 1977, she typed. Hitting send, she leaned against the inside of the bathroom door and soaked in the quiet. Grandma had asked Willow to attend her book club meeting more than a week ago. "When I learned you were coming to stay in Merryweather," Grandma had said, "I'd so hoped that you and I would get to spend a great deal of time together. But it seemed to me that you've been too busy for that. With Kathleen and Garner gone, this has been a difficult time for me." Grandma had explained that she felt obligated to attend her book club meeting this month because it was at Eleanor's house, and Eleanor was always so eager to please, despite the fact that she had very little cooking talent and no inkling that linen napkins needed to be ironed. "I need someone to come with me, Willow, to be on my side. I'm very much afraid the group won't feel the same way that I do about that awful book Eleanor picked for us to read." So here Willow was. As it turned out, every single person, including Eleanor, felt the same way that Grandma did about the book. They all loathed it. Willow had spent the last hour sitting on a folding chair in Eleanor's formal living room, daydreaming about Corbin and yesterday's grand date, while the ladies called into question the author's morals, writing ability, and relationship with Jesus. "Corbin, take me away." Her phone binged. "I think Nora's information calls for an emergency Operation Find Josephine meeting this afternoon," Corbin's text read. "Nora's information isn't earth-shattering enough to merit an emergency meeting." "Of course it is. We can't rest until Josephine's mystery is solved." His message wheedled a smile from her. "I'm with my grandmother at her book club. After this, I'll be taking her back to Bradford Wood, where she left her car." "When?" "An hour from now." "I'll see you there." "You'll bring Charlotte?" "Who?" "Charlotte, your relative, the girl who is the reason for our involvement in Josephine's mystery." "Oh, right. 5 feet tall? Bad taste in music?" "That's the one." "I'll call Jill to see if Charlotte's free." Willow left the bathroom and returned to the book club's airing of grievances, fortified with the knowledge that she'd be seeing Corbin again soon. Less than 24 hours had passed since their date. It was probably unwise to see him today. It was probably unwise to look forward to seeing him as much as she was. Probably. And yet, when she caught sight of Corbin's Navigator parked on the curb outside Bradford Wood's gate, she experienced an espresso-like energy rush. "Who's that?" Grandma asked. "Corbin Stewart and Charlotte Dixon." "Do I know these people?" "You met Corbin a few months ago." Corbin's car followed Willow's up the long drive to the house. "Is he the handsome one?" "Yes." "Too handsome for his own good, as I recall. Who's Charlotte?" "The girl I told you about who asked me to help her research her great-aunt's disappearance. That's what we're meeting about today." Willow helped Grandma down from the Range Rover. They made their way toward Corbin and Charlotte, who were already walking in their direction. Corbin wore battered jeans and a waffle-knit shirt he'd pushed up at the forearms. He looked effortlessly casual and just a little bit rumpled, and Willow could all but hear his legions of female fans sighing. She performed introductions. "It's a pleasure to meet you," Corbin said to Grandma. "Likewise." Grandma employed the tone one would use to say scoundrel. "What do you do for a living?" "At the moment, I'm renovating my house." Grandma's nostrils flared with displeasure. She'd never earned a paycheck in her life. She'd gone straight from the care of her mother and father to the care of her husband. When he died young, Grandma's father-in-law had provided for her luxuriously during his lifetime, and to this day via a trust fund. Grandma had no right to judge Corbin. However, having no right to judge had never acted as a speed bump for her in the past. "Corbin's retired," Charlotte said. "Retired?" Grandma asked. "He used to play football," Charlotte said. "He's sort of rich." Grandma would go into anaphylactic shock if she had any idea of Corbin's net worth. "And some people think he's famous." Charlotte shrugged in a way that communicated there's no accounting for taste. "What football team did you play on?" Grandma asked Corbin. "What football team do you like, Mrs. Burke?" "My husband used to support the Washington State Cougars." "That's the team I played for." "Corbin!" Willow laughed. "No, it's not." To Grandma, she said, "He played for an NFL team called the Mustangs." I'm sorry that I never had a chance to play for the team your husband supported, Mrs. Burke, Corbin said. I'd have liked to have met him. If he was married to you, then he must have been a wonderful man. That was completely over the top. Grandma's face creased with condemnation, and Willow waited for her to lash Corbin with the sharp side of her tongue. Instead, inexplicably, the older lady smiled. You're an ornery rascal. I can tell. Yes, Corbin admitted. He's not to be trusted, Willow. Affection marked Grandma's usually sour expression. No, Willow said. He's not to be trusted. Where can I appeal this decision? Corbin asked. Grandma doesn't grant appeals. Willow walked Grandma to her Oldsmobile, waved her off, then escorted Charlotte and Corbin to Bradford Wood's den, which opened to the kitchen and overlooked the emerald swath of grass leading down to the dock. Can I get you anything to eat or drink? Willow asked. The pink haze of infatuation she'd existed in yesterday had returned, though she tried not to let it show. Charlotte had the eyes and ears of a fox. For his part, Corbin was not being terribly subtle. Since his arrival, he'd been following her with his gaze and giving her a small, knowing smile every time she peeked in his direction. I can offer you popcorn, Willow continued. Fruit? Almonds? No thanks, Corbin said. I'm not here for the food. The timbre of his voice assured her he wasn't here to work on Josephine's case, either. Don't look at him, Willow. She could feel a blush threatening. Well, I am here partly for the food, Charlotte announced. Popcorn sounds great. Coming right up. Willow popped a bag of microwave popcorn, dumped it into a ceramic bowl, and set it on the coffee table. Charlotte grabbed a handful of popcorn and ate it while looking back and forth between them. Why are you smiling at Willow like that? She asked Corbin. No reason. The girl frowned at him doubtfully, then opened her notebook and clicked her pen. What's happened that's so important that you called an emergency meeting? Corbin made a lazy, enlighten the child hand gesture from Willow to Charlotte. After I met with Vicky Goff, I asked my sister Nora to find out whether or not the senator owned any vacation properties at the time of Josephine's disappearance, and if so, where they were located. Willow crossed her legs and bobbed the toe of her ankle boot. Trying to focus on Charlotte while Corbin was nearby was like trying to ignore the blazing heat of the sun. It turns out that Senator Holt owned the same beach house in California the year that Josephine went missing that he did when he was connected to Vicky. He also owned a condominium in Breckenridge, Colorado. What do you think we should do with this information? Charlotte asked Willow. We could, Corbin started. Shh, Charlotte said jokingly to him. Willow and I are trying to have a conversation here. You knew me first. I'm your rehab project. I'm the one who drives you places. Yes, Charlotte acknowledged patiently. She gestured to Willow. But she's the Willow Bradford. Corbin regarded the girl with a slit-eyed stare. Your smack-talking skills are coming along, thanks to me, the Corbin Stewart. What are you thinking we should do with the information your sister found, Willow? Charlotte asked. I already ran searches in Laguna Beach and Breckenridge for residents named Josephine Blake. No luck. So I'm thinking that this might be a good time to contact the American Coalition for the Discovery of Missing Persons and forward them the age progression portrait of Josephine that we had made. That I had made, Corbin corrected. If Foster Holt did have a relationship with Josephine like the one he had with Vicky, Willow said, then it's possible he may have sent Josephine to one of his vacation properties when their relationship started to go south, just like he did with Vicky. If the coalition circulates the age progression portrait of Josephine around Laguna Beach and Breckenridge, Corbin said to Charlotte, then we may get a few tips. But what are the chances someone in those towns would remember Josephine from so long ago? Charlotte asked. Slim, Corbin said.
"We said from the beginning that it was unlikely that we'd find her," Willow said gently to Charlotte. "I know." "Okay. I just wanted to make sure you remember that, because I'm leaving soon, and I don't want you to be upset if we haven't solved the case when I go." "I won't be upset. It's just, I really want to solve this case." "I understand. After I go, you'll still have the Corbin Stewart here to help you." Willow looked him full in the face for the first time since they'd entered the house. The impact of it went off like a bliss grenade. "What else do we have to talk about?" Charlotte reached for more popcorn. "I tried to get my hands on more information about the extortion charge against Stan Markham, but I couldn't dig anything else up," Corbin said. "I think that's a dead end." "Willow?" Charlotte asked. "I don't have anything else." "You called an emergency meeting just to talk about Senator Holt's vacation houses?" Charlotte asked Corbin. "Yep." Charlotte's face revealed both suspicion and confusion. Corbin bobbed his chin toward the terrace. "How about you take that popcorn and go play outside for a few minutes?" "I'm 12. I don't play, and I definitely don't play outside." "Then how about you take your phone into the front room so I can talk privately with Willow?" "Why?" "Grown-up reasons. Go." She peered at them with open curiosity. "Did something happen between you two?" "I wouldn't tell you if it had," Corbin answered. "How about I play Jungkook's new song for you guys? It's super romantic." "If you'll go hang out in the study for 10 minutes, I'll listen to Jungkook's song on the drive back to your house. Deal?" "Deal." She collected her phone and the popcorn, then sailed down the hall. "Good riddance," Corbin whispered. He tugged Willow to standing and kissed the spot where her palm met her inner wrist. A thrill of sensation ran all the way up Willow's arm. "Can I see you tonight?" he asked. "I don't know." "What don't you know?" "Whether or not another date, so soon after the first, is a good idea." "It's an excellent idea." "What did you have in mind?" "You love sushi, right? How about we go to that Japanese place in Shore Pine? Maybe we can go out on the lake after with John and Nora on John's boat." "Yes to the sushi, no to the boat. I haven't told my sisters about yesterday's date yet." As soon as she told them, they'd ask questions she had no answers for. "You're keeping me a secret?" His dark eyes glimmered with amusement. "I like being your secret." "I'm keeping you secret for a few days, just until I figure out what to do with you." "Marry me." Her throat went dry. "I'll go on a few dates with you before I leave, but that doesn't mean that we're together, all right?" He didn't look daunted. "Not ready to make it exclusive?" "I'm keeping my options open." He moved his body in close, so close he had to tilt his head down to keep their gazes locked, so close she could smell his soap. "Waiting for a better man to come along?" "Exactly." "I can be a better man." He intertwined both his hands with both of hers, then kissed her, slow and intimate. That night, they ate sushi. The next night, he bought her a kite, and they flew it at Bradfordwood on the bank of the Hood Canal. The next day, he came over at 11 a.m. after she'd finished her morning duties at the inn. They watched a Will Ferrell movie and ate nachos for lunch. Once upon a time, they'd loved eating nachos while watching movies. It felt decadent to watch a movie with him in the middle of a weekday. She'd never tasted more delicious nachos. "This doesn't mean we're together," she said to him each day. "I know," he said lightly every time. Then he'd ask her when he could see her again. On Wednesday, Corbin found his dad in the upstairs guest bedroom, painting the walls the color they'd chosen, a gray so pale it was one shade darker than white. "I just got off the phone with the woman from Oncology Associates," Corbin said. "She told me that you missed your appointment 3 weeks ago and haven't called her back to reschedule." The wet sound of the paint roller answered. "I don't know why she would have called you. No sense in bothering you about this," his dad grumbled. "She called me because my name and number are on your paperwork." His dad said nothing. "I scheduled an appointment for you with them for this afternoon, so we'll need to leave in about an hour." "Cancel it. I'm not going." "Why not?" Corbin had checked the desk calendar they both used, and his dad hadn't written anything under today's date. Silence. "Dad, why can't you go to today's appointment?" "Because I don't want them telling me what I already know." He worked the paint into a new section of drywall. "The cancer has gotten worse." Fear punched Corbin square in the gut. He stared at his dad's back, struggling to order his thoughts. "You're saying you missed your appointment on purpose and didn't return the office's calls on purpose because you didn't want to hear what they had to say?" "Because I don't want and don't need to hear what they have to say." "You might be completely wrong about the cancer, which is why we have to go in and have tests run. That's the only accurate way to determine what's going on." "I've been living with multiple myeloma for years now." "So have I." "But I'm the one who's been living with it inside my body, Corbin. I don't need tests to determine what's going on." The roller brush began to run dry, leaving weak, uneven tracks in its wake. His father had once been a 10-foot-tall giant in Corbin's eyes. When Corbin was small, the two of them would wrestle on the patch of old brown carpet in front of the TV in their living room. His dad had been able to pin Corbin without even trying, as if Corbin had been a stuffed animal. At bedtime, his dad had sometimes tossed Corbin over his shoulder on the way to Corbin's room. "Sack of potatoes for sale, $10. Any takers?" his dad had called. Then he'd tickled Corbin's ribs. "No takers? This is one good sack of potatoes. I guess I'll have to eat them myself." At Pee-wee football practices, his dad had thrown the football what seemed like a mile. Whenever his dad had been in a good patch or a steady patch, he'd shown up for Corbin's parent-teacher conferences at school wearing a tie, his thick red hair combed and shiny. When Corbin was in the 4th grade, his dad brought 3 store-bought cakes for the class Valentine's Day party. He'd carried them into the classroom without breaking a sweat, grinning. The passing of years gave gifts, but the passing of years also stole things from you. Corbin was now the one in the prime of his life. He was the strong one, the tall one. If needed, he was the one who could throw his dad over his shoulder. Corbin was the provider. He paid the mortgage and drove them places and made his dad eat vegetables. His dad set the brush into the paint pan and leaned the handle against the wall. He turned and slowly faced Corbin. As far as Corbin could tell, his dad looked much the same as he'd looked for the past 3 years. He may have lost a few pounds in recent weeks, but if so, it was hardly noticeable. His face held the same amount of color that it usually did. The only difference Corbin could see, now that he was looking closely, was in his dad's eyes. They were lit with resignation, stubbornness, and something else, something that might be pain or grief. "I'm dying," his dad said. The fear that had socked Corbin earlier drew in on itself, tightening. He opened his mouth, but his dad held up a hand to stop him from speaking. "I've been dying for years. To tell the truth, I'm surprised I've lived with cancer as long as I have. I'm lucky that I've had these extra years with you. I'm glad I got to see the last few seasons of your football career. I'm glad I got to work on this house with you, and I'm glad that I'm going to be able to finish the renovations on this place." He gave a sad smile. "It's good that the house is almost done, because I'm almost done." It was one of the most honest and emotional speeches his dad had ever given. What Corbin felt in response to it? Denial and a boatload of anger. "You're not almost done." "I'm sorry, son, but I am. I don't have the heart for more chemotherapy, more treatments, more doctors and hospitals. I just want to live in peace for however long I have left. I'm sick of fighting." "Well, I'm not. I've just started fighting. And I'm definitely not willing to quit without tests, without proof. We're going to that appointment, and we're leaving in an hour." His dad shook his head. "We're going," Corbin vowed. He stalked from the house. When drizzle hit him in the face, he slanted his steps toward the garage, still in use as their workshop, and came to a stop just inside the mouth of the garage door, his vision fixed on his property, his mind fixed on the things his dad had just told him. He refused to accept his father's self-diagnosis. It wasn't uncommon for his dad to have harebrained ideas that had no basis in fact. It didn't make sense to worry at this point. He'd remain calm, which had always been the best policy in the face of his dad's ups and downs, and wait for test results. Later, at the appointment, Corbin stayed at his dad's side in order to ensure that his dad told the doctors everything that he'd communicated to Corbin. His dad was sunk deep in a bad mood, but he said to the doctor what needed to be said, and he submitted to the tests. This isn't the time for worry, Corbin reminded himself several times. He'd wait for test results. Even so, worry thudded through his veins and wouldn't leave. Phone call from Dr. Benton to Corbin. Dr. Benton, I just finished talking with your father, and he asked me to call you and discuss his test results with you personally. Corbin, thank you. I appreciate it. Dr. Benton, since he became our patient in June, his numbers have been stable. In the 7 weeks since his last round of tests, that's changed. We're seeing an overgrowth of plasma cells in your father's bone marrow. His hemoglobin is low, and the blood chemistry labs we ran show that his kidney and liver are not functioning as well as they have in the past. Corbin, so my dad was right? The cancer's gotten worse. Dr. Benton, I'm afraid so. I've seen this many times in my career. Some patients can sense when they're recovering. Others can sense when their condition has grown more serious. I wish that your dad had been in the former category. Corbin, What treatments do you recommend we pursue at this point? Dr. Benton, your father made it clear 2 days ago when you were both in my office that he doesn't want to pursue additional treatments. Corbin, I'd like to know what the options are so that I can sit down with him and talk through everything. Dr. Benton, there's not a precedent, Corbin, that suggests that aggressive treatment would be beneficial to a patient with your dad's prognosis. Corbin, money's not a factor. There must be something we can try, something we can do. Dr. Benton, there are 2 clinical trials being conducted. They accept applicants based on age, diagnosis, and previous treatments, among other things. Corbin, can you please send me the information about those 2 trials? Dr. Benton, certainly. Text message from Corbin to Willow. Corbin, would it be all right if I came by Bradford Wood? The news about my dad isn't good. Willow, yes, of course. Chapter 17. Willow was waiting outside for Corbin when he pulled up at Bradford Wood. Darkness had fallen, yet he could see her well in the glow cast by the mansion's exterior lights. She was standing on the bricks that paved the driveway, wearing a puffy silver coat. Corbin shut his car door and closed the distance between them. Willow's face, a face that had been captured in 1,000 photographs, regarded him with compassion as he approached. She was a listener and naturally sympathetic. Many people were too blinded by their own emotions to understand the emotions of others. Not Willow. He wrapped her tightly in his arms, bent his head, and pressed a kiss against her temple. Her arms banded around him. She rested the side of her face against his chest. Slowly, as he concentrated on the sensation of holding her in his arms and he lost himself in his fierce love for her, the dark chaos that had been drowning him since the doctor's call began to still. He filled his lungs with her clean, fresh scent, and eventually his world stopped spinning too fast. He almost wanted to cry, which was ridiculous. He never cried. She threaded her fingers through his and guided him toward the line of trees next to the house. "You're taking me into the woods?" he asked. "I am. Tell me what the doctor said." As they walked, he related his conversation with the doctor in a flat, emotionless voice. She drew him to a stop. He squinted, but it was so black that he could only make out a faint shadow stretching between two tree trunks. Willow let go of his hand and bent. Moments later, he heard the rasp of a lighter. She touched the flame to a thick white candle set inside a lantern, then closed the lantern's glass door. The patch of forest that surrounded them came into focus. Towering trees, a carpet of leaves. The shadow he'd seen was a hammock. "When I was growing up, this is where I used to come on bad days," she said. "I'd rock and think and pray and look up at the trees. It seemed to help." She climbed onto the hammock first. "Be very careful of your shoulder," she warned as he climbed on after her. His heavy weight tipped the thing so suddenly that it almost bounced her off. His hand shot out to steady her. "You okay?" She giggled. "Yes." It required a few moves a contortionist would have been proud of, but they got themselves straightened out and balanced in the center of the hammock. His whole side, from shoulder to calf, pressed against her side. The line of contact glowed. "After I got off the phone with the doctor, I talked with my dad. I can't understand why he won't even consider one of the clinical trials." Her hand found his again. "What would being a part of one of the trials involve?" "Relocating, for starters, since one is being held in Chicago and the other in Boston. Beyond that, he'd have to submit to new treatments and medicines, new doctors, tests." "What part of that does he object to?" "All of it. He refuses to move, and he refuses to go through any more treatments. I'm going to talk with him about it again, and again if I have to, until I can get him to see it my way." He waited for her response. When none came, he said, "Go on. Tell me what you're not saying." "I'm just wondering whether you're willing to spend the final stage of your dad's life fighting with him." "I only expect to spend the next few days fighting with him until I can convince him to apply for a trial." He gave the ground a push and set them in motion. "This doesn't have to be the final stage of my dad's life." "And if you can't convince him to participate in a trial?" "I'm not ready to think about that yet." "This is all very new. I mean, you just got the call. Over the next few days, though, maybe you should at least consider what your dad's saying. It's possible that the route your dad wants to take might be what's best for him." "Dying? How can dying be best for him?" He gave the ground another push. "When I was 11 and the Lions were playing the Packers in the playoffs, I was on my feet the whole second half, yelling at the TV." "Yelling what?" "That they better not give up, and also telling them what they needed to do to have a chance at winning. I couldn't accept that they were going to lose. Even after the game, for days, I couldn't accept that they'd lost. I'm nothing like those people who leave before the fourth quarter is over. No fight is ever over until it's over." "Which is probably one of the reasons why your dad has done as well as he has for the past 3 years. I'm just wondering out loud whether your competitiveness is something that's beneficial to you or your dad at this particular point." She sounded reasonable, but she was flat out crazy.
After the conversation he'd just had with his dad, he had to wonder if he was the only sane person. If I was the one with multiple myeloma, I'd be on a plane to Chicago. I can't accept any less for my dad. I'm responsible for him. I can't lose him, Willow. He's the only immediate family I have. I know, she said simply. After some time had passed, with no sound between them but the creaking of the hammock, she said, My door is open any time you want to talk about it. He supposed he should feel grateful for her offer, but he didn't want Willow to be available to him in the way that she meant, as a friend, a supporter. She'd said over and over that they weren't together. She was determined to keep a wall between them, so much so that he felt fortunate to have gotten their relationship to the place it was currently. That said, he wanted much, much more. It was not going to be okay, her leaving after Thanksgiving. He needed to be near her, here, or wherever she was going. How old is your dad? She asked. 66. People live till 85 or 90 all the time. I'm going to be mad if I don't get 85 years out of him at least. He's had a serious form of cancer for years. I'm guessing a lot of people with his condition don't get as many years as he's already received. I can't lose him, Corbin repeated with conviction. He just couldn't. He couldn't lose his dad. He twisted on the hammock to face her. Willow turned to him, and they stared at each other. Powerful desire existed between them. But so did things that were a lot more rare. So rare they'd only happened to him with her. Love, fate, devotion. Looking into her eyes on a hammock surrounded by dark woods with stars watching over them, he knew with certainty that she was the one for him. The two of them were meant to be. He couldn't lose his dad, and he couldn't lose Willow. I come bearing borscht. Willow staggered into Nora's bookish cottage the next evening, carrying a huge pot. Valentina's borscht-cooking binges always left Willow feeling two ways. One, comforted, because she loved borscht. Valentina had been making the hearty Russian stew for the Bradford family for as long as Willow could remember. Two, anxious, because Willow hated to waste food, and she was, at present, the only resident of Bradfordwood. Even at the best of times, she had what could be classified as a moderate appetite. Thus, when she'd caught a telltale whiff of vegetables and bacon in the air earlier today, she'd texted Nora and Britt and made plans to meet them at Nora's as soon as they got off work. Did she make enough to feed 20, as usual? Britt asked. Yep. Nora helped lift the pot onto her stovetop, then lit the burner beneath. Britt studied Willow with interest. We ordinarily hear from you a lot during the week. That's because I'm living alone and doing a part-time job that only takes up 5 hours of my day. So how come you've been unusually quiet this week? Britt asked. You heard from me today. I'm the one who invited you to eat borscht. She was stalling. She's stalling, Britt said. Can you see it on her face, Nora? Yes, indeed. Oh, good gracious. She was not going to push nervously at her cuticles like she had the urge to do. She'd given up pushing her cuticles when she started modeling. Is there something you'd like to tell us? Britt asked with a shrewd smile. Fine. I've been quieter than usual this past week because Corbin and I have been out on a few, not many, dates. Just for fun. Nora and Britt waited expectantly for more information. After I turned him down for a date, I found out that he went and donated the check to Benevolence plus a lot more. Then he asked me out again, and knowing what I knew about his donation, it seemed really petty to say no, so I said yes. Let's discuss this further over appetizers. Nora opened her fridge and extracted a platter bearing 3 kinds of cheese, a selection of raw veggies, and a bowl of French onion sour cream dip. She handed the platter to Britt. Willow filled glasses with sparkling water,
and Nora carried napkins and baskets of tortilla chips and crackers into her living room. Nora's already small house was made tinier by all the books it contained. Despite its diminutive size, every time Willow walked in the front door, she felt at home. They arranged the food on the ottoman and the drinks on side tables. Nora took the chair she sat in when watching her beloved BBC historical dramas. Willow chose the remaining chair, Britt the floor. "Well," Britt said, "how did your first date with him go?" "It went very well." "Too vague," Britt said. "I'm going to need a lot more information. Where did you guys go on your first date?" "And on the subsequent dates?" Nora asked. Willow filled them in on their past week's itinerary. "Wow!" Britt cocked her head speculatively. "Picnics overlooking the lake. Sushi. Kite flying. Sounds to me like he's bringing his A game." "Corbin only has an A game. When we talked about him last, you were concerned about going on a date with him because you didn't trust him or yourself," Nora said. Willow nibbled a baby carrot. "That hasn't changed. I still feel very wary." "Yet you agreed to more dates," Britt said. "I did, because I had a wonderful time on our first date." "You were afraid of the path that one date might set you on," Nora said. "But it sounds to me like the path that your first date set you on has turned out to be a good thing." Willow nodded. "That's true so far. It has." "I assume these dates have included kisses?" Britt asked. "Britt!" Nora squawked. "That's none of our business." "Not technically, no. But in case you've forgotten, that's never stopped me from asking questions before." She winked at Nora and popped a square of cheese in her mouth. "The dates have included kisses," Willow said carefully. "A-game kisses?" Britt asked. "A-game kisses," Willow verified. "But respectful A-game kisses." That made the kisses sound as boring as cardboard when they were anything but. Willow balanced a slice of cheese in the center of her cracker, then took a bite. Sharp cheese. Crispy, salty cracker. "What is this?" she asked once she'd swallowed. "It's delicious." "Manchego," Britt replied, even though Nora was the one who'd assembled the appetizers. Her youngest sister recognized the cheese by taste because Britt was a food savant. Even as a child, she'd been able to concoct delicacies armed with nothing more than their family kitchen, a whisk, and a bowl. Nora dragged the corner of a tortilla chip through the dip. "Do you think you'll continue to go out with Corbin until you leave in a few weeks?" "I think so." "Then what will happen between you two?" Britt asked. "I've made it clear to him that we're not a couple in any serious kind of way, so maybe nothing." "Nothing?" Nora asked. "I have bookings on my calendar I committed 2 months ago. One's in New York, another's in St. Bart's, another's in Paris. And he can't leave here because his dad's health is shaky. It wouldn't be smart for either of us to expect our relationship to progress after I go." "You could give long-distance dating a try," Britt said. "Long-distance dating is tough." The last time around, she and Corbin had maintained their romance while living in 2 different cities and traveling for work. They'd done their best to deal with the logistical challenges, but it had been a struggle. She'd missed him every day they were apart. The travel to and from Dallas had drained her. The phone calls never seemed like enough. Even their reunions had been tinged with desperation because she'd always known the next departure was looming. "Anyway," Willow gave an industrious sigh, "Corbin and I are keeping things very casual. Very." "Uh-huh." Britt's tone indicated that she wasn't convinced. "The topic of my love life is giving me a headache," Willow said. "Really? It's curing my headache," Britt stated. "I'm loving this conversation." "Easy there," Nora said to Britt. "We have to be nice to Willow. She brought us borscht." She tucked her feet under her on the chair. "How's the search for Josephine coming?" Willow balanced her glass on the arm of her chair. The age progression portrait of Josephine that Corbin commissioned has been posted in Laguna Beach and in Breckenridge. A few tips have come in, but none of them have led to anything. We're out of ideas. We don't know what else to do. You've already searched for articles that mention Josephine or Stan Markham or Senator Holt, right? Nora asked. Right. Online? Yes. We've read everything we were able to find online, and we've read the clippings that were inside the wooden box of memories that Josephine's sister Melinda kept. Many of the articles and newspaper stories written in the 70s, Nora said, especially for local papers or small publications, have never been digitized, so there's no way you'd be able to find them online. They're only available on microfiche or through physical copies stored in local libraries, that kind of thing. If you'd like, I can do some additional digging for you in those places to see if I can come up with anything new. Thank you. That would be great. My pleasure. Willow angled toward Britt. What have you heard from Xander lately? He emailed a few days ago. He's doing well. And, Nora, you'll be pleased to know he's developed an appreciation for tea. I knew travel would be good for him, Nora said. Good for him, yes, Britt said. Sad for me. His absence is even worse than I expected. I'm irritated with him for leaving, but I'm keeping that secret because I'm an unselfish person. You're not doing a terribly good job of keeping it a secret, Willow said wryly. Tristan's still here, Nora pointed out. The things I found appealing about Tristan are beginning to get on my nerves. Willow and Nora exchanged a look. I don't want to break up with him or anything, Britt hurried to say. I like Tristan. It's just that he's sort of replaceable, you know? Xander's not. Text message from Corbin to Willow. Corbin, what are you up to? Willow, I just returned home after dinner with my sisters at Nora's house. Corbin, want to meet me at Fleming's for dessert? Willow, yes and no. Corbin, question mark? Willow, yes, I'd like to meet you. No, I don't want to meet you at Fleming's for dessert. I'm stuffed. Corbin, where can I meet you then? Willow, here at Bradford Wood. Since you're in the market for dessert, I'll make you brownies. Chapter 18. Good afternoon. Willow jumped at the sound of Joe's voice. She'd been approaching the front door of the barn house, chin tilted down, because there was no reason to inadvertently step on a crack out of sheer carelessness. She spotted Joe as he rose from a chair situated on the patio tucked against the house. Good afternoon. She pointed her steps in his direction. She'd interacted with Joe several times since the Monday night football dinner, but this was the first time he'd initiated a conversation with her. That he had was a hopeful sign, a pleasant surprise. Care to have a seat? He indicated the wooden chair next to his own. Sure. They both sat. Corbin's inside. He mentioned that the two of you had plans. He spoke brusquely. Yes. When Corbin had been at Bradford Wood last night, eating the brownies she'd baked for him, he'd sweet-talked her into going hiking with him today. Well, I don't want to keep you, but I wondered if I might have a word. Of course. She placed her purse on the patio's stone floor and slanted toward him. Joe sat stiffly, hands braced on his knees. Corbin was affable, easygoing, and confident with friends and strangers alike. His father couldn't have been more different. The two adjectives that seemed to suit Joe best were agitated and irritable. According to Corbin, Joe had been friendly in his younger days. It seemed to Willow that Joe's friendliness had been wrung out of him over time. Or maybe there was still friendliness in Joe for other people, just not for her. If so, that was a shame, because she genuinely admired him for providing for Corbin. I'm guessing Corbin has told you about my health? He asked. He has. He focused his gaze on the stunning foliage before them. Cottony pearl gray clouds separated just enough to allow the afternoon sunlight to bathe the trees. The light seemed to make the deep crimson and yellow autumn leaves glow.
And you probably know that he's been trying to talk me into some fool clinical trial.
Yes.
Well, that's not going to happen. There's only a few things I want, and one of them is to stay right here. We're close to finishing the renovation, you know.
She nodded.
It's important to me for the house to be done when I go. It's something he can remember me by, something we did together.
Compassion pricked her. I understand.
Do you?
He cut his attention to her. Yes.
He seemed to be taking her measure. One of the other things I want concerns you.
Beneath his lax skin, his jaw firmed.
I've expressed to Corbin my concerns about his relationship with you, but he's set on ignoring me. He thinks I'm wrong and won't see sense.
Her heart gave a sick lurch at Joe's words. So much for thinking his interest in talking to her privately might be a hopeful sign. She waited while he collected himself. Shortly after she'd started modeling, she'd learned that it was unrealistic to expect everyone to like her. She had plenty of critics who enjoyed saying ugly things about her online. She'd done her best to make peace with that. She'd accepted that detractors came with her career, and she'd attempted to let their animosity roll off her back. But this was Corbin's dad, someone she knew personally. She couldn't seem to let his dislike of her roll off her back.
It's my belief that if two people are both determined to stay together, then they will.
His lips twisted.
But that's not what happened between you and Corbin the last time you dated, was it? He was determined that you two would stay together, but you were determined to break up. So you broke up.
Has Corbin told you the reasons for our breakup? He jerked his chin in assent. She smarted at the unfairness of it. What about what Corbin did? He's more at fault than I am. The words she wanted to say in defense of herself lined up in her mind. But as she studied Joe, she opted to hold her tongue. He wouldn't thank her for casting blame on his son. Worse, she could see that his mind was already made up. Worse still, he wasn't wrong. In the end, she was the one who'd ended things, even though Corbin had badly wanted to make things work. Corbin had told her that his mom's departure from their lives had nearly devastated Joe. If Joe couldn't forgive Dawn for leaving him, then why would Joe forgive her for leaving Corbin?
You have no idea what your breakup did to him, Joe said. He wasn't himself for months afterward. He lost interest in football for a whole season, which wasn't like him. Before and after that, he's always loved football.
After she and Corbin had gone their separate ways, it had looked to her like he was having the time of his life, partying, dating stunning women, smiling at the cameras that followed him, winning football games. I didn't know that he struggled.
Because you weren't around to see it. I was, and let me tell you, I was worried about him. Up until that time, I'd never had a reason to think that my son had inherited my weaknesses. Of everything in my life, that was one of the things I was most grateful for. I never wanted him to deal with the things I've dealt with. For a while there, it looked to me like he was going to deal with them after all. It frightened me.
It sounded like Joe blamed her for sending Corbin into a depressive episode. Joe, who fathomed the bleakness and despair of a depressive episode with clarity. He understood what her actions had cost Corbin in ways that she couldn't. Until this moment, she'd been fixated on what Corbin's actions had cost her. She'd felt justified in her decision to break up with him, and so long as she was justified, she hadn't cared how the ramifications of her decision affected Corbin, except to hope, vengefully, that the ramifications would be dire. Based on what Joe was telling her, it appeared that she'd gotten her wish. The ramifications of their breakup had been dire for Corbin. She experienced a wrench of regret.
I don't think anything good can come of a relationship between you and Corbin, Joe said.
She wanted him to be wrong. Yet she herself was half convinced he was right. His knee began to bounce. Corbin's had a hard go of it lately, what with his shoulder and the end of football. On top of all that, I can't have him sad because of you. His eyes were as hard as caramel-colored marbles. In them, she could see the urgent truth of his statement. He was dying, and he could not stand for her to cause Corbin added grief. He gestured to the barn. We have a house to finish. Confusion tweaked his expression. He appeared to be unsure as to whether he'd mentioned the house to her. I don't want to cause Corbin sadness, she said. It was true. The silver-tongued former quarterback with the multi-million-dollar skill had far more than his share of sadness coming for him as it was. Joe grunted to indicate he'd heard. You're leaving soon, aren't you? Yes, the Monday after Thanksgiving. 2 weeks. We don't know each other well, but I have a request to make of you all the same. Okay. Could you... I don't know. He shifted uncomfortably. Color stained his cheeks. Keep things from getting serious between you and Corbin? I've been trying to keep things from getting serious. I'll continue to try. When you go, will you stay away? He asked. She hesitated, adjusting to the hurt his question brought. She tried to think. Just last night, she told her sisters that she didn't expect much from her dating relationship with Corbin after she went away. So why should she be reluctant to agree to Joe's request? This was, after all, the request of a dying man. My family lives in Merriweather, she said. How long would you want me to stay away? At least until I'm gone. She saw desolation in Joe. Will you stay away that long? She swallowed. The consequences of her actions and Corbin's actions all those years ago were still cropping up. Yes. Her heart tripped painfully. And you won't ask Corbin to come to you? No. You'll end things? I think my best play is to switch us into friend mode once I leave. If I were to end things completely when I go, I think he might be furious and suspicious. I don't want him to be suspicious, Joe said. No, she agreed. You won't tell Corbin that I talked to you about this, will you? I don't want him knowing I had anything to do with this. I won't tell him. You promise? I promise. Good then. His craggy face revealed his relief. Thank you. Hey! Corbin called. The sound of Corbin's voice went through Willow like a painful electrical current. She turned to watch him approach. I saw your car through the window, he said. He wore cargo pants and a windbreaker. His stride communicated easy athleticism. Max and Duke trotted on either side of him. The light that had graced the leaves now graced him in a way that indicated that he was Michigan's, Texas's, football's, and Sunshine's favorite son. He grinned at her, and she had to clench her muscles against a bolt of longing. What are you two doing out here? He asked. Talking, Willow answered. Enjoying the view. Well, good. It's nice to see you two getting along. Joe stood. I'll be going in now. Goodbye, Willow. See you, Joe. Once his dad had disappeared indoors, Corbin gathered her against him. Was my dad nice to you? He was. In order to keep her promises to Joe, it occurred to her that she was going to have to lie to Corbin. How many lies was she going to have to tell? Quite a few, most likely. Just the idea of that made her nauseous. Corbin's attention swept slowly down her face, hesitated on her lips, then returned to her eyes. I missed you. He often told her he'd missed her. It was a luxury to be cared about so much that she was missed even after a short time apart. You just saw me last night. Brownies, remember? He pulled a perplexed face and shook his head. The chocolate chunk brownies that were so gooey I had to eat them with a fork? The very same.
"You must be mistaken. That can't have been last night," he whispered as his mouth neared hers. "I haven't seen you for a month, at least." He kissed her. "Where have you been, Willow?" He kissed her again and again, a string of breathless, gentle kisses. "I've really missed you." Such a piquant mixture of joy and sorrow overcame her that she couldn't locate a suitably flirtatious reply. Her fingers trembled as she interlaced them behind his neck. Was she being traitorous to Joe by interlacing her fingers behind Corbin's neck? Was this keeping things from getting serious? Was Joe watching from inside the house? Corbin swept his thumb along her chin. "Everything okay?" "Yes," she lied. "Ready to go?" She nodded, and he wove his fingers with hers as they walked toward his car. Just before they reached the driveway, a Volvo XC90 came into view, driving in their direction. An attractive 30-something brunette brought the car to a stop and rolled her window down. The woman's smile sagged a few degrees as she took in the sight of the two of them holding hands. Another of Corbin's groupies. Willow freed her fingers from his. "Sorry to disturb you guys. It looks like you're on your way out," the brunette said. "Corbin, I made a pot of white chicken chili earlier for the kids, and I thought you and your dad might like some. I just dropped by to deliver it." Corbin introduced Willow to the visitor, whose name was Macy. Both Willow and Macy reacted to the other with obligatory and patently false enthusiasm. "How did you know that my dad and I love white chicken chili?" Corbin asked Macy. "I must have ESP." She laughed. Answering dimples marked the planes of Corbin's cheeks, and Willow knew exactly the effect that those dimples were having on Macy. Willow's field of vision tinted red. She did not want Corbin giving those dimples away so easily to other women. Until this moment, she wouldn't have thought herself capable of the ferocious possessiveness that submerged her. She'd just finished promising Joe that she'd leave and not come back. Yet she wanted to tell Macy in no uncertain terms that Corbin was hers. My boyfriend, my husband, my children's father, my soulmate. Not yours, Macy of the white chicken chili. Macy walked around the hood of her car and lifted a crock pot from her passenger seat. She passed it to Corbin with what seemed like an inordinate amount of hand contact as control of the handles passed from her to him. "Thank you," Corbin said. "I'll clean this out and return it to you tomorrow." "Perfect! Have a nice day." "You too," Willow said. "You can have your crock pot back, but you cannot have Corbin." Would Joe find Macy suitable for his son? Probably so, seeing as how she'd apparently been finding her way into the guys' hearts in the tried-and-true fashion, through their stomachs. Willow waited inside Corbin's car while he ferried the chili to the kitchen. She chewed the inside of her bottom lip, annoyed and so jealous she felt cross-eyed with it. Compulsively, she pulled out her phone, surfed to Nordstrom.com, and scrolled through housewares. When Corbin returned, he twisted to look over his shoulder to reverse the SUV from the driveway. "Nice food delivery service you have there." Willow had firmly decided to say nothing about Macy. The statement had slipped out without her permission. "Yeah, Macy's crush on me has worked out really well for my diet." "It would seem so." "Are you jealous?" he asked hopefully, shooting her a glance as he paused to shift the car into drive. "No." "Not even a little bit?" "No." Oh, the lies. Lies upon lies. "You should be a little bit jealous, Willow, because a lot of women like me. Almost all women, actually." She crinkled her nose. "I don't think I'm supposed to be jealous of the fact that a lot of women like you. It's who you like that matters. I'm supposed to be jealous of the women who you like more than me." "Spoil sport. Because in that case, I don't have a hope of making you jealous." He reached for her hand. She provided it, and he kissed one of her knuckles as they drove. "There are no women I like more than you." Willow had been to plenty of concerts.
professional, expensive, impressive concerts, but none of them had charmed her half so much as the off-key amateur concert before her now. She and Corbin sat next to each other inside Shorepine Middle School's auditorium. The structure boasted quintessential 1980s architecture, and the air held the faint tang of a bygone spaghetti lunch. They'd come in support of Charlotte and her fellow 7th and 8th grade orchestra members. The Dixon family flanked Willow and Corbin on both sides, including Charlotte's 2 brothers, who looked like they'd rather be tarred and feathered than sit through another minute of the recital. It was Wednesday evening. 3 days had passed since Joe had asked Willow to keep her relationship with Corbin light and not to come back once she left. She'd been telling herself that the promises she'd made to Joe hadn't changed much of anything. However, ever since she'd made the promises, her circumstance felt fully different. The roadblocks preventing her from falling in love with Corbin weren't solely ones she'd built herself. Some of them had now been built by Joe. Corbin was well and truly off limits. And, perversely, that fact bothered her. Now that she couldn't have him, his good qualities were glaringly obvious. He made her laugh. He lightened her sometimes too serious side. He seemed to be under the impression that she'd hung the moon. His treatment of his father had proved him to be more responsible and sacrificial than she'd understood him to be 4 years before. Corbin's shoulder nudged hers. He leaned his mouth near her ear. Is the dark-haired kid in the bow tie playing the violin, or is he having a seizure? Her lips twitched. Hard to tell. I may call an ambulance. If paramedics arrive, they could not only help the kid, but put a stop to this early. I don't want them to put a stop to this. I'm loving it. What? It's adorable to watch the kids play. Kittens are adorable. Rookie preteen musicians aren't. Yes, they are. You're a softie. For some things? Anything that had to do with kids and families? Yes. The musical piece came to an end, and the audience applauded. I bet you played an instrument when you were in the 7th grade, Corbin said to her over the din. I did. Let me guess. The flute? No, I was a percussionist. At his look of astonishment, she said, For a fleeting moment in middle school, I imagined that I might like to play drums in a girl band. He laughed. Did you play an instrument? She asked. Do I look like I played an instrument? No. Thank you. It wasn't a compliment. He chuckled. I'm going to kiss you senseless for that later. At the performance's end, Charlotte's brothers burst from their chairs like rockets. Willow and Corbin chatted with the Dixon family in the school's foyer until Charlotte joined them. When she did, Corbin handed her the bouquet of roses he'd brought. Charlotte's cheeks turned pink with delight. Don't fall in love with him, Willow. You can't. Quit it. Once Charlotte had put in time visiting with her cheering section, Corbin and Willow bundled her into Corbin's car and set off for the Pie Emporium. Earlier in the day, Nora had contacted Willow to let her know that she'd found and printed out some articles concerning Josephine's case. Willow had swung by and picked up the stack of pages. Now she, Corbin, and Charlotte were off to celebrate Charlotte's recital with pie while combing through Nora's papers. The Pie Emporium was one of more than a dozen buildings located within Merriweather Historical Village. Warmth greeted them as they passed from the misty night into the clapboard building's cozy interior. Willow ordered a slice of pecan pie crowned by a dollop of whipped cream. Corbin ordered apple a la mode. Charlotte went with chocolate cream. Charlotte set the wooden box containing Josephine paraphernalia on one of the shop's round tables. I decided to bring the box after my mom told me you had new articles and stuff to put inside it, Charlotte said to Willow. Nice to see you again, Box. Corbin gave it an affectionate pat. You're looking good. Willow divided Nora's research evenly between them. You know, Willow, Charlotte said, if you want to take the box home with you until the next meeting, I'll let you. You will? Charlotte's offer was akin to a teacher offering to let a student take home the prized class hamster for the weekend. Yes.
Then sure, I'd love to.
What about me? Can I take the box home? Corbin asked.
Charlotte giggled.
Probably not.
Corbin gave the 12-year-old a look of mock outrage, which goaded her into fresh giggles. An assortment of decorative pie plates and signs bearing quotes about pie looked down at them from the walls as they ate and read the articles one by one.
Here's something,
Corbin said after a time. Willow and Charlotte instantly raised their faces.
This is from an interview with a television actor that ran in the Seattle Post-Intelligencer in 1979. The reporter asked the actor if he finds time to relax with his busy shooting schedule. The actor answered,
Corbin began to read,
I do find time, yes. In fact, I just came back from a week at Senator Foster Holt's cabin on the Fraser River.
He met Willow's gaze.
It sounds like the senator may have had one more vacation property we didn't know about.
Where's the Fraser River? Charlotte asked.
Corbin went to work on his phone. Within a few seconds, he showed them a map that revealed the Fraser River snaking through British Columbia.
When I asked Nora to search for the senator's properties, she searched for properties here in America, Willow said.
How far away is this river by car from where Senator Holt lives in Redmond? Corbin asked.
Some points along that river are probably less than a 3-hour drive from Redmond, Willow answered.
Then, of the 3 vacation properties the senator owned in the late 70s, this cabin would have been the closest, distance-wise, to his house, Corbin said.
Yes.
Which would have been convenient for him if he'd needed to get someone out of the way quicker than the way he did with Vicky Goff.
Charlotte clicked her pen over and over in rapid succession. Are you thinking we should ask to have Josephine's age progression portrait put up near the senator's cabin?
It couldn't hurt, Corbin answered.
It looks like the Fraser River is, pretty long, Charlotte said. How are we supposed to figure out where his cabin is? Or was? It's probably not still there, right? Because it's super old?
I don't know how to find out where the cabin was located, Willow said. But now that we know what we're looking for and have a general idea of where to look, I'll bet you a K-pop t-shirt that my sister Nora will know what to do.
No deal.
Charlotte's smile glinted with metal braces.
I can't risk any of my K-pop t-shirts.
Corbin's eyes met Willow's. The smokiness in their depths informed her of 2 things. He'd come to care about her. A lot. He'd promised earlier to kiss her senseless. Note left by Josephine's husband, Alan, on their kitchen table, April 22nd, 1977, 10 days after Josephine's disappearance. I have to return to work today. If you come home and find this, drive immediately to Shorepine High to find me. I love you, sweetheart. I've been out of my mind with worry and grief and nightmares. Every day I've waited for you to walk in the door. Now that I'm about to walk out that same door to go to work, I'm sick with the thought that you'll come home and find the house empty. If you do, come to me. I'm desperate for you.
Chapter 19. Willow was sitting cross-legged on her bed at Bradford Wood, folding clean laundry, when her phone rang near noon the following day.
Hi, Nora.
Hi.
I've located the title to Foster Holt's fishing cabin on the Fraser River, her sister said proudly.
Already?
I found it through tax records.
You're amazing. Thank you.
I'll text you the cabin's exact address. Moments later, Nora's text arrived. Willow lifted her laptop from her bedside table, set it before her on the mattress, and mapped the location of the cabin. A long segment of the Fraser River meandered horizontally through southern British Columbia. The cabin appeared to be located in a remote stretch of that segment, far from civilization. Shoot. Josephine's age progression poster would need to be seen by a large number of people to have any hope of creating even one good lead. The 2 towns nearest the cabin were both tiny. In a radius outward from them, numerous other small towns dotted the map.
The population appeared to be thinly spread through the whole area. From the starting point of the cabin, where might Josephine have gone? Willow had no idea. She tucked her cell phone in the back pocket of her jeans and carried her computer downstairs. Last night, when she'd returned from the pie emporium, she'd placed the wooden Josephine box on the dining room table. Bradford Wood's dining room stood adjacent to the foyer and overlooked the home's front drive. At the moment, the sky beyond its windows hung low, streaming rain. The Pacific Northwest was famous for its rain, and with good reason. The movie Sleepless in Seattle, for one. The fact that it really did rain a lot, another. Of all 12 months of the year, November was the rainiest. Willow hadn't spent a whole November here since she left for UCLA and had forgotten the reality of a Merryweather November. It had rained more days than not so far this month. Even when it wasn't raining, sunbeams only reached the ground a third of the time. She thoroughly enjoyed the rain. It was beautiful, moody, and since she was a homebody at heart, snuggling up at home with a fire, a mug of coffee, and a book was no hardship. Yet even she was beginning to crave the sun. Perhaps she needed to start taking vitamin D supplements. Willow flipped the switch to light the room's chandelier, then set her computer on the glossy table. She carefully opened the lid of the box that held everything Melinda had left of her sister Josephine. Willow's mind spun with a kaleidoscope of memories of all that she'd shared with her sisters. Afternoons playing make-believe in the woods, weekend mornings sailing on the Hood Canal with their dad, birthday parties, fights over clothes, the camaraderie and trust and friendship of their adult years. Her sisters were inextricably linked to her. Their histories were intertwined more tightly than any braid. Like Josephine, Willow was the eldest of the three. She couldn't imagine having one of her sisters vanish. Just the thought of it chilled her. Nor could she imagine, 4 decades later, having nothing more to show for that sister than a wooden box and a host of haunting questions. What happened to you, Josephine? She wanted to find the woman who'd disappeared on the day of the year that would become Willow's birthday. Josephine, the smiling brunette in the terry cloth one-piece. Josephine, who'd been smart and determined and idealistic enough to involve herself in politics and social work. Had Josephine's husband killed her? Had the man from church she'd been rumored to be having an affair with killed her? Or his wife? Why had Stan Markham disappeared the same day? Did Senator Holt, with his affinity for curvy, dark-haired women, have anything to do with it? Or had Josephine's disappearance been the result of terrible chance? Had a vicious man, like the man who'd killed Nora's mother, come upon her at exactly the wrong moment? Or had Josephine's disappearance been purposeful? Had Josephine decided to walk off the stage of her own life, either through suicide or through a carefully crafted escape? Lord, grant me wisdom. She spent the next 45 minutes removing every item from the box and aligning them in chronological order across the table. When she stepped back, the display created a timeline of sorts depicting Josephine's life. Photos and memories from her girlhood, her graduation portrait and diploma, the charm bracelet, a photograph from her wedding, and numerous other items. And then came April 12th, 1977. That day was the line of demarcation. After that, the keepsakes were mostly comprised of articles and sympathy cards. No photographs except for the Polaroids taken by Alan of the interior of Josephine's eerily empty car. No belongings that had been personal to Josephine in any way. Willow scanned the articles. The back of her neck tingled with... what? A warning? A reminder? Had she forgotten something she should have remembered about the articles? Frowning, she considered the timeline. Many of the articles had been published by the Shore Pine Gazette in the 2 weeks directly following Josephine's disappearance. Others had run at later dates, including the 5-year, 10-year, and 20-year anniversaries of the day Josephine went missing. Willow had read every one of the articles in the past, but now she studied each one again in turn. 2 of the articles were stapled to handwritten notes. These were part of a small grouping that had been sent to the Blake family from strangers or friends living in faraway places. Willow fingered the edge of the first one, which had been sent from Mexico, along with a card that had a picture of flowers on its front. The second had arrived from Alaska. The brief article, which included a grainy picture of Josephine, had been stapled to a piece of pink stationery. The third article hadn't been stapled to anything because the sender's short sentiment was written vertically onto the margin of the article. "So very sorry. Thinking of you." Willow squinted to read the article. It summarized the basic facts of Josephine's case. Nothing about the article was unique, except that it had run at the top of its newspaper page. Thus, the date and the name of the newspaper were displayed in small print across the uppermost portion of the clipping. The Mission Tribune, April 26, 1977. Wait, something about that was ringing a bell. Mission. She'd heard of it before. Where was Mission located? Willow opened her computer and ran a search for Mission within Google Maps. The website gave her a menu of options. Mission, Texas. Mission Viejo, California. Mission, Kansas. Mission Tejas State Park. Mission Beach, San Diego. She shook her head. Only 3 of those were towns, and only 2 were towns named Mission. Mission, Texas? Mission, Kansas? No, neither seemed right. She navigated to Google and typed in City of Mission. Almost immediately, search results populated. City of Mission, Texas. City of Mission, BC. City of Mission Viejo. There. The second listing, Mission, BC. Goosebumps rose on Willow's skin because BC stood for British Columbia. That's the mission she'd heard of. Willow enlarged a map of southern British Columbia until it filled her computer screen. Narrowing her eyes, she hunted for Mission. There. Situated in a crook of the Fraser River, east of Vancouver. She snatched up the article and scrutinized it, front and back. "So very sorry. Thinking of you," had been written in messy, awkward block letters. It looked like the person who'd written it had done so painstakingly, either because they were very old, shaky, or writing with their non-dominant hand. To disguise their penmanship? Was there any chance? Could this article have been sent to the Blake family by Josephine herself? "So very sorry. Thinking of you" was something Josephine might have wanted to say to the people she'd left behind. Logically, it was also something a kindly stranger or an acquaintance of the family might have wanted to say. Like all the paper artifacts stored in the wooden box, this paper showed signs of age. It had yellowed. One corner had tattered. Willow held it up to the light. A few circular stains marked it, very faintly. She set it down and ran the pad of her index finger over those spots. They were a tiny bit stiffer, more crinkly than the rest, as though water had dropped on this article at some point, then dried. Tear stains? They could as easily have been spots of rain, or tea, or soda, but their circular pattern did seem to indicate droplets of some kind. Willow conjured a vision in her imagination, a young Josephine who'd traveled to the senator's fishing cabin either by choice or by force, reading this article about her own disappearance, carefully cutting it out, crying over it, writing the note with her opposite hand, then mailing it to her family anonymously. The envelopes that had carried the articles from Mexico, Alaska, and Canada hadn't been saved. Thus, there was no way to check any of those envelopes for a return address. Willow read Mission's Wikipedia profile. Nestled in the central Fraser Valley, in the shade of Mount Robbie Reed,
The town of under 40,000 had been founded in 1868 and named Mission for its nearness to St. Mary's Mission. She ran a search for address and telephone information on Josephine Blake, resident of Mission, British Columbia. No hits. Undaunted, she used the address Nora had given her for the fishing cabin and researched the distance between the cabin and the town of Mission. Just 25.02 miles. She dialed Melinda.
"Hello, Willow."
"Hi, Melinda. Sorry to disturb you. I was just looking through your box of Josephine mementos and came back across an article written after Josephine's disappearance that ran in a newspaper in the town of Mission, British Columbia. The words, 'So very sorry, thinking of you,' are written in the margin."
Yes, I think I know which one you're talking about."
"Do you know who sent this? Did your family have friends or relatives in Mission?"
"No, not that I can remember."
"Did it come directly to your house or to your parents' house? Or was it sent to the city of Shorepine or the police of Shorepine and passed to your family?"
"I have no idea. What is it about that article that's caught your interest?"
Willow relayed the information about the fishing cabin.
"Interesting,"
Melinda said. "Do you think there's any possibility that Josephine herself might have sent this?"
"Why? As a kind of clue?"
"Not necessarily, since she took pains to disguise her handwriting. Perhaps she sent it because she wanted to say that she was sorry and that she was thinking of you."
"If she had the ability to write and send letters, and if she wanted to say she was sorry, then she could have written a letter to us explaining what had occurred. Why wouldn't she have done that?"
"I don't know," Willow answered.
"Do I think there's a possibility that Josephine sent that article?" "No," Melinda said with her trademark pragmatism. "I don't. I've always believed that she died the day she went missing, or shortly thereafter, Willow."
"I understand." Not for the first time, Willow wondered if she was doing Melinda a disservice by digging up the past, asking questions about Josephine, forcing Melinda to dwell on the painful topic of her missing sister, stirring up hope when it might be more humane to let Melinda's long-gone hope stay dead.
"What do you plan to do?" Melinda asked, "with this information about the fishing cabin and Mission?"
"I plan to ask the American Coalition for the Discovery of Missing Persons to circulate posters of Josephine in Mission, British Columbia." Corbin watched the teeth of his miter saw bite cleanly through a strip of beechwood. He'd been working in his garage most of the day. Physically, he'd been cutting crown molding. Mentally, he'd been thinking about Willow. He and Willow spent time together every day. She let him take her places. She let him kiss her. He knew that she liked him in a general sense, but he was not making the kind of progress with her that he needed to make. Willow didn't want to talk about the future or even about the present of their relationship. She kept insisting that they were having fun, but that they weren't together, and reminding him that she was leaving soon. He was a speeding train, and Willow's departure from Washington was a granite mountain. The train tracks ended at the mountain's face, which meant the coming crash was drawing nearer every day. He had to find a way to soften her heart toward him before she left. He had to. Worry that he'd fail at that she'd leave him like she'd left him before, had begun to greet him every morning and stay with him until he stretched out in bed at night. He couldn't fail, and yet he might soon have to admit to himself that he didn't know how to succeed with Willow. He'd been racking his brain, struggling to understand the combination of words and actions that might break apart her distrust of him. His dad approached, carrying several more lengths of wood. Corbin acknowledged him with a dip of his chin. He'd been lobbying his dad for a week now about enrolling in one of the clinical trials. He'd stayed up late each night researching treatments, holistic approaches, Middle Eastern medicines, South American remedies that claimed success, and every other thing the internet had to offer. He'd read it all, and he'd talked to his dad about the less crazy choices. Corbin was a forceful person, used to getting his way, but so far his dad was flat out refusing to consider any of the options. He hated that he was the only person, other than his father, involved in this decision. Corbin had no siblings. His dad had no wife. Corbin was it, his father's closest family member. As heavy as that responsibility had seemed at other points in Corbin's life, it had never seemed heavier than it did now. His dad handed him a fresh piece of molding, and Corbin positioned it beneath the saw's blade. As they worked, Corbin launched into another speech aimed at convincing his dad to try one of the trials. His dad stood at the end of the workbench, saying nothing, passing Corbin piece after piece of wood. When Corbin finished, he switched off the machine, tugged free of his gloves, and removed his safety goggles. "So, how about it? I'll handle everything that's needed for the trial. I'll get everything in place. You won't have to do anything but show up for appointments." His father set his shoulders defensively. "I've heard everything you've had to say, and I know that it's coming from a good place. I know that you have my best interests at heart, just like I hope you know I've always had your best interests at heart." He waited, expectant. "Yes." "In this case, your idea of what's best for me and my idea of what's best for me are different. But the thing is, we're talking about my life here. I know that my life affects yours. I understand that. But I've lived my life my way all this time. That's been my right and my freedom. Now, I want to die my way. I want you to give me the freedom and the right to do that." "Dad, my mind's made up," his dad said. Corbin couldn't speak through the pain. "My mind's made up," he repeated. What Corbin hadn't seen, or been willing to see until now, was that time had already run out on this particular battle. His father had decided how he wanted to spend the final stage of his life, long before Corbin had even realized that cancer had taken the upper hand. "I don't want to argue about this with you," his dad said. "I don't want you staying up till all hours on the computer because that's just wasted time right there. What I want is for us to get along, same as we've always gotten along. And I want to finish this house." Corbin clamped his jaw shut to keep his opinions from spilling out. "I'm not afraid of dying, but I can't take any more talking about multiple myeloma treatments," his dad said. Silence. "Son?" Mentally, Corbin forced himself to lay down his hope that medicine might save his dad's life. As soon as he did, a new priority rose. If he couldn't save his dad's life, then he needed to do what he could to secure his dad's afterlife, right? Is that what it had come down to now? His dad was going to die, and maybe soon, which meant there was only one thing left that Corbin could do to impact his dad's future. "I'll make you a deal. I'll stop talking about multiple myeloma treatments if you'll start going to church with me on Sundays, and if you'll let me schedule a meeting between you and the pastor." His dad screwed up his face. "Why would I want to see a pastor?" Corbin gave him a pointed look. His dad's ruddy skin turned red, something it often did when he got riled. You want me to talk to him about heaven and all that?" "Exactly." "There's no need for me to talk with some fool pastor." Corbin and his dad had entered churches more often for funerals and weddings than they ever had for Sunday services when Corbin was young. "The alternative is to talk to me about it," Corbin said. "You just started believing earlier this year. How much do you know about it all?" "Not enough, which is why I'd rather you talk to someone who's more educated about it than I am." "I'm not talking to a pastor." Great. Now his dad's care and his dad's salvation rested on Corbin's shoulders. He didn't feel near worthy enough to talk to anyone about God. "You're stuck with me, then." "I have been for 35 years, his dad quipped, amusement cracking through the stubbornness stamped on his face. "If we talk about God,
You'll stop nagging me about those idiot treatments that won't work? Yes. Deal. He began to move away. Dad? The older man paused. I'm sorry if I've added to your stress this last week, Corbin said. It's all right. Joe opened his arms. Come here. Corbin gave him a hug, complete with the 2 usual back slaps. Soon, Corbin wouldn't be able to hug his father, hear his voice, look into the face that was more familiar to Corbin than any other face in the world, his first supporter, the one who'd always loved him, the one who'd never left, was dying. He wanted to scream, no. That he couldn't made him feel as if he were hyperventilating. He wished he could give his dad his own strength and health. He wished he could beat the cancer, the one opponent he most wanted to conquer. He wished he could unload some of his own powerful will to fight into his father. He wished he'd managed to convince his dad to attempt a trial or an experimental treatment. But none of those wishes were going to come true. His dad's mind was made up. Phone call from Roger from the American Coalition for the Discovery of Missing Persons to Willow. Roger. I'm calling to let you know that we distributed the posters of Josephine in Mission 2 days ago. Since then, we've received 3 phone calls from people who say that they know the woman in the picture. Willow. 3 calls? Roger. We've actually received far more calls than 3, thanks to the posters. What's promising about the calls I mentioned is that all 3 people said that the woman's name is Felicia Richmond. Apparently, Felicia owns a small but popular plant nursery called Haven Gardens on the outskirts of town. Willow. Felicia Richmond? Roger. Yes. Whenever we receive corroborating accounts from multiple callers, we sit up and take notice. Willow. Oh my goodness. Do you think that Felicia might be Josephine? Roger. It's possible, but I feel compelled to caution you. It could be a coincidence that the age progression portrait of Josephine resembles Felicia. Felicia might not be connected to Josephine in any way. Chapter 20. Willow sat in her Range Rover in the parking lot of the Wallace Rehabilitation Center, her attention trained on the building's front door. Her heater chugged against the 45-degree temperature outside. Dark gray fringed the canopy of a sky that looked to be considering the merits of turning stormy. The moment she'd finished talking with Roger about Felicia Richmond, she'd checked her watch. It was Tuesday, and on Tuesday afternoons, Charlotte coached Corbin through his PT sessions before the 2 of them drove to the inn, aka League of Justice headquarters, for their meetings. Since the news Roger had given Willow was too momentous to keep to herself until their meeting, Willow had decided to intercept them here instead. The automatic sliding doors zoomed open, and Corbin strode out. Her breath caught with pleasure at the sight of him. She turned off the ignition, grabbed her red coat, and cinched its sash as she waited for him near her front bumper. Chilly air that smelled of fur, rain, and ocean enveloped her. Corbin hadn't yet seen her, so she took advantage of the chance to study him without his knowledge. He wore a black waterproof jacket over his workout clothes. He held his keys in one muscular hand. He walked purposefully, head bent, rugged features troubled. No doubt he was thinking about his dad. She fisted her hands against an instinctive need to comfort him, to love him. You can't love him. Loving him would not be good for her. Not good at all. Thanksgiving was the day after tomorrow. Her flight left Monday, just 6 days from now. The manager her mom had hired to run the inn had arrived. She'd been training him, and, no surprise, he was more than accomplished, more than ready to take over. Corbin lifted his chin and caught sight of her. As soon as he did, a crooked grin overtook his face. She didn't need vitamin D. That smile was sunlight to her. All at once, Willow wanted to cry, because she was leaving, because she was scared to let herself love him, because of the promises she'd made to Joe, How in the world was she going to say goodbye to Corbin without telling him about the promises she'd made to his dad? He walked to her, took her face in his hands, and kissed her.
This is a nice surprise.
You're not worried I'm stalking you?
I don't think I'm lucky enough to have you as a stalker. Speaking of stalkers, have you seen yours around lately?
Nope. He kissed her again, and in response, delight swirled at the backs of her knees. Almost 3 weeks had passed since their first kiss. They'd spent time together every day since then, and, impossibly, every kiss was somehow sweeter than the last. Corbin?
Yes?
You're kissing me in the parking lot of the Wallace Rehabilitation Center.
This is rehabilitating me, that's for sure.
We're in a parking lot.
He pulled back a few inches. Would you rather we go inside the center and kiss there?
Charlotte will see us. He rested his hands on the side of her neck.
I couldn't care less if Charlotte sees.
Where is she?
In the restroom. I came out ahead of her so I could warm up the car.
I knew it! Charlotte called from far away, voice ringing with triumph.
I think she saw us, he whispered.
They stepped apart. Charlotte rushed to them, eyes glittering. The faux fur on the hood of her parka encircled her face. I knew you guys were together!
How'd you know?
Corbin asked. Because you're always staring at Willow like you're in love with her.
No, he protested.
And you're always staring at Corbin like you're in love with him. No, Willow squeaked, alarmed. Yes, Charlotte said, planting her hands on her hips. How long has this been going on?
Just a little while, Corbin said.
Why didn't you tell me?
We just did, Corbin said.
Willow clapped her hands together once to command their attention. Enough about that. I drove here so that I could tell you both in person that we might have a break in our case. She related the call from Roger. I ran a phone and address search for Felicia Richmond. No phone records came up, but look. She extracted a small sheet of paper from her coat pocket and held it out so they could see what she'd written. An address did come up. Charlotte covered her mouth with her hands. We found Josephine? The answer to that is maybe. I don't know if we have, but maybe. Willow extended her cell phone to the girl. I thought you should be the one to call your grandma and tell her about our lead. Yeah, sure. Oh my gosh. Charlotte turned and took a few steps away to have her conversation.
We couldn't have found Josephine, Corbin said to Willow. Could we?
I would have bet against it, until today.
No one who met me when I was a kid would have bet on me playing in the NFL one day.
She wants to talk to you, Charlotte said to Willow, offering her the phone. Willow took it. Hello?
Do you think that this Felicia Richmond could be Josephine?
It's possible. Felicia owns a nursery. Was Josephine a gardener?
No, she wasn't.
A space of quiet.
In order to settle this, we'll need to go and meet Felicia for ourselves.
If you'd rather call, I can look up the number for the nursery. I'm sure you could get her on the phone that way.
And give her another chance to disappear before I can see her? I need to be able to see her with my own eyes. That's the only way I'll know for sure if it's her.
What do you suggest?
That we all drive to Mission on Friday. You, me, Charlotte, and Corbin. Charlotte said you have an address.
I do.
Then we'll drive to her address, and we'll knock on her door, and then we'll see.
So far, Corbin's discussions with his father about faith were going about as well as the Exxon Valdez voyage.
Praying a prayer seems too easy, Corbin.
They were sitting across from each other at the breakfast table.
I know. You just say a prayer, and then you go to heaven when you die? If you believed what you were saying, then yes.
His dad's face puckered.
I've never been one for praying out loud. You can pray silently. If I do this,
Are you going to expect me to pray out loud before meals and such? No. Nobody better try to hold my hand while they pray out loud either. Corbin took a desperate sip of coffee. And I don't like hymns, Joe stated. You're not going to make me listen to hymns, are you? I don't like hymns either, Dad. In case you forgot, I didn't grow up in church singing church music. Praying out loud and hymns are things that religious people do, but they're not the main thing. The way I understand it, the main things are believing and asking for forgiveness. His dad ran a hand over his scruffy cheek, then shook his head. I just don't buy it, Corbin. Christianity seems like something people invented to make themselves feel better about death. One of the necessities of autumn in the Pacific Northwest? A good bathrobe. Willow stepped from the shower at 5:15 p.m., dried off, then wrapped herself in her favorite pink velour robe. She combed out her wet hair, donned slippers, and hurried downstairs to retrieve her phone. She'd left it in her purse and wanted to stay up to date with the text conversation she, Nora, and Britt had been having about the last supper her sisters were hosting for her the night before her flight to New York. She scooped up her phone. No hurry. She still had a full hour before Corbin was scheduled to pick her up for tonight's date. They were attending a black tie fundraiser in Tacoma benefiting the NFL Foundation. Willow had brought only one fancy dress with her to Washington, a navy confection with a beaded halter-style top and a voluminous skirt. She was delighted to finally have a reason to wear it, and she couldn't wait to see Corbin in a tuxedo. She was turning back in the direction of the staircase when she caught sight of movement beyond the den's windows. She stopped and tried to make out what she'd seen, but the sun set early in November. The familiar view was a study in shades of charcoal and black. All manner of wild creatures visited Bradford Wood. It wasn't uncommon to spot them on the lawn. She went to the light switches next to the French doors and flipped on the outdoor floodlights. They illuminated a man's figure running out of sight around the corner of the house. Willow's heart contracted. She'd only had one long glimpse of him before he disappeared, but it had been enough. She recognized his heavy build, the olive skin, shaved head. Todd Hill. Todd Hill had snuck inside Bradford Wood's protective gates. He'd no doubt been watching her just now, in her robe. Fear squeezed her consciousness, threatening her ability to move, to think. Valentina and Clint, the only two people who were sometimes on the property with her, had both gone home. She was the only one here. Corbin. She should call Corbin. He would help her. What? No, he was too far away. She scrambled toward the alarm keypad. She'd armed it earlier, hadn't she? Yes, it was still armed. She kicked off her slippers, bare feet were faster, and flew to each of the downstairs doors to make certain they were locked. They were. She dashed inside the hallway powder room, locked the door behind her, and dialed the Merriweather police. An officer informed her that a squad car was on its way. Using her phone, she remotely opened Bradford Wood's gate so that the police would be able to drive all the way to the house. Thud, thud, thud. Todd knocked on the front door. Willow flinched against the ominous sound. "Willow!" he yelled from outside. "I just want the chance to talk to you. Things went wrong the last time, but I know if you'd let me explain myself, you'd see that I don't mean you any harm." "You jumped my fence and violated a restraining order," she whispered, voice shaking. More insistent knocking. "Willow!" A moment of silence. More knocking. "Willow, I promise I won't hurt you. I just want to talk to you, that's all." The front door rattled on its hinges. "Can you open up?" Not going to happen. Her breath came fast and jagged. She felt all wrong, too faint. Her fingers weren't working as well as they normally did either, because it took 2 tries to pull up Corbin's contact details. She hit call. "Hello?" Hearing his voice gave her a shot of courage. Her eyes briefly sank closed. "Todd is here." "What?" "Todd is here, at Bradford Wood.
I came downstairs and noticed movement outside, so I switched on the lights and saw him. The security system is on, and I've called the police. They're sending officers who should be here soon." The words tumbled out in a rush. "I'm on my way." His tone rang with forceful reassurance. With those 4 words, he communicated, "You're going to be fine, and I'm going to kill him, and you can count on me." She heard rustling in the background of the call, then static caused by wind. He was running. "Stay on the line with me." "Okay. Where are you inside the house?" "The downstairs hall bathroom. There are no windows in here, so I can't see what's going on, but I can hear him at the front door. He's knocking and saying he wants a chance to talk with me." "Do you have a weapon with you?" "I only have my phone with me." "Is there a baseball bat in the house?" "I don't think so." "Golf clubs?" "Yes, but my dad keeps them in the garage, and the garage feels far away." "What about a poker for the fire?" "Yes, in the den." "Go get it." She bit her lip and had to force herself to unlock the bathroom door. But really, the simple doorknob lock on the bathroom door wasn't going to protect her if Todd was able to get past the far stronger locks at the front of the house. If he did get past them, she'd rather be holding a fire poker. She ran to the den, grabbed the poker and returned to the bathroom, relocked the door. "Got it." "Good." A surge of ferocity went through her as she gripped the long strip of metal with white knuckles. Now she wasn't defenseless. Corbin asked for updates on Todd. She told him that Todd was still calling for her, still occasionally banging on and rattling the door. He explained to her where and how to hit Todd with the poker if it came to that. When he guaranteed her that she was strong enough and brave enough to bring Todd down, she believed him. All at once, the noise Todd had been making ceased. Willow didn't know whether to take that as a terrible sign or a good sign. Where were the police? It felt as though a great deal of time had passed since she'd called them, but that was probably wrong. Anxiety made every minute into a marathon. Corbin remained with her over the phone, a lifeline, a comfort. "I hear sirens," she finally said. He released an exhale, as if he'd been holding his breath. She refused to let her guard down, so she remained where she was, listening to Corbin, holding the fire poker as the sirens drew nearer. Her phone beeped to let her know she had an incoming call. "The police are trying to contact me." "Okay, I'll be there in a minute." She clicked over. They informed her that they were pulling up to her residence. She crept out of the bathroom, pulled the lapels of her robe more tightly closed, and opened the door for them. After she'd explained what had happened, they searched the house. Todd was nowhere within. Another squad car arrived, and 2 of the officers remained with her while the others set out to find Todd on Bradford Woods grounds. She was jittery, and a robe wasn't the clothing she'd have chosen to wear in the company of intruders and policemen. But all in all, it could have been so much worse. Todd had frightened her, but he hadn't injured her. She filled the tea kettle and set it over a burner. She'd grab a mug of chamomile and take it upstairs to sip on while she changed. She was watching steam wisp up from the tea kettle's spout, idly listening to the officer in the den as he talked to his colleague at the station, when she heard the front door open and shut. She looked up in time to see Corbin fill the dining room doorway. He was dressed in tuxedo pants and a tuxedo shirt opened at the throat. He looked pale, shaken, and coldly furious. His dark eyes were seething, but when he crossed to her and took her in his arms, his embrace expressed nothing but tenderness and protection. "Are you all right?" he asked, roughly. "I'm fine." He examined her face to verify the truth of her statement for himself. "He never came inside," she said. He guided her head against his chest, and she soaked in the power and heat flowing from him. She worked to memorize the feel of him, the nuances of his solidity. To be held by Corbin Stewart was sheer bliss, complete security, which was ironic, considering that she'd long considered him to be the greatest threat to her security. "After I drink some tea and finish getting ready for our night out, I should be back to normal," she said. She didn't believe that fully, but she wanted to sound as daring as he thought her to be. "We don't have to go to the fundraiser, Willow."
There's no way we're not going. I'm determined to wear the dress I brought. I'll do whatever you want to do. I just don't want you to feel pressured to go. Did I mention that my dress has a taffeta and organza skirt? No. And that I'm wearing coral shoes and long gold earrings? No. Well, I am. I've been looking forward to this. I wouldn't miss it. The answering kiss he pressed against the crown of her head assured her he'd take her wherever she wanted to go. In that instant, standing barefoot in the kitchen, with a tea kettle beginning to whistle and a police officer pretending not to notice what was going on between them, Willow forgave Corbin. She'd told him that she'd forgiven him a while back, but now she really did. She forgave him for the mistakes he'd made 4 years ago. She forgave him for breaking her heart. It seemed possible that the things he'd told her about the events that led to their breakup might all be true. And if so, it was feasible that she'd been wrong not to give him the second chance he'd so badly wanted at the time. It could be that she deserved more than 15% of the blame for their split. Regardless of who deserved what percent of the blame, she forgave him for his share. And it felt like freedom to let the last of the accusation and hurt melt away. Late that night, Willow lay in bed, eyes closed, replaying and replaying the evening's events, unable to sleep. At the fundraiser, Corbin had put in an admirable amount of time socializing with her at his side. The rest of the evening, he'd been focused solely on her. They'd discussed what happened with Todd at length. They'd both recounted the times over the years when fans had overstepped boundaries. She had a few stories. He had many. It had helped to talk it out. The police had found and arrested Todd. He'd rented a boat a few miles down the canal, run it up onto the sand of the inlet, then hiked to the main house. He'd told the authorities that he'd never breached Bradford Woods Acres before. Willow decided to accept that as fact because the alternative, Todd watching her on prior occasions, was too creepy to stomach. When she and Corbin returned to Bradford Wood near 1 a.m, Nora and Britt had been there to meet them. They'd brought their overnight bags and insisted on staying. Good sisters. Willow had brought them up well. After Corbin had gone home, the 3 sisters had talked and snacked on chocolate-covered acai berries before settling into the bedrooms that had belonged to each of them when they'd been young. They'd left their doors open to the shared hall, where one light remained on, just like the old days. Willow opened her eyes and contemplated the ceiling. When terror had been racing through her earlier, it hadn't been Nora or Britt that she'd called. Even John would have been a logical option. He was former military and, no doubt, handy with trespassers. Instead, she'd called Corbin. Now, hours later, the fact that she'd done so somewhat surprised her. But there it was. Her fear had stripped away her misgivings about him, and, of all people, he was the one she'd called. 4 years ago, his actions had given her cause to doubt him. But today, when it had mattered, his actions had been as dependable as concrete. She'd faced a trial, and he'd come through for her. And she might just love him a little for it. Oh, no. Oh, yes. She loved him. She'd fallen in love with Corbin Stewart for the second time. Love was an intensely powerful emotion, but it wasn't always the smartest of entities. Was it possible to control whom you loved? Perhaps in part, but not fully. Sometimes you just loved. Love didn't always take direction well. How she responded to her feelings for Corbin, that part she could control. She wasn't ready to jump headlong into anything with him at this point. She'd promised Joe she wouldn't.
But even if she set her promises to Joe aside, jumping headlong was still ill-advised. She wasn't staying, nor was she ready to place all her trust in Corbin. She'd forgiven him, but that didn't mean she had to be dumb. Today had gone a long way toward restoring her battered hopes in him, but the idea of investing herself in him further worried her. Was his relationship with God as strong as she needed it to be? They'd had some great conversations, transparent conversations, about faith recently. He was coming along. But could she count on him to value what she valued? To help her keep their physical intimacy in check? To be faithful to her even though the majority of the female population of America would sell their mothers for a chance to be with him? She didn't know. Wearily, she sighed. There was a chance that things might end happily for the two of them. However, she was also painfully aware of the flip side of that coin. Things might also end very, very badly for the two of them. She loved Corbin, but she had no idea whether her love for him would result in joy or heartbreak. Text message from Corbin to Willow. Corbin, still awake? Willow, yes. Corbin, upset over what happened earlier with Todd? Willow, a little. Corbin, I can't sleep because I'm still fuming about it. Willow, you looked a wee bit worried when you rushed into my kitchen. Corbin, I was the most worried I've ever been in my life. I didn't want to trust a fire poker with your safety. Willow, I have a feeling I might have been ferocious with that fire poker, if needed. Corbin, would it be all right with you if I borrow the fire poker, hunt Todd down, and stab him with it? Willow, no, sir. Todd's going to get what's coming to him. I don't mind him ending up behind bars, but I'm determined to keep you out of jail. Chapter 21. The Bradford family tradition had always been to celebrate Thanksgiving with one side of the family one year and with the other side of their family the next year. This year, the sisters were spending Thanksgiving with their mom's side of the family, the Burke side. Their mom, Kathleen, had one older brother. Uncle Shane was a confirmed bachelor with a very expensive mid-century modern house and a welcoming spirit. He'd good-naturedly opened his doors, and aunts, uncles, cousins, and second cousins descended on him like ants into an anthill. As soon as Grandma entered Shane's house, she asked her granddaughters whether it was cold inside. They replied that it wasn't. She wore her coat indoors for the rest of the day to call attention to the fact that they'd been gravely mistaken about the indoor temperature. Whenever anyone asked if she was chilly, she icily replied, "No, not at all." Britt was one of the few Burke family members with cooking chops. The sublime turkey she'd cooked appeared to be insulted by its surrounding dishes, which had all originated from cans and boxes. The Burke family talked and laughed while sitting around Uncle Shane's metal and concrete table. They ate their Thanksgiving feast off extraordinarily masculine place settings and sipped from sleek, modern glasses. After the meal, Willow dropped her sisters off at their homes, then drove the night-dark streets toward Bradford Wood. Ordinarily, she enjoyed a sense of peace and gratitude on Thanksgiving Day. She'd behaved all day as if she'd felt those things, but, in all honesty, hadn't been quite able to grasp them. She was tired from too little sleep and still a bit rattled by Todd's appearance yesterday. The prospect of returning to a dark and empty Bradford Wood seemed more frightening than soothing. Plus, she missed Corbin. Corbin and Joe had spent their Thanksgiving with the Dixons, so they'd been in very good hands. She should be pleased that they had a wonderful family to spend the holiday with, and she was. It's just that the hours of her day had been longer and dimmer without Corbin in any of them. They'd texted back and forth as recently as 30 minutes ago,
when she'd let him know they were headed back to Merryweather, but it wasn't the same as seeing him. Today would be their first full day apart since the kissing picnic. What does it matter? It was ridiculous to care about going a day without seeing him, when in just a few days she wouldn't get to see him anymore at all. Which was why she wanted to see him now. She groaned and bumped her fist against the steering wheel. She'd already slowed to enter the gates to Bradford Wood when she spotted Corbin's car, parked on the curb. He was here. Thank you, God. She was grinning with surprise when she pulled up beside him. I didn't want to break our streak, he said. What streak? He lifted an eyebrow. Our streak of seeing each other every day. Oh, you know exactly what streak I'm talking about. You don't want to break it either. I don't? No, he assured her. Fine, I don't want to break it either, she permitted herself to say. Even though we're not together? Yeah, I know. Humor lurked in his eyes, but so did determination. She suspected he was saying one thing to placate her, while resolutely and absolutely believing something different. He followed her along the drive, then into the mansion's kitchen. She'd just set her purse on the counter when he came up behind her and kissed the side of her neck. Happy Thanksgiving, Willow. She turned. Happy Thanksgiving, Corbin. I don't want to spend another Thanksgiving without you, he said. Elation rushed from the tip of her head to her toes. She should correct him. She didn't want to, but she should put down the same firm boundary she'd been putting down. Here. He pulled a wrapped present from his jacket pocket, gave it a small toss, and caught it on the flat of his palm. It was square, short, and covered half his hand. What's this? A Thanksgiving present. Thanksgiving isn't a gift-giving holiday. It is now. Reverentially, she took the package and pulled off its bow and paper. Did you wrap this yourself? Do I look like someone who could wrap a gift that well? No. Thank you. It wasn't a compliment. He laughed. That particular exchange was becoming an inside joke between them. She removed the box's lid. A bracelet nestled within. She released an awed breath as she plucked free the piece of jewelry. The bangle-style bracelet had been fashioned of platinum. One small round charm imprinted with a cursive W swayed from it. It was exquisite, tasteful, costly, but not so costly that she'd have to refuse it. I love it, she said. It's exactly my style. Good. He looked more pleased than if he'd been the one on the receiving end of the gift. I know that you like bracelets. They're my favorite kind of jewelry. And this is my new favorite of all the bracelets I own. She placed it on her wrist. Thank you. You're welcome. I wish I had something for you. I didn't expect... Oh, that's right. I do have something for you. Shooting him a mischievous look, she slid the platter decorated with acorns and autumn leaves, thank you, William Sonoma, closer to them. She'd baked an almond cake this morning for her family's Thanksgiving. With the leftover batter, she'd created a second almond cake just big enough for two, in case their streak went unbroken. Astonishment flared in his face. You made this for me? She shrugged. I spent the morning baking. And I was thinking about you. And I know you aren't a fan of pumpkin pie, so I made you a Thanksgiving almond cake. It's full of butter, and I serve it with caramel sauce, so how bad could it be? Nothing I eat with you could ever be bad. He gazed at her steadily. When asked what qualities they wanted in a boyfriend, no woman ever said, I'd like him to pay attention. But they should, because that was the thing that slayed her the most. Corbin saw her, and not just the outward part of her that everyone else saw. He saw her sense of humor, which usually went unnoticed.
He saw the scars that her mother's abandonment had left. He saw her idiosyncrasies and her strengths and her weaknesses and seemed to find beauty in the whole. He grabbed a fork and sectioned off some cake without bothering to cut a slice. He held the fork out to her, offering her the first bite. She took it and chewed. Subtle, rich flavors of butter, vanilla, almond. He lifted the cake platter with his good arm. "Let's move this party to the sofa. I'm tired." He snagged some napkins and another fork. "Can't stand the pace?" "I'm not in Thanksgiving shape, apparently." She fed him some of her bites of cake, and he fed her some of his. They laughed and joked while her beloved Alison Krauss bluegrass played over the sound system and her new bracelet sparkled on her wrist. Leftover concerns about Todd Hill could not coexist with Corbin. It wasn't scientifically possible, because Corbin's larger-than-life presence filled every corner of the home. When nothing was left of her almond cake but one tilting morsel, she snuggled against him and laid her head on his shoulder. Quiet surrounded them like a blessing. She massaged one of his hands, then trailed her fingertips along his injured arm and across his collarbone, up and around one ear, down his neck. She was endlessly fascinated with the masterpiece that was his body, the sturdiness of it, the labyrinth of muscles and veins, its lines. He spun her suddenly, and she landed half-propped against him with a gasp of laughter. Her face hovered inches above his. She waited, staring into his eyes, watching as they clouded with need and his smile faded. Her love for him expanded through her chest like rays of sunlight. Then slowly, the torture of it sweet, she lowered to kiss him. Within minutes, her body had become a mass of sensation and pleasure. Dark temptation began to pull at her. She wanted more. Of him. Of this. Would it be terrible to go just a little further? Dimly, she knew the right answer. And yet this felt excruciatingly good. Very nearly irresistibly good. Her body's needs were demanding and loud. Her principles were distant and quiet. Gently, Corbin set her about a foot away from him. He held her gaze for a searing space of time, his breath hitching unevenly. Then he groaned as his head flopped against the sofa's back. He covered his eyes with his elbow. "You're killing me." Willow realized she'd been tugging the hem of his shirt. She began to regain her senses. Not fully, just enough to smooth his shirt back into place after getting an eyeful of his ribs. Drawing on the small amount of willpower she had left, she moved another few inches away so that no part of her was touching him. She tucked her feet beneath her. Great Scott! She felt dazed. Her blood was rushing. Her skin was flushed. Later, when he wasn't sitting so close and looking so kissable, she'd probably be very glad they'd ended the kiss when they had. But as of this moment, she yearned to return to him for more. Strain tightened Corbin's jaw. He was having to work at it, but he had himself under control. He'd been the one who'd found the strength she'd been unable to summon just now to break the kiss before it could spiral into more. Shame, mixed with a dash of embarrassment, knotted her stomach. "That wasn't easy for me," he said in a low voice, arms still covering his eyes. "I'm not in the habit of denying myself something I want as much as I want you." "You did the right thing." "And yet I'm not feeling too happy about it at the moment." Alison Krauss's sweet, clear voice continued to quietly hum from the speakers. "You did the right thing," Willow repeated. At length, he straightened and extended his arm along the sofa. He skimmed a fingertip from the edge of her shoulder to her collarbone and back, watching its progress. When his eyes finally met hers, the banked fire there stole her breath. "I'm starting to want your standards for myself," he said, "but I can promise you that I didn't stop for my sake just then. I stopped for you." She nodded. "We, or I, as the case may be, came close to crossing a line. But we didn't. I want you, Willow, badly. Whatever attraction you feel toward me, I feel twice that for you. But here's what I need for you to know." He concentrated on her intently. "I'm determined to keep a handle on it this time around because I'm not going to do anything that might mess up my chances with you." She longed to believe him, but did she dare? "I won't be careless," he said. "I won't do anything to risk you." She took a deep, tremulous breath. "Does it hurt your knees to sit like that?" he asked. "Not really." "It's hurting my knees for you to sit like that." Smiling, she adjusted one of the sofa cushions so that it acted like a backrest for her, then straightened her legs and set her crossed feet on his thigh. "I'm feeling sort of chagrined. I can't believe I just tried to pull off your shirt after feeling guilty for years over the things we did the last time we dated." "Why all the guilt? The way the chaplain explained it to me, once we ask God for forgiveness, we're forgiven, right?" "No, I mean, yes." She picked at a seam in the upholstery. "Have you asked forgiveness for the things we did the last time?" "Yes." "Then how come you're still carrying guilt around?" His question struck her like a splash of water. The mistakes you've made are forgiven, Willow." "I wish it were that simple." "It is, isn't it?" "Not for me." She wished she could wipe away the regret that dogged her and the unworthiness she felt whenever people called her a role model. Wholeheartedly, she wished that. But what was that saying about wishes? Ah, yes, she remembered it. If wishes were horses, beggars would ride. Letter from Jill, age 9, to Josephine. Aunt Josephine, Mom has been sad all day today. When I walked into the kitchen a while ago, she was crying. So I asked her what was the matter, and she said that today's your birthday. You went away right before I was born, so you've been gone a really long time now. We still don't know what happened to you. Sometimes people from TV or the newspaper ask Mom questions about you. Sometimes people call to say they think they might know where you are, but they never do. Please come back, Aunt Josephine. We'll make you cake and have ice cream and give you a birthday party. I'm going to tear up this letter and spread it over the fireplace so it can go up the chimney to you just like the letter in Mary Poppins. I love you. Jill. Chapter 22. "So, Melinda," Corbin said the next afternoon, "if Felicia Richmond turns and runs when she sees you, do I have your permission to tackle her?" "Yes," Melinda answered with a rusty chuckle. "No," Willow said. "No tackling for you. Think of your shoulder." "I'll have to tackle her with my left shoulder, Melinda. Is that cool with you?" "Yes, Corbin." They'd made the drive from northern Washington to southern British Columbia in 4 hours, Melinda sitting in the passenger seat of Corbin's Navigator, Charlotte and Willow occupying the captain's chairs in the second row. The atmosphere had started out relaxed. The adults had talked. Charlotte had watched a movie. They'd stopped for a quick lunch and continued on. As they'd begun to near Mission, though, tension crept into the car. Now they were only a few miles from Haven Gardens, the nursery run by Felicia Richmond, the woman who looked a great deal like the age progression portrait of Josephine Blake. At this point, Corbin appeared to be the only one in the SUV unaffected by their nearness to their destination. In order to loosen everyone up, he'd begun firing humorous questions at Melinda. "Is it okay with you if I whip out Josephine's wanted poster and hold it up next to Felicia's face?" he asked. "Unnecessary," Melinda said. "I'll know if it's her. What do you think about us stopping to get some ink?" "Ink?" Melinda asked. "That I can use on her fingers," Corbin said. "Then I'll force her fingers onto paper and, boom, we'll have her fingerprints." "The idea has merit."
"We should be able to see the nursery soon," Willow said. She'd served as the trip's navigator. "It's coming up in half a mile on the left." Charlotte snapped to attention. "There!" She pointed. "Is that it?" Willow leaned to the side to see. "Yes, I think that might be it." Corbin slowed. "It is!" Charlotte said. "Look at the sign, Haven Gardens." Corbin pulled into the small parking lot situated in front of the shop. Back in Washington, when they'd compared Felicia Richmond's address to the address of Haven Gardens, they'd realized that the two were one and the same. Felicia both lived and worked on this property. Silence descended over the car as the four occupants drank in the details of the place. The nursery occupied land a few miles outside of Mission. The only evidence of the nearby city was the well-traveled road curving into the distance. A metal roof topped the clapboard-sided shop. To one side of it, bordered by a split-rail fence, stood rows upon rows of plants and flowers in buckets of all sizes. Shoppers browsed the merchandise. A large greenhouse hunkered on the shop's other side. Beyond the nursery, a gardening plot bristled with growing trees and shrubs. Past that, 300 yards or so in the distance and facing a small lake, sat a house. "Grandma," Charlotte asked, "how do you want to do this?" "Let's go inside and see if Felicia's there. If she isn't, we'll speak with the employee who is." Melinda had called earlier to make sure the shop was open. When she'd asked the young man who'd answered the phone whether Felicia was in today, he'd said that she was, so they had every reason to hope that they'd have the chance to meet her face to face. Stress burrowed into the grooves of Melinda's profile. Willow was painfully aware that these next few moments might be filled with abject disappointment should Felicia turn out to be a stranger. Or these next few moments might bring Melinda into the presence of her long-lost sister, and in so doing, illuminate a situation that had been filled with darkness for 40 years. The shop's door creaked cheerfully as they entered. It occurred to Willow that she was holding her breath, so she made herself inhale air scented with cloves, lemon, and dirt. No sign of Felicia. A college-aged kid, as skinny as a scarecrow, stood behind the counter. "Welcome," he smiled widely. "How can I help you?" "I was hoping to speak with Felicia Richmond," Melinda said. "Oh, sure." He looked around as if checking to make sure Felicia wasn't standing behind one of the potted plants. "I think she said she was going to work on the plot out back. Head through the back door, and the pathway should take you right to her." They thanked him. Corbin held the door as Melinda, Charlotte, and Willow filed out. Momentary sun had broken through the hazy day, making the 55-degree temperature feel warmer than it was. Greenery bowed and murmured in the light wind as Melinda led them along the path. Willow couldn't see anyone. Maybe the employee in the shop had been wrong. But wait. There, off to the side, a figure dressed in loose pants, rain boots, a canvas jacket, and a floppy straw hat knelt between lines of bushes. The woman's back was to them. She appeared to be pulling weeds and tossing them into the basket near her feet. Melinda faltered. Air bunched up in Willow's chest. Could it be? Melinda squared her shoulders and continued forward. As they drew close, Felicia turned and lifted her face to them. Her features were framed by her hat,
her body framed by the scene of the garden and the more remote backdrop of the lake. She held herself completely still for several seconds. Then, slowly, she rose, her face smoothed with shock. Her lips parted, as if she was on the verge of speaking, but she said nothing. Her eyes roamed Melinda's face. Melinda came to a stop a few feet from Felicia. The two women, very much matched in height and build, faced each other. The wind ebbed away. "Josephine," Melinda said in an emotion-roughened tone. Moisture pooled in Felicia's eyes. "Melinda." Melinda nodded and opened her arms. Both women began to cry, shoulders shaking as they clung to each other. The tiny hairs blanketing Willow's skin stood up as a chill ran through her. This woman in the gardening hat and rain boots, here on this verdant piece of earth on the shoulder of a lake in southern British Columbia, was Josephine Blake? It was a miracle that she was alive. It was a miracle that they'd found her. She and Corbin had gone on this missing persons hunt for Charlotte's sake because Charlotte had truly believed that they could solve this case. Willow had been convinced they couldn't, just like she'd been convinced that she and Corbin could never work out. Charlotte had been right, and she'd been wrong. Perhaps she'd been so bent on protecting herself from the improbable that, somewhere along the line, she'd stopped believing in the miraculous. Corbin took hold of her hand. She looked across at him, and he gave her the same unadulterated grin that he'd once worn in the moments following a Super Bowl victory. That time, the grin had been snapped by a photographer and immortalized on the cover of Sports Illustrated. This time, the grin pierced her heart. Willow intertwined her free hand with Charlotte's so that they formed a chain, the three of them. The Operation Find Josephine detectives. "That's Josephine," Charlotte stage whispered. "It better be," Corbin said. "We'll have to take Melinda to a mental institution if this is how she greets all gardeners." "We found her," Charlotte said to Willow. "I think we did." "I'm, in shock right now," Charlotte said. Melinda and Josephine walked toward them arm in arm, supporting each other. Their faces were splotchy from crying. Despite that, an angelic glow emanated from them both. "This is my granddaughter, Charlotte," Melinda said. "Hello, Charlotte." "This is Willow Bradford and Corbin Stewart," Melinda continued. "They're friends of Charlotte's. When Charlotte asked them to help her look for you, they said yes." "Nice to meet you," Josephine said. "Likewise," Corbin said, just as Willow said, "It's nice to meet you too." "This," Melinda said, patting Josephine's forearm, "is my sister, Josephine." Josephine was now a mature woman in her 60s. Nonetheless, she very much resembled the photographs of her 20-something self. Her body was softer than it had once been, but sturdy and healthy-looking. She'd protected her skin from the sun, so while Melinda's skin was tanned and crepey, Josephine's was much paler. Wrinkles delved beneath her eyes, bracketed her lips, and lined her forehead. Her hair, once long and mahogany, had lightened to a mellower shade of brown shot through with gray. She'd bobbed it above her shoulders in a straight line. "Come with me," Josephine said, turning to guide them down the path that continued toward the lakeside house. Charlotte scampered ahead to walk next to her grandmother and great-aunt. Willow and Corbin followed, still holding hands. Josephine's house came into crisp focus as they approached. The rectangular structure had been built of aged bricks. Ivy covered large swaths of the exterior. Pale blue shutters framed gleaming multi-paned windows.
Its steeply pitched slate roof made it look like an illustration from a fairy tale picture book. Indoors, Josephine had furnished her home in farmhouse style. Off-white sofas, an abundance of honey-colored wood, pottery, a sisal rug. "Please, have a seat," Josephine said. "I'll put on a pot of coffee." When Josephine disappeared around a corner into her kitchen, Melinda, Willow, Corbin, and Charlotte eyed one another with disbelief. "I'm shaking," Melinda mouthed, holding out her hands to show them. It was quite an admission, coming from the usually stalwart Melinda. Charlotte laughed and rubbed her grandmother's hands between her smaller ones. Corbin and Willow took seats on one of Josephine's sofas. Corbin put his arm around her and idly ran a fingertip up and down a patch of her upper arm. Willow's thoughts whirled with the magnitude of the reunion that had just occurred, while her senses focused on the motion of his finger, up and down, and its warm wake of sensation. The gasp of a drip coffee maker coming to life interrupted the quiet. Then Josephine arrived with a plate of Pepperidge Farm mint Milano cookies. Willow felt too keyed up to eat, but Charlotte and Corbin could, as always, be counted upon to eat cookies. Josephine lowered into the delicate armchair near the brick fireplace. "The coffee will be ready soon." She'd taken off her hat while in the kitchen and finger-combed her hair. She wore side bangs and her bob was slightly layered, Willow could now see. Josephine Blake was what she'd always been, a beauty. Josephine didn't lean back into the armchair but sat upright in the center of the seat, legs together. She had the look of a witness testifying at a trial. "I'm amazed that you're here at Haven Gardens." She laid a hand on her chest. "To look up and see you there?" she said to Melinda. "What a shock." "It was a shock for me, too," Melinda said. "You'll have to tell me how you found me, but I'm sure you have 100 questions for me first." "More like 1,000, Melinda said wryly. Josephine nodded, and sorrow stole over her features for the first time. "Why did you disappear?" Melinda asked. "To answer that, I'll need to start well before the day of my disappearance. Do you remember that I worked on Foster Holt's election campaign in the fall of 1976? Yes. I'd volunteered on a few other political campaigns prior to that, but in those cases my volunteer jobs were small. Foster's campaign manager must have seen something in me because he gave me a lot of responsibility. I met Foster relatively early in the campaign, and over time I got to know him well. He was an extraordinarily charismatic man, handsome, smart. Everything he wanted for the country was exactly what I wanted for the country. I believed in the things he believed in. I had stars in my eyes, she said bitterly. I think I was already in love with him when he began showing a romantic interest in me. The revelation that Josephine had loved Foster Holt did not deeply surprise Willow, seeing as how they'd found Josephine less than 30 miles from Foster's fishing cabin. She thought back to the weeks she and Corbin and Charlotte had spent sifting through data and pursuing leads. They'd had no idea which piece of information would unlock Josephine's whereabouts. In the end, Foster Holt had been the key. "But you were married," Charlotte said, "and so was the senator." Josephine inclined her head. Yes, at the time, Foster was married and the father of 5 young kids. I'm not at all proud of what I did, Charlotte. In fact, I'm very ashamed of it. And as you'll hear, I've paid dearly for what happened between Foster and me. But back then, the fact that Foster was forbidden made our relationship seem all the more exciting. She gave Charlotte a level, apologetic look. "How long did your relationship with the senator last?" Corbin asked. 5 months. We almost always met at hotels. There were only a few occasions when I saw him at his office, and once when he came to my house when Alan was gone for the weekend.
I both liked and loved Alan, but I fancied myself wildly in love with Foster." She paused. The motion of Corbin's fingertip against Willow's arm stopped, then resumed. "I was willing to divorce Alan," Josephine said. "I started asking Foster whether he was willing to divorce his wife. I was determined and naive enough to think I could pressure him into doing what I wanted." Her lips pursed. "In case you can't tell, I'm not fond of the woman I was in those days. I was either too foolish or too self-absorbed to realize that a United States senator in the opening months of his first term would never, ever leave his wife and kids." Charlotte reached for another mint Milano. Melinda looked both shell-shocked and grave. She was no doubt thinking about the pain that Josephine's disappearance had caused her, their parents, their sister Louise, and Alan. Josephine's poor husband. For 7 years after Josephine had vanished, he'd been married to a missing woman, and his life had been locked in suspended animation. Once he'd finally had Josephine declared dead, he'd remarried. And by all accounts, he'd gone on to find companionship and a measure of peace. However, no one who'd loved Josephine had escaped from her disappearance without indelible scars. "What happened between you and Foster?" Willow asked. It felt presumptuous to ask someone she'd just met questions about the intimate details of her history. However, Charlotte was too young to be expected to ask questions, and Melinda didn't look capable of it at the moment. "On April 12th, 1977, I left the house to meet Paula, a friend from our Sunday school class. She'd heard a rumor that I was having an affair with her husband, Keith. When I learned about the rumor, it frightened me because even though they'd gotten the man wrong, they'd gotten the affair part right. I wanted to move quickly to stop the rumor, so Paula and I had a nice conversation, and then I got in my car and drove to a hotel in Lakewood." "You left the meeting with Paula around 10:30 in the morning," Charlotte said. "You went to a hotel at 10:30 a.m.? "I did," Josephine answered. "Foster and I met at the Cornerstone Hotel fairly often because it was halfway between Shore Pine, where I lived, and Redmond, where Foster lived. Don, Foster's employee, would always book the room under his own name or under aliases, let Foster in through a side door, and hand him the hotel room key. When I reached the room that day, Foster was already there. Lunch was spread out on top of the dresser: apples, bread, deli meat, cheese, the roasted peanuts Foster ate all the time, a bottle of wine. We ate and talked and laughed, and then we did what we did. We spent 2 hours there together." Overall, Josephine was speaking calmly. The signs of her emotion were subtle, in the stiffness of her hands, the muscle flexing in her jaw, the vertical line between her brows. "When it came time for him to go," she continued, "he kissed me, told me he loved me, and left. Once he was gone, I did what I always used to do after our meetings. I took a long shower." Josephine seemed to lose herself in thought for a moment. "When I came out of the bathroom, there were 2 men in the hotel room. Neither one of them was Foster." "2 men?" Charlotte asked. Josephine nodded. "One of them was Don. I'll never forget the way he was standing. He was casually leaning against the window, curtains drawn, with his arms crossed. He was wearing leather gloves, and he was looking at me with an expression that was just completely blank. The other man was Stan Markham. I'd gotten to know him during the campaign because he was one of Foster's biggest money donors. He was lying on a tarp on the floor, dead." "Jill's going to have my head when she finds out I let Charlotte listen in on this conversation," Melinda said under her breath. "No, she won't," Charlotte replied. "I'll stick up for you, Grandma." How had Stan Markham died? Corbin asked. Josephine moved her attention to him. He'd been stabbed while I was in the shower with the knife I'd used to cut the apples and the bread and the cheese. I hadn't thought anything of it at the time, but Foster hadn't touched the knife once. My fingerprints were all over it. Only mine. She moved her focus to Melinda. Do you remember the monogram necklace I used to wear? Yes. The chain of that necklace had been ripped as if there'd been a struggle, and it was lying in some of Stan's blood. Also, Dawn had collected every single article of my clothing. My shoes and my dress, my undergarments. I could see my things sitting inside a bag near his feet. Dawn had killed Stan, but he and Foster had set me up as Stan's murderer. Corbin made a low, whistling sound. Why would Foster have wanted Stan Markham dead? All these years later, I'm not 100% sure. Here's what I do know. Stan Markham had plenty of good qualities, but he could also be ruthless when it came to getting what he wanted. He'd been raised with great wealth, and he wasn't afraid to spend huge sums of money. Once he spent that money, though, he expected to get exactly what he'd requested in return. I suspect that Stan donated to Foster's campaign in exchange for promises Foster made to him about how he would vote once he was elected. When Foster didn't follow through on those promises, Stan must have been furious. She paused. I think he may have tried to blackmail Foster into doing his bidding. You see, Foster was never the clean-cut family man he seemed to be. If Stan hired an investigator, it probably wouldn't have been hard to dig up incriminating evidence against Foster. We found out that a businessman once charged Stan Markham with extortion, Corbin said. So Foster may not have been the first person Stan tried to blackmail, but he was the last. Why would Stan have come to the hotel room? Willow asked. I think Foster and Stan had arranged to meet there, but by the time Stan arrived, Foster was long gone. What did you do? Charlotte asked. When you came out of the bathroom and saw the dead guy? I just stood there, appalled, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. A few minutes before, I'd been in the shower humming and washing my hair, and then I came out to find that. I'd never seen a dead body before, certainly not one that had been murdered. I'd never seen that much blood. What did Don say? Melinda asked. He said, don't scream and don't run. I'll let you live if you don't scream and you don't run. I was terrified. I didn't scream and I didn't run. Corbin leaned forward, setting his elbows on his knees and watching Josephine beneath lowered brows. Willow had sensed his anger building as the story unfolded. Foster and Dawn's plan was both elegant and simple, Josephine said. What happened that day took care of two birds with one stone. They got Stan out of the picture, and they got me, the woman who'd been pressuring Foster to get a divorce, out of the picture too. I can't believe they got away with it, Corbin said. The perfect murder, Josephine said quietly. Dawn explained that not one piece of evidence would point to himself or to Foster, and that if I didn't do exactly what he'd said, that he'd call the police and tell them there was a dead man in my hotel room. He'd booked the room in my name. Oh my gosh, Charlotte whispered. Dawn had a new set of clothes for me to change into. I put them on and he made me leave everything else behind, including my purse. He locked the door on Stan and hung a Do Not Disturb sign on the door handle. Then we got in his car and he drove me to Foster's fishing cabin here in British Columbia. How did your car end up in a parking space next to the Pacific Dogwood Trail? Corbin asked. Foster must have driven my car there when he left the hotel. The police didn't find his fingerprints in your car, Corbin said. Foster and Dawn were nothing if not careful and intelligent. She rose. Let me get the coffee. "I'll help," Melinda said. Corbin pushed to his feet and started to pace. Minutes later, the sisters returned, bearing coffee. Willow accepted the cup she was passed and took a dainty sip. Corbin accepted a cup too and remained standing as he drank it. The cup looked like a toy in his large grip, which reminded her of the day they'd visited the tea room together and he'd good-naturedly drunk tea out of girly china cups. "What happened once you reached the fishing cabin?" Corbin asked. Josephine hadn't returned to her chair. Instead, she stood near the fireplace, cradling her steaming cup and saucer. "Don asked me what I wanted my new name to be. I made up the name Felicia Richmond. Then he locked me in the basement for 3 days while he waited for the forged documents I'd need in order to apply for Canadian citizenship to come through." Josephine tested her coffee before returning her cup to the saucer with a clink. "I was frantic because I knew what Alan and the rest of my family must have been going through." Her eyes met Melinda's. "I had no way to reach any of you. On the 4th day, Don let me out. The paperwork was ready, and he'd bought me another set of clothes. I showered. I put the documents and the wallet he gave me filled with $200 into a new purse. On the drive to Vancouver, he told me that he'd buried Stan, the knife, my necklace, and my clothes in a remote location known only to himself and Foster. He said that if I ever tried to contact any of my family members, or if I ever returned to the United States, that they'd alert the police to Stan's burial site. Then he dropped me off on a street corner and drove away." "Did you ever think about coming home and telling us what had happened?" Melinda asked. "I thought about it all the time for years. But I knew that the evidence against me was overwhelming. The hotel room was in my name, which would have made it look as though Stan's murder was either premeditated or an act of passion because Stan and I were having an affair. No one would have believed that Foster and Don had been behind it, especially because I had no way to prove my relationship with Foster. He never wrote me letters or allowed me to take pictures. He was widely admired then and still is. I couldn't risk it. I'd seen firsthand what Don was capable of. When he told me what he'd do if I tried to contact my family or if I came back to America, I absolutely believed him." Her fingers encircled her coffee cup's base, as if instinctively seeking its reassuring warmth. "Why do you think Foster let you live?" Corbin asked. She sighed. "I'd never tried to blackmail him like Stan had. The worst thing I'd done to Foster was attempt to love him more than he wanted me to love him. Perhaps Foster knew me well enough to know that I'd go along with everything Don said from the moment I stepped out of that shower." "How did you end up here?" Willow asked. "I had the documents I needed to apply for citizenship, but the actual process of getting citizenship takes time. No one who was above board would hire me because I was an illegal alien at that point. I quickly realized that Vancouver was not the best place for me to search for a job, that I'd likely have more luck farther out in the country, maybe with someone who needed hourly laborers to work on their property. I hitchhiked from Vancouver to Mission, then hitchhiked again from Mission. The car I was riding in drove down the road that runs in front of this place." She gestured. "As soon as I spotted the nursery through the window, something about it felt safe and right to me. Nothing had felt safe or right for days, and I was down to my last $10. I asked the driver to let me off. When I came into the shop, I met Haven's owner. His name was Bill, and he looked a little bit like Santa Claus. He was 65 at the time, and an incredibly soft-hearted man. I reminded him of his daughter, so he hired me." "And now this nursery belongs to you," Melinda said. "It does." Josephine took another sip of coffee. "Bill taught me everything he knew about gardening and about the nursery business. When he retired, I took over his responsibilities. He died 20 years ago, and I still miss him every day. He left his money to his kids, but he left this place to me, and I've been taking care of it ever since. I've found a kind of peace here, I suppose, working with the plants."
"Did you read an article about your disappearance in the Mission Tribune, then mail it to your family?" Willow asked.
Josephine inclined her head. "Yes. I read that article shortly after I arrived here at Haven. It was strange and awful to read about myself in the paper. It brought home everything that was going on back in Washington. I was terrified to send anything home, but I found that I needed to say that I was sorry. So I wrote on the article and sent it home, even though I never expected anyone to be able to forgive me."
"I can forgive you," Melinda said.
"So can I," Charlotte said.
Josephine regarded them as if they'd taken her completely unawares. "Does that surprise you?" Melinda asked.
"It does, because I've certainly never been able to forgive myself." Willow experienced a pang of kinship with Josephine. She understood that sentiment well. "The article you sent is what eventually led us to search for you here in Mission." "I'm glad that you're here, Melinda, that you're all here. At the same time, I'm worried. If Foster learns that you found me—"
"No one followed us on the drive here," Corbin said. "We'll have to figure out a way to communicate in secret," Melinda suggested. "Were you ever planning to come back to us?"
"Yes, as soon as Foster died. But of course, he's still very much alive."
"Are you married? Do you have children?" Melinda asked.
Josephine shook her head. "I've never wanted to subject anyone else to the shadow I live under."
A pause opened. "We can't let Foster Holt go on about his life without paying for what he did," Corbin stated flatly.
"There's no evidence linking Foster to Stan's death," Josephine said.
"I don't think we have a chance of pinning Stan's death on Foster," Corbin admitted. "But we know that he's had at least 3 affairs, and that he was an accessory to Stan's murder. We suspect that he made false promises to Stan in exchange for campaign donations, and that's just the stuff we're aware of. Think about all the illegal things he's probably actually done. I'm going to hire an investigator."
"An investigator?"
Josephine asked. "More like a whole team of investigators to look into every aspect of the senator's life. Personal, financial, political. I'm certain we'll find something, and when we do, we'll tip off a reporter or the police and let them take it from there."
Willow, Josephine, Melinda, and Charlotte all stared at him.
"A rat's a rat," he said. "Now that I know Senator Holt's a rat, I'm going to bring him down."
How was she going to give Corbin up? She wanted to keep him. She wanted desperately to keep him. Written by Josephine in her journal that night. Friday, November 27th. Today has changed everything. Today, Melinda, her granddaughter Charlotte, and their friends found me. To look into my sister's face again after so long was pure joy and regretful sadness all mixed up together. She's still exactly who she always was, yet the years have marked her just as they've marked me. We've lost decades of sisterhood. We are familiar strangers, and it will take time, perhaps a great deal of time, to build a new relationship. To look into Charlotte's face was to see the past rushing up to meet me because she looks just like I did at that same age. Every decision and heartbreak and thrill of life is still before her. I can only pray that she takes better paths than I did. Family. It's been so long since I've spent time with people who are related to me. I'm filled with 100 emotions tonight, but most of all, I'm filled with gratitude. God allowed Melinda and Charlotte to find me. Regardless of what I've done, He took mercy on me, and He allowed my family to find a way back to me. I'm unspeakably grateful.
Chapter 23. I've already asked a few people for advice on how to set up a team of investigators, Corbin told Willow the next day. It was Saturday, and they'd spent the past few hours with John and Nora at John's house on Lakeshore Pine. The four of them had donned hats and gloves over their athletic gear, gone on a short hike, then explored the nearby inlets by kayak. At the moment, John and Nora were making their way up the trail to John's house to start dinner. They'd insisted they didn't need help, so Corbin and Willow had stayed behind on John's dock. They sat on the planks, their shoulders leaning into one another. "It'll probably take quite a while to compile evidence against Foster Holt," she said. "He seems to be very good at covering his tracks." "I can be patient." "There's also Dawn to consider." "I know. And even when Foster's put in prison," "I like your positive thinking," "he and Dawn will still have the ability to leak the location of Stan's grave. So until both Foster and Dawn are dead, I don't see a way for Josephine to come home or openly visit with her family." "Me neither." Actions had consequences. Sometimes the consequences turned out to be far more long-lasting and terrible than one initially imagined. The consequences of Josephine's affair with Foster Holt had changed the course of Josephine's life. At least now Melinda's family has answers. Charlotte's mystery is solved, and if they're careful, Josephine can keep in touch with her relatives secretly. We did what we set out to do. We found Josephine. "We found Josephine," he repeated. This was their second-to-last day together. The sunset was painting the sky with brushstrokes of mauve and plum. And Willow's heart was breaking. Her departure had seemed distant enough to bear, right up until this morning, when she'd hauled out her suitcases and stared at them as though they were tarantulas. "I'm leaving. This is happening," she'd thought, over and over. While in Corbin's presence, she'd been working to act as though nothing was wrong, which was like trying to dance in the ballroom of the Titanic while it was sinking. She injected lightness into her tone. "You know, you remind me a little of Stan Markham. Like him, you're determined and rich." "Right, but I don't buy or blackmail politicians. I'm not above buying or blackmailing you, however. Name your price, and I'll pay it if you'll stay in Washington." "Not going to happen." "Blackmail it is, then," he said. She rested her head near his collarbone. "You've already tried to blackmail me once, with the Benevolence Worldwide check. It didn't work." "That doesn't mean my evil plans won't be successful this time. Let's see. What can I blackmail you with?" "Not much. My past is squeaky clean. I'm nauseatingly respectable on the surface." When he noticed her rubbing her hands together, trying to warm them, he unzipped his jacket and opened it to her. She scooted in closer, and he hugged her against the hard contours of his dry-fit shirt. Heat enfolded her. "If you don't stay in Washington, then I'll tell everyone that you binge shop for housewares," he said. She giggled. "I'll tell them that you talk to cars when you're driving." "Ooh, scandalous." "I'll tell them that you like terrible movies." "Romantic comedies aren't terrible." "I'll tell them you eat more ice cream than a thin person should be able to eat. That'll make them really mad." She lifted her head. "Blackmailer," she accused affectionately. He held her gaze, and she could see how he felt about her in his eyes, the depth and the breadth and the commitment of it.
Willow. She placed a finger on his lips to stop him, because if he said, "I love you," if he went that far, and she was scared he would because he wasn't shy and he wasn't fearful, then she couldn't imagine how she'd be able to keep her promises to Joe. She'd given her word to Joe, and she couldn't allow her love for Corbin to wreck her honor a second time. She needed to keep the thin walls remaining between them in place. If she didn't, their separation would just be that much harder to bear. She set her forehead against his. They stayed that way for a long moment. Then he kissed her, showing her that he had ways of telling her he loved her that didn't require words.
I take offense to the whole suggestion that I need God, Joe said.
Corbin was up on a ladder, hammering one of the pieces of crown molding into place.
I haven't needed him yet, Joe said.
Really? You don't think God's help might have come in handy along the way? From where I was sitting, it didn't look like your life was a picnic. Corbin sighed. He felt about as qualified to explain the reasons why his dad needed God in his life as he was to give a lecture on quantum physics.
No, but I got through the hard times by depending on myself and through hard work.
Corbin drove another nail home, moved the ladder, and accepted a fresh piece of molding from his dad. I'm not saying that self-dependence and hard work aren't good values. They are. It's just that they're not enough.
Enough for what?
To save you from what I hear is a very fiery hell.
You know I don't believe in heaven and hell. I believe that when you die, that's just it. Lights out. The end.
Corbin sent the hammer barreling forward with more force than needed. I can tell you that self-dependence and hard work weren't enough to save me after my shoulder injury. If it weren't for God, I might still be in Dallas, drinking myself stupid. His dad frowned.
It wasn't necessarily God who helped you last winter, Corbin. It could be that time is what healed you.
I wasn't sure at first whether or not it was God who helped me, but looking back on it now, it's pretty clear.
Your recovery could have been due to any number of things, his dad said stubbornly.
It could have been, Corbin replied with equal stubbornness, but it wasn't. To Corbin's everlasting frustration, none of the guests who showed up for dinner at Bradfordwood to say goodbye to Willow seemed to be in a hurry to leave. Nora and Britt had served everyone appetizers, followed by a dinner of lasagna and salad. They'd eaten dessert an hour ago, and now it was time for every one of these people to go away so he could have Willow to himself. Tomorrow she was flying from Washington to a photo shoot in New York. At the moment, Willow was standing at the edge of the den talking to Tristan. Since Tristan was Britt's boyfriend, Corbin had no idea why he was looking at Willow the way die-hard female Mustangs fans looked at him. He watched the two of them through narrowed eyes. Nora, Britt, Jill, and Charlotte had walked down to the canal. John and Mark were standing next to him, watching the fourth quarter of the Vikings-Saints matchup. Corbin was faking interest in the game. He couldn't drum up any actual interest, not even for the league he'd been playing in this time last year. A year ago, the NFL had been his complete focus. All he could think about tonight was resisting the urge to scream, "Get out!" Every time he looked at his watch and saw the minutes ticking down to Willow's departure, he felt a sick sense of powerlessness in his gut. Most of the people here had known and loved Willow a lot longer than he had. Of course they wanted to spend time with her on her last night in Merryweather. Thing was, no one loved her as intensely as he did, and no one wanted to spend time with her as badly. Get out. Get out. Willow's grandmother, Clint, and Valentina made their way toward Corbin.
"I'm sorry that your father couldn't make it tonight," Margaret said.
"Yeah, me too." Nora and Britt had invited his dad to join them. His dad had boycotted in order to underscore his disapproval of Willow. Whatever. At the moment, Corbin didn't have the energy to be irritated with his dad. All his energy was going toward being upset about Willow's departure.
"What kind of work did your father do before his retirement?" Margaret asked. He worked for GM in Detroit.
Ah!
Her eyes lit with passion.
I remember the heyday of American automobile manufacturing. American cars were the absolute best of the best. Then overseas car companies pushed their way in, and many Americans turned their backs on our own wonderful cars and began buying cheap, poorly made vehicles. It's criminal.
Not exactly criminal.
I still drive an Oldsmobile, she said. I understand what it means to be loyal.
Royal? Valentina asked, grinning.
Yes, miss. You Queen Margaret of this family.
In a few years, cars as we've known them won't exist, Clint said, looking proud of the prediction. We'll all be riding around in computer-driven pods.
Pies? Valentina asked with confusion. That doesn't make a bit of sense, Clint Fletcher.
Margaret looked outraged.
What a thing to say.
John caught Corbin's eye and gave him an amused tip of the chin.
I've read about it in, Clint said. No. Pods. Gracious me. Certainly not.
Margaret continued preaching about American cars.
Clint shifted on his feet.
The guy had to be at least 55, but he looked like a kid who'd been scolded.
Well,
this seems like a fun conversation, Britt said, putting an arm around her grandmother and cutting off the older woman's speech.
But I'm ready to call it a night. Tristan and I will give you a ride home, Grandma.
God bless Britt. Everyone finally began gathering their things and filing out. Corbin helped the women find their coats and purses. He shook hands with the men. Get out. Charlotte and Jill were the last to leave.
Thank you,
Charlotte said when they were all standing near the door.
You're welcome,
Willow said to the girl.
I loved getting to know you, and I'm so glad that you asked me to find Josephine with you, because it was a privilege for me to work with you on her case.
Tears gathered in Charlotte's gray eyes. Corbin's spirits dipped even lower. He couldn't stand to see Charlotte cry.
It was really nice of you to help me,
Charlotte said to Willow.
It really was, Jill said. The pleasure was all mine. If I had to do it over, I'd say yes again in a heartbeat. Will you keep in touch? I promise I will, Charlotte answered.
Good, because you're my source for whale trivia.
Charlotte smiled. And pictures of Jungkook. Yes! How could I forget?
Willow hugged Charlotte, then Jill. Charlotte waved, then pulled her mom onto the front steps. Corbin shut the door behind them. Finally, he and Willow were alone. I thought they'd never leave. He prowled toward her. Playfully, she backed away. He continued his offensive.
Uh-oh,
Willow smiled. Uh-oh what?
You look like a quarterback on a drive.
That's exactly what I am. Her shoulder blades came up against the smooth wall of the hallway. He took her mouth in a hard, fast kiss. Their hands intertwined. He trailed his lips along her jaw, then slowly down her neck.
That dinner, she said weakly, seemed to take a really long time.
It felt like it took 10 hours. He spoke between kisses. I'm not a good person because I don't want to share you, even with them. She gasped when he found a sensitive spot on her neck.
You had me convinced for a long time that you weren't a good person, but now I suspect the opposite to be true.
He straightened, tilting down his chin so he could look at her directly. I'm good, am I?
Yes.
His heartbeat thudded in his ears, his wrists. It was ridiculous, the power she had over him. Scary, wonderful, unchangeable. Am I good enough for you to keep? After tomorrow? Pain moved across her face like shade from a passing cloud. She'd always been careful to keep a separation between them, which he hated. If he could crush that separation, he would. Only, he'd never known how. He loved her, and he wanted her to love him back, but he couldn't figure out how to convince her to keep him. He didn't want to shame himself by pleading, but he was afraid he might. She regarded him now through piercing green eyes that turned gray around the rim of the irises. Her nose was narrow, her lips smooth, her cheeks glowing. She was grace and beauty and calm. He was none of those things, and he loved her for being what he wasn't, for being so unlike him and so perfect for him at the same time. She turned her head and pressed a kiss to his wrist. He groaned and gently tilted her face to him. "Keep me," he said through their kiss. She wrapped her arms around his neck and made a quiet sound of answering pleasure. She was leaving, and he couldn't survive without her. Don't pressure her, he told himself. Whenever he was in his right mind, he was convinced that no good could come of pressuring her. But he wasn't in his right mind. Frustration had been carving him up all night while he'd watched her eat lasagna, talk with her family, collect dessert bowls, and carry them to the sink. He was fuming with it now. He couldn't let her go until he knew where he stood and what he could expect over the next few months. "We need to talk," he said. Panic flared in her features. "Sure." She ducked away from him and walked in the direction of the den. "How about we talk about all the reasons why Britt and Tristan are not perfect for each other, and how much I want Xander to come home so Britt can realize that he's the love of her life." "Willow, let's sit. I feel like I've been standing for hours." He softly caught her wrist, stopping her. She regarded him with concern, and an alarm went off within him. It told him to stop, not to say anything else, to turn back. Only nothing important in his life had ever come to him from stopping, from not saying anything, from turning back. "We need to talk about us." He released her wrist. She stuck her fingers into the pockets of her jeans. She wore a pale pink shirt, short boots. "I'd rather we didn't talk about us, Corbin. I don't want to spoil this thing we have at the 11th hour by trying to define it." She was trying to let him down gently, which both frustrated and worried him. He wasn't a client she had to carefully manage. "I don't want to spoil anything, but I do need for us to define it. What's going to happen after you leave tomorrow?" She hesitated. "We'll stay in touch. We'll talk. We'll send text messages and pictures." "I talk to and send texts and pictures to my friend Gray. The way I feel about him is nothing like the way I feel about you. I'll come and see you in New York." Her skin paled. "You can't come see me in New York. You can't leave your dad, not for any reason. He needs you here." He knew she was right, yet claustrophobia choked him at the thought of remaining in Shore Pine without her. "I can get away for a few days." "No," she insisted. "You can't get away for a few days. You would never forgive yourself if something were to happen to your dad while you were gone. And at this point, something could happen to him at any time. He's your priority." Her expression begged him to agree. "You're my priority, too. How am I supposed to do a good job taking care of my dad if I can't see you, if I can't be with you?" She didn't answer. "If I can't travel to see you, then how soon can you get away to visit me here?" he asked. She swallowed. "I'm not sure. I'm going to be really busy for the next several weeks." She was hedging. "But you are planning to come back?" She looked down at her feet for a long moment, then up at him. "I really don't know. I'm sorry, but that's the best answer I have at the moment." The air left his lungs. "Corbin." She spoke kindly, persuasively. "Every day I've told you that we weren't together." He interlaced his hands behind his head. She gestured him forward. "Come sit down with me. Let's not fight on our last night together, okay? I can get you some more ice cream since the portions that Nora dished up were small, and I'm sure you're probably still hungry. Let's eat ice cream and make out." She attempted a coaxing smile.
He took a step back from her. "Corbin," she whispered. He continued to press his hands into his skull in order to hold himself together. They were still standing inside Bradford Wood's foyer, which was perfect, wasn't it? She'd never let their relationship take them anywhere. They'd always been stuck in a place that was just an entrance to something better, and now the foyer of their relationship had become an exit to something worse. "Let me get this straight." He kept his voice ruthlessly level, his arms lowered. "I can't see you, and you don't have any plans to come back here to see me." "I really am sorry. I can't express to you how thankful I am for the time we've had together." "I don't want your gratitude." She flinched but kept her chin up. "I don't know when we'll see each other again, but we can talk every day on the phone." "I love you," he said. Subtle fury edged the words. He'd been ruined by her abandonment the last time. Even so, he'd given her the power to ruin him a second time. He was furious with himself and furious with her for refusing to trust him, for refusing to love him back. He wanted her to fight for them, to hang on to what they had, but he could see in every inch of her that, just like his dad, she'd decided not to fight. She wasn't going to hang on. "You are everything to me, Willow. I'll do anything in the world for you. I want to marry you. I want to have a shot at taking care of you and loving you and making love to you every day for as long as I live. There never has been and there never will be another woman for me. You're it." She moved toward him, and he could tell by her expression that she meant to throw her arms around him, to kiss him and comfort him, and then abandon him tomorrow. Just like he didn't want her gratitude, he didn't want her comfort. He held up a staying hand. Her steps immediately stopped. "Do you love me?" he asked bluntly. That one sound. It was just one syllable, and yet it was enough to damn all of his hopes. He waited. Tension vibrated through the space between them. He waited. He gave her more than enough time. Too much time. 1 second slid into the next, but she didn't say anything more. What more proof did he need? She'd made herself very, very clear. He spun on his heel and slammed Bradford Wood's door behind him. Involuntarily, Willow lifted both hands to cover the lower half of her face. During their exchange just now, her lungs had tightened as if she were being physically wounded, and her breath had wanted to stop off in her throat. She stood unmoving on Bradford Wood's polished hardwood floor, struggling to comprehend what had just happened. Things had fallen apart so quickly and so completely. Just minutes ago, her family and friends had been here, and she'd been having a lovely time. Just seconds ago, she'd been in Corbin's arms. And now this. If only she'd responded better to the things he'd said to her. If only she'd been able to find the words that would have placated him. Instead, she'd been limited to an inadequate handful of words because of the promises she'd made to Joe. She felt like the mother in the fairy tale Rumpelstiltskin, who'd promised the little man her firstborn child and later come to regret her promise. Except in Willow's case, knowing the word Rumpelstiltskin wasn't going to save her. Back when she and Joe had their discussion, she'd had no idea that her promises would prove so hard to keep. She hadn't fully anticipated the power of Hurricane Corbin. She hadn't understood then that he had the ability to change a day from bad to good with a smile, to make her feel as though she'd finally found home, to revolutionize her heart with his acceptance of her. He'd said he loved her. A wave of dizziness rolled over her. He'd said he'd do anything for her, that he wanted to marry her, that she was the only woman for him. He'd spoken with unvarnished honesty and vulnerability. Numbly, she walked toward the sitting room at the front of the house. Perhaps he hadn't driven away.
Maybe he was still parked out front, rethinking things. If so, then it was possible that he'd come back inside and spend more time with her on her very last night. She'd completed all her packing earlier in the day so that she'd be able to focus entirely on him when the others left. The view out the sitting room's window revealed empty driveway. He was gone. She needed to make it right. She couldn't make it right. For now, she had to leave it the way that it was. She must have seemed like the coldest, meanest woman alive just now. Willow lowered into a nearby chair and wrapped her arms around her middle. For months now, she'd been the only occupant of her childhood home. But for much, much longer than that, she'd been encased in aloneness. Since she left home for college? Since she'd set out to pursue modeling? The girl whose big dream had been to be a part of a loving family of her own had been living with a sense of aloneness for so long now that she couldn't put a start date on it. She'd wanted to tell Corbin that she loved him too, to assure him that she'd come back to see him. Soon. "Did you really think your relationship with Corbin would end happily?" a taunting voice within her asked. "After what you did in the past with him? You're not good enough to deserve a happy ending." Another thought rose up in defense. "But I'm doing this, honoring his dad's request, to prove that I'm trustworthy, to prove I'm not that same girl, riddled with mistakes." She sprang up from the chair and went straight to the mudroom. She couldn't stay inside, alone, with these thoughts. Not tonight, during the hours she'd planned to spend with Corbin. She exchanged her ankle boots for rain boots, then donned her coat and a pair of gloves. Flicking on a flashlight, she struck out in the direction of the inlet. She wanted to clench her fists and scream at the sky. She wanted to bawl. She did neither. She was the best-behaved sister because she was the sister who'd been a mistake. She was the sister who'd been left behind by her mother. She'd never wanted to give anyone a reason to look at her and shake their head and say, "That's the unwanted Bradford daughter, you know." You are not a mistake. Unlike the voice she'd heard earlier, this one was not taunting. It was not malicious. It was as quiet as intuition, as steady as time. She had been a mistake, though. The facts of her birth testified to that. "I planned you, Willow. I knit you together. You were never a mistake." "I was." "I don't make mistakes." She drew in an aching breath and thought back through her family's history. Her father's affair with her biological mother, Sylvie. His subsequent marriage to Nora's mom, who died tragically. For years after, her dad had poured everything he had into caring for her and Nora, and into his work. Emotionally, he'd closed himself off from everyone else inside a shell of grief and blame. But, in time, the Lord had brought healing. After all the heartache her dad had endured, funny, smart, feisty Kathleen had come into his life. Her dad had been determined not to love Kathleen, but in the end, he'd been unable to stop himself. And thank goodness for that. If her dad hadn't married Kathleen, Britt wouldn't have been born. Her dad wouldn't have experienced the joy and peace he'd found in his long marriage to Kathleen, and his 3 daughters wouldn't have had a mother. When Willow took the long view of her dad's story, she could see plainly how God had taken her dad's failures and sorrows and created something beautiful out of them. Why was it so hard for her to accept that God could do the same for her? Was her faith too small? Or was her regret too big? Perhaps her regret was so big that it had kept her faith small these past 4 years. "How come you're still carrying guilt around?" Corbin had asked her a few nights ago. She'd had no answer then. Why couldn't she receive forgiveness and move on the way Corbin had? Because it seemed to her that her holy God would and should expect more perfection of her than she expected of herself. That was wrong theology. She'd never had any perfection of her own to offer, even before her affair with Corbin. That was right theology. Yet, she'd believed there for a while that she did have something of her own to bring to the table, and that her worthiness might inspire God to love her. When she'd lost her worthiness, she'd concluded that God no longer had as many reasons to love her. Following the beam of her flashlight, she reached the cliff above the inlet. This place, this cove, was a symbol of all the rules she'd broken. She'd let those broken rules trip her up, like ropes around her ankles. But Jesus was the antidote to broken rules. She was finally ready to accept that and to embrace his forgiveness, because she flat out couldn't deal with the alternative any longer. She couldn't continue to carry the guilt. "I never had any goodness of my own," she whispered. She said it several times, allowing the stark truth of it to penetrate. "You were always the only good one. I have nothing to bring to you but faith. Please, please forgive me. I love you." A sense of full acceptance and all-consuming, all-forgiving, unconditional love swept through her. For long minutes she simply stood, unmoving and praying, letting herself feel God's love. His love wasn't narrow, the way she'd tried to make it. It was the widest and deepest love there was. "You love me," she breathed. And instantly she could feel his answer in the wind, the air, the life beating through her veins. He loved her without reservations, without keeping a record of her wrongs. As far as the east is from the west, that's how far he'd removed her sins from her. He loved her, and he forgave her. She scooped up a handful of dirt in one gloved hand and extended it in front of her. Deliberately, she let the dirt fall between her fingers, over the side of the cliff. With it, she worked to let go of the shame. She worked to forgive herself. By the time no dirt remained in her hand, she felt clean inside. He, in his grace, was giving her a new beginning. A rivulet of tears ran down her cheek. She prayed earnestly for Corbin and for herself. She prayed that God would somehow take their failures and do for the two of them what he'd once done for her father. "Lord God, make something beautiful out of our mistakes, in your time." Text messages written by Willow and deleted before sending. Willow: "Corbin, please forgive me. I'm so sorry." Willow: "I know I might have come across as unfeeling earlier, but I'm not. At all. I've had a lot of practice at covering my emotions. At the slightest sign of risk, I put up barricades and hide behind them. But that doesn't mean that I don't feel. I care about you deeply." Willow: "Please keep on loving me. Despite the way that things look, I can't tell you why I did what I did tonight. Will you love me and believe in me anyway?" Willow: "Is it okay if I drive over to your place? We can't leave it like this between us. I want to see you one more time before I go." Willow: "I love you." Chapter 24. Britt Bradford hated goodbyes. The schmaltzy sentiment. The gloomy parting hugs. But also, she just plain didn't like to say goodbye to the people she cared about most. She'd been off her game ever since Xander had gone. Now Willow was leaving too, which was making the 10 o'clock hour of this overcast, misty Monday morning all the more depressing. She'd filled Sweet Art with several sources of bright, happy light. Still, depressing. "Here." Britt handed Willow a box containing milk chocolate caramel truffles, her favorite. A little something for the plane. Thank you. Willow tucked the box into her purse. During these past months in Merryweather, Britt's oldest sister had dressed in a style that was, for her, fairly casual. Today, she'd switched back into her modeling persona. She wore a scarf over a designer shirt, skinny pants, heels, and a chic gray leather jacket. Her big round sunglasses had been over her eyes a moment ago, when she and Nora had entered Sweet Art, but were now propped on top of her head. She looked like the high-powered, fashionable woman she was. It's not fair to vie for the title of best sister by giving Willow chocolate, Nora said to Britt. Then, to Willow, I can offer you a stack of historical documents to read on the plane. I'll pass, Willow said. Britt's clearly my best sister. You stink, Britt, Nora said. I have no sympathy for you, my vanquished foe. Nora laughed, and Willow tried to join in, but something about Willow's manner was off. It was as though she was providing them with an imitation of herself. Her makeup had been applied meticulously. Beneath it, though, her skin was a touch too white. She seemed fragile. If she were to stumble and fall, Britt worried she'd break. I can tell that something's wrong, Britt said to Willow. What is it? Nothing. It's not nothing. Nora set her hands on her hips and cocked her head. I agree. Something's bothering you. Willow massaged her temples. Yikes, she's doing that massage the temples thing, Britt said. Things didn't go well between Corbin and me last night. Willow dropped her hands. After you guys left. Oh, no, Nora murmured. What happened? Britt asked. Maddie was helping a customer at the counter, and an older woman was sitting off to the side, making her way through a piece of dark chocolate pistachio bark and a coffee. Here, standing in a sisterly huddle in the middle of Sweet Art's floor space, they had a small buffer between themselves and eavesdroppers. I don't want to go into it because I want to respect Corbin's privacy, Willow said. Tactful Willow. Privacy's overrated between sisters, Britt said. Let's just say that he wanted more from me than I could give. I can't come back here anytime soon, and he can't leave because of his dad's health. But, Britt said, there's this cool thing they've invented called FaceTime. Maybe you've heard of it? Be kind. Nora nudged Britt's upper arm. Be kind was the refrain their mom had used on the three of them whenever they'd gotten into arguments. I don't think we're getting the whole story, Britt said. I don't either, Nora said. A flush lit Willow's cheeks. And you're not going to get the whole story. Fine, Britt said grumpily. Britt met Nora's eyes. You two aren't allowed to exchange meaningful glances about me in front of me. Willow's stab at teasing fell flat. I don't understand why you're not engaged to John, Britt said to Nora, and why you aren't willing to try dating Corbin long distance, she said to Willow. These men aren't ordinary run-of-the-mill men, you realize. They're once-in-a-lifetime men, in my opinion. So if you aren't going to snag them, I can only assume it's because you're staying single out of solidarity with me, which is nice and all, but I can assure you it's also unnecessary. I'm 6 years and 4 years younger than you two grandmas. I haven't even reached my prime. Willow gave her a droll look. Did you just call us grandmas? I'll have you know that I'm definitely not staying single out of solidarity with you, Nora said to Britt. John and I just started dating in July. If and when he proposes, I'm going to say yes before he finishes his sentence. You go through a boyfriend every season of the year, Britt, Willow said. Why would you want us to settle down? Britt adjusted the apron she wore. I want you to settle down because your boyfriends are great. I switch my boyfriends every season because none of them have been great in the way that John and Corbin are great. You two are weird. You're weirder, Nora said to her. You're weirdest, Willow said to Nora. They shared a smile of complete accord. They had different personalities, but the ties that bound them together were far stronger than their differences.
They were the best thing any little girl can be to another little girl, and any woman can be to another woman. They were sisters. Britt held her arms open to Willow. The time had come for the gloomy parting hug. Willow always drove herself to SeaTac in her own car, which she then left in long-term storage until her next arrival. She didn't need Britt or Nora to give her a ride to the airport, so this was goodbye. "Stay safe and come back to see us soon," Britt whispered. "Love you," Willow said. "Love you too." "I promised Nikki you'd drop by at the library to say goodbye," Nora said. "Okay, will do." Willow took a step toward the door, then stopped. "Would you guys keep an eye on Joe and Corbin for me? It's just—" She set her lips together a fraction too tightly. "Joe has the Dixons, but I don't think he has many other friends in Shore Pine. He likes both of you, and it might be nice for him and Corbin to have visitors." "Of course," Britt and Nora said in unison. "Jinx," they said in unison. Then Willow and Nora were gone, and Britt had officially lost the proximity of one of her sisters. "I heard the speech you gave about how John and Corbin are once-in-a-lifetime men," came a voice from behind Britt. She swiveled to see her longtime friend, Maddie, resting her crossed forearms on top of the chocolate display case. Maddie's messy bob, darker at the crown and streaked with a few caramel-colored strands at the bottom, gleamed. A smear of sugar crystals marked one of her cheeks. Maddie was spunky, sweet, and had a fondness for Instagram and potato chips. She was also Britt's primary employee. While Britt worked in the kitchen, Maddie saw to everything else that made Sweet Art run. Britt came to stand directly across the display case from Maddie. "I was thinking that we were protected from eavesdroppers." "The only part of your conversation loud enough to hear was your once-in-a-lifetime men speech. It was a good speech." "Thank you." "And it got me thinking, I know a once-in-a-lifetime man who you, my friend, are not snagging." "Xander?" Every so often, Maddie floated the idea that Britt and Xander should become a couple, which was ridiculous. Maddie nodded. "He's not an," she did air quotes, "ordinary, run-of-the-mill man." "No, he's my friend, my very good friend." "Wouldn't it be nice to fall in love with someone who's also your very good friend?" "No, it would just be strange." "He's handsome, in case you haven't noticed lately." "I haven't noticed lately because he's gone. But even if he were here, I wouldn't notice because he's my friend." Britt cinched the tie on her apron tighter. "By the way, you're not really one to be giving out dating advice, seeing as how you've been in love with Leo Donnelly for years without ever mentioning it to him." "Leo," she said dreamily. Britt had known bringing up Leo would divert Maddie the same way throwing a tennis ball diverted a dog. "I can't mention it to him because he's Olivia's husband." "He was Olivia's husband until she died. Now he's your future husband." "He thinks of me as nothing more than a friend, kind of like the way you think of Xander." "Yes," Britt blinked. "Wait, no, it's not the same at all, because Xander doesn't have romantic feelings for me like you do for Leo." Flustered, for some reason that made no sense to her, Britt headed toward her sanctuary in the rear of the shop to continue work on a batch of white chocolate macadamia popcorn. "Get back to work, employee of mine." "I am working. You pay me to loan you my wisdom." "I pay you to sell chocolate, smarty pants." Willow exited Nora's library on the green, then paused to extend her umbrella. When she had it up, she took one last look at Merriweather Historical Village. Half a dozen people, bundled into rain gear, hurried along the village paths with their heads down. Only one figure was still. Recognition clanged within her. Corbin sat on one of the benches lining the village's ribbon of grass. He was leaning forward, elbows planted on his knees, looking directly at her beneath the brim of a black baseball cap. He'd dressed in a jacket and track pants. No umbrella. He must be soaked. She walked toward him on wobbly legs, her pulse thrumming, fast. Thank you, Lord. It must be a good sign that he'd come here, surely? Or maybe not. Maybe he was here to let her have it for hurting him. He stood, his hands thrust into his pockets. She stopped near him, but not too near. Certainly not as near as she'd have stopped yesterday, before their fight. The relatively small distance between them felt big and unnavigable. He hadn't shaved. His face was grave, his eyes red and haggard. Her mood, already bleak today, took a spiraling journey toward her toes. She couldn't stand it. She loved him, and she needed to tell him. She needed to kiss him and whisper to him how sorry she was for letting him down. Instead, she stretched out her arms so that her umbrella covered him instead of her. She was dry and warm, but he must be cold and wet, and she refused to watch the rain saturate him further. His lips quirked up sadly. "You keep it." He moved the umbrella's stem back in her direction. "I knew you'd come by the village this morning to say goodbye to your sisters." "You were right. I didn't see you sitting here earlier." "I was waiting inside the pie emporium until a few minutes ago. I saw you and Nora go into the library." "I see." This was terrible. She knew him incredibly well. Why did she feel so tongue-tied? Because this meeting meant so much, that's why. These were her last moments with him. "I wanted to see you," he said, "because I can't leave things between us the way I left them last night." Hope flickered to life within Willow. "I can't either." It was a relief to say one thing that was wholly true. "I have to know if I've been reading you wrong all this time, Willow. Was I way off base to think you cared about me?" "No, I do care about you. A great deal. I love you, in fact," she thought. "I know it seems like I don't, but I do." He scowled, and she knew he was wondering why, in that case, she'd insisted on suspending their relationship. No doubt he'd been battling anger and confusion all night. She knew for sure that she'd lacerated his pride. Yet here he was, working to build a bridge between them this morning. "I guess we're going to have to agree to disagree on where our relationship should go from here." A network of tendons flickered along his jaw. "I can stomach disagreeing with you, but I can't stomach not being able to communicate with you after today." "Neither can I. I can't handle my dad's situation, or finish construction on my house, or bring down Foster Holt if I have to do those things without you, without at least talking to you. I can't do it." Tears hazed her eyes. She moved to him and hugged him tightly, the umbrella's handle trapped between her chest and his. His arms came around her, and she felt his face press near her ear. "I'm sorry I can't be here in person." Her voice broke. "I'm incredibly sorry for that, and for everything else." She knew that talking on the phone probably sounded to him like a lousy consolation prize, but... "I'll take talking to you on the phone, Corbin, because it's so much better than nothing." "Don't forget that we're also going to text and send pictures," he said. "Yes." She laughed, sorrow clutching her. "What about emails?" "Yes." "Facebook messages?" "Neither of us likes Facebook." "Oh, right." They stayed there, clinging to each other, as surrounded by pain as they were by rain, the circle of the umbrella their only protection. "I'll miss you," she whispered. "I'll miss you." He spoke in a sandpaper tone, as if his throat was sore. "Come back when you can." "I will." She looked into his face, committing every detail of it to memory, telling him, "You didn't read me wrong," without words. He gave her one featherlight kiss. It was a respectful kiss, safe. He'd retreated from her behind a new fortress of his own. "Goodbye, Willow." He released his hold. She walked backward a few paces. He remained frozen in place. His big body was full of power, speed, strength. Yet, standing there alone, he looked both proud and bereft. She was certain in that moment, positively certain, that he was the one for her. She nodded once, then turned and walked to her car. Text message from Willow's agent, Blythe, to Willow. Blythe. Congratulations on your first day back on the job. I'm so happy for you, Willow. I hope the break in Washington was everything you hoped it would be and that you're feeling refreshed. In addition to the bookings already on your calendar, I have several more opportunities to discuss with you. Some big players are rabidly interested in signing you. Call me when you get a chance and we'll discuss. Chapter 25. I've never understood why Christians are so determined to make everyone feel bad about themselves with all that talk about sin and sinners. Sin and sinners. Joe grunted with disgust. They go on and on about it. Why had Corbin imagined that talking to his dad about faith was a good idea? At the moment, he'd trade one of his Super Bowl rings for the chance to avoid this conversation and lay tile alone in this bathroom he no longer cared about, in this town he no longer cared about, now that Willow wasn't in it. She'd left 2 days ago. That he'd found a way to go on shocked him. He and his dad were both wearing knee pads and hunching over to place spacers between slabs of tile. Christians go on about sin, Corbin said, because they know that God can't do anything with a person until that person can admit their sins. Problem is, most of us would rather ignore our mistakes. We want to view ourselves as good at any cost. Most of the people I know are good. How good are they, though, in comparison to God? They worked for a few minutes in silence. There's something that the people who want to see themselves as good don't understand, Corbin said. Which is? There's freedom in admitting that you're not good, in being accepted for who you actually are. It was a relief for me when I got to that place. His dad positioned another tile on the grout. Man, he missed Willow. A huge distance separated them now. He had no idea when he'd get to see her again, and the idea that it might be months worsened his already rotten mood. When his dad let the discussion drop, Corbin didn't try to resurrect it. He wasn't in the right frame of mind to talk about God. He wasn't in the right frame of mind for anything. Willow remained perfectly still as the stylist adjusted her hair. She was stretched out on a low-slung white cement sculpture in front of miles of aqua Caribbean sea. She'd worked with this photographer several times in the past. He was talented and professional. The location was stunning. Even so, her thoughts were thousands of miles away in a little town called Shore Pine with an ex-pro football player and his dad. During her months in Merriweather and over the 3 weeks that had passed since she'd left Washington, she'd given herself several work-related pep talks along the lines of, "Your enjoyment of modeling is sure to come back. This burnout will pass. Be patient with yourself." But so far, Willow hadn't felt positively enough about the opportunities her agent had presented to her to commit to any of them. Her half-hearted response baffled Blythe. Willow understood why. The idea of walking away from a successful career was, on its surface, baffling. Willow herself had some reservations about it. One, she didn't know what God was calling her to next, so leaving modeling felt a little like letting go of a trapeze bar to fall into nothingness. The state of her finances did provide her with a type of net, because she had not, thank goodness, frittered away all her income on housewares. Even so. Two, she worried that her distress over Corbin might be unfairly slanting her objectivity. Everything felt drab and boring without him. Had her pining for him made the modeling seem unbearable, even though it wasn't? 3, if she quit modeling, would she regret it later? At the age of 31, she didn't have many years of modeling ahead of her anyway. Would she be upset with herself 20 years from now if she quit at this point? Across 3 continents in 3 weeks, Willow had been thinking about and praying through these issues. Gradually, she'd come to accept that her discontent with modeling was not a phase. She'd always be grateful for all that modeling had given her, She'd traveled the world, and in so doing, seen and experienced a treasure trove of things she never would have otherwise. She'd met scores of interesting people. She'd been given a platform to help benevolence worldwide. For a long time, the exciting job of professional model had suited her. However, Willow's modeling life was no longer, for her, the model life. God had called her to modeling all those years ago. She firmly believed that. And she'd seen how he'd been able to use her profession for his glory. She'd felt satisfaction in her work and peace concerning her direction. God had removed her satisfaction and peace some time ago. She'd been blundering along without him ever since, for longer than she cared to admit. Just because God started you on one path didn't mean he intended to keep you on that path all your life. If God wasn't calling her to modeling anymore, and she really didn't think he was, then she had no business continuing in this profession. Her doubts about quitting needed to step to the side and get out of her way, because she didn't want to go where God wasn't leading. He was the one who'd sustained her these past 3 weeks, who'd traveled with her, who'd doggedly comforted her when she'd been desolate without Corbin. She was determined to live her life in sync with God from now on. So if God was ready to do a new thing in her life, then she needed to collect her bravery and embrace change. The hairstylist scampered off. The makeup artist brushed more highlighter onto her cheekbones. The photographer's assistant modified the lighting. The photographer called out instructions. Willow dutifully obeyed. "Yes," the photographer said. "Yes." "No," thought Willow. "No. I'm really done." What she wanted most in this world at this particular moment, sitting by the sea, was to be with Corbin. Grief gathered into a hot ball behind her rib cage. Great Scott! Get a hold of yourself. It had taken scheduling gymnastics to talk to him each day across time zones and her shooting schedule, but he'd never complained, nor had he blamed her for leaving, nor had he said he loved her again. He was somewhat guarded with her now. He hadn't once asked when she was coming back. In addition to the updates she received from Corbin, her sisters had been supplying her with insider information. Nora, Britt, or Grandma had been stopping by Corbin and Joe's barn house every few days. According to her sisters, Joe was slowing down and growing thinner, but still working alongside Corbin on the renovation. Willow fervently wished that she could be there. What kind of person showed their love by remaining distant when their loved one's closest family member was dying? It was a person's stubborn determination to stick by another when things got hard in the very worst moments that defined love. "Can you brighten that smile by a few degrees?" the photographer asked, and so she did. Corbin still woke at the same time each day, made the same things for breakfast, drove his dad to appointments. His publicist and agent still called, and he still responded to them in the usual ways. He was faking it. He was moving his body through daily routines while trying to accept that Willow was gone and that his dad was dying. It felt as though his true self was looking down on him from far, far away. It felt as though someone else, his shadow self, had hijacked his body. Willow had been gone for a month now. It was Christmas Day, and he and his dad were sitting at Bradford Wood's dining room table with Nora and John and Britt and Tristan, a few of the Bradford aunts and uncles, and some of their cousins. Willow's sisters and grandmother had done everything possible to take care of his dad since Willow's departure, including inviting them to this meal. He nodded and pretended to listen to what one of Willow's relatives was saying to him as his attention panned across the table. His gaze paused on his dad. He talked his dad into listening to the same audio version of the Bible that Corbin had listened to, which was the only good thing that had happened lately. Corbin had excelled at football for most of his life. He wasn't used to failing at things as badly as he'd been failing at explaining Christianity to his father.
They were still having their not productive talks, but now, at least, Corbin had the comfort of knowing that his dad was getting input from the Bible itself. His vision moved over the remainder of the room. The Bradfords had cooked a huge amount of food. Christmas music played, and everyone here, except him, appeared to be happy. He felt as happy as an undertaker. Frankly, it sucked to be surrounded by this house and these people when Willow wasn't here. Spending Christmas at Bradfordwood while Willow celebrated in Africa with her parents was the emotional equivalent of getting sacked. Because of their phone calls, he knew how her days went. He knew what was on her mind and where she was in the world and if she was feeling happy or sad. She encouraged him to continue talking to his dad about God. She listened to his concerns. She sympathized with him. She discussed the pros and cons of the decisions he faced regarding his dad's care. The sound of her voice always flowed into him like warm, calming water. Their conversations were his lifeline. They were also his curse, because they weren't nearly enough. A part of him was still coldly and completely furious with her. He knew it wasn't fair to be angry at Willow for not loving him back, for leaving him. Even so, he was angry. On top of that, he flat out wasn't doing well without her. His appetite wasn't what it should be. He wasn't sleeping well. The passing of weeks hadn't helped, and he'd started to wonder if he should see his dad's psychologist. For as long as he could remember, being diagnosed with a mental illness had been his worst fear. That wasn't his worst fear anymore. There were a lot of things worse than mental illness. Living without Willow was one of them for him. He'd been praying desperately for God's help, and still, he was just getting by. "That's it," Corbin said to his dad on the last day of January. They both took a step back to admire the switch plate Joe had just installed. They'd spent the last few weeks doing finishing work on their house. Quarter round, trim, paint, outlet covers, exterior improvements. As of this moment, they were officially done. Their 8-month-long renovation was complete. Joe looked across at Corbin and gave him the old grin he used to give Corbin when Corbin brought home an A on a paper, scored touchdowns, or had dinner waiting for his dad when he got home from work. "Good work, son." His dad extended a hand. They shook. "Good work, Dad." That old grin made his dad look 10 years younger. Maybe the doctors were wrong. Maybe his dad still had plenty of time left in him. Maybe his dad would recover, and his story would become a miracle story. The next morning, Joe wouldn't get out of bed. His dad's doctor had instructed Corbin to call with any change in condition, so Corbin called. Dr. Benton drove to the house that evening and went upstairs to treat his patient. Corbin waited downstairs. He sat at the kitchen island in his finished house, turning his coffee mug around and around. His loneliness pressed in on him from every angle, heavier than gravity, as inescapable as chains. Dr. Benton was a nice man, but when he came downstairs and told Corbin it was time to call in hospice care, Dr. Benton might as well have clubbed him in the head. After thanking the doctor and showing him out, Corbin stood inside his front door, one hand splayed on the smooth wood, head dipped. It wasn't going to be a miracle story. He'd known for a long time that it wouldn't be. It's not like this fate had snuck up on him. Even so, he felt stunned by it. Hospice? No. He wasn't ready. His heart began to race with panic. He pulled out his phone and dialed Willow. "Corbin?" He exhaled raggedly, thankful that she'd picked up. "I'm sorry to wake you. I know it's the middle of the night in Paris." "It's okay." He sat on one of the chairs that guests had sat in to watch football the night he'd hosted a party so that he could see her. Max and Duke lay on the floor at his feet,
staring at him with worry as he told her what the doctor had said. "I'm so sorry." Her voice was slightly husky from sleep. "Hospice, Willow?" He hated the sound of his own anxiety. "I'm not ready for that." "I'm not sure a person can ever be ready for what you and your dad are going through. He was just working on the house with me yesterday. How could he have gone down so quickly?" "If I had to guess, I'd say that he willed himself to finish the house, regardless of how he was feeling physically. He told me once that completing work on the house was extremely important to him." "He did?" "Yes." "So now that the house is done, he's throwing in the towel?" She hesitated. "I think it's more that his exhaustion has caught up with him now that he's accomplished what he wanted to accomplish." He swore. "Sorry," he immediately said. "It's all right." "I'm not up for this, Willow. I can't take care of my dad as well as he should be taken care of." "Yes, you can." "I should have insisted that he meet with a pastor. I can't convince him to believe in God." "Just you wait and see. God's the one who will convince Joe. Keep trying, and I'll keep praying." "I can't watch my father die," he said flatly. She didn't answer. They both knew that he had no choice. He loved his dad, and so he'd remain right here with his father until the end. "Corbin," she said. He loved her voice, the timbre and the clarity of it. "You have a history of responding to hard things by going into a tailspin." "If that's a pep talk, it needs a little work." "Hear me out. We discussed what happened to you when I told you I was worried that I might be pregnant. And after we broke up, your dad told me you were in a bad place for a long time." "True." "You went into a tailspin again after your shoulder injury." "Also true." "Your dad is dying, which is worse than anything that's come before. Yet you haven't gone into a tailspin." She paused. "You said just now that you're not up for this, but don't you see? You've been bearing up under this for months. You are bearing up under this." Surprise froze him for a long moment. "I'm struggling." "Yes, but that's to be expected, considering your circumstances. God has been giving you enough strength to get through each day. He's steadying you, Corbin." He was too stunned to speak. "You might not feel as if you know God well yet, but He knows you very, very well. He's with you, and He's providing for you." They said goodnight a few minutes later. Corbin set the phone aside and went to stand at the empty fireplace. Willow was right. As heavy-hearted as he'd been lately, he hadn't reached for alcohol. He hadn't gotten in his car and driven someplace far, far away. He hadn't done any of the destructive things he'd done in the past when life had sent him reeling. God had been holding him together. His shoulders relaxed as the worst of the stress that had gripped him since Dr. Benton mentioned hospice began to loosen. God was holding him together. Not so long ago, he'd wanted to believe that Willow had the power to make the loss of football and his shoulder pain and his dad's condition bearable. Then she'd gone away. Even without her here, the loss of football and his shoulder pain and his dad's condition were bearable. Awful, but bearable. Because God was on his side. He, his dad, and Willow had all been scarred in ways that made trusting difficult. In the months since he'd asked God to save him, he'd continued to waffle. He'd never been completely certain whether he could trust God. He stared at the hearth and imagined puzzle pieces locking together in ways he hadn't seen until now. God had brought him to Shore Pine. God had brought his father here, too, to this place that had been good for his dad. He'd given them work. He'd brought Willow and connected her to Corbin through Charlotte. God had made a way for Corbin to forgive Willow and Willow to forgive Corbin. He'd made a way for the two of them to resist the mistakes that had caused Willow to break up with him the last time. And then, after she'd gone, God had remained. He'd been offering Corbin something better than Willow's presence or his dad's health or football. He'd been offering Corbin himself. Gratitude clutched Corbin's heart. God had been showing himself to be trustworthy for a long time now. He'd been far more faithful to Corbin than Corbin had ever been to him. This God of his was a God who was determined to set broken things right. Corbin was a broken thing. From now on, he'd let God set him right. 3 days later, Willow unlocked the door of her LA home and pulled her rolling suitcase inside behind her. She hadn't been here since last spring, so she'd hired a housekeeper to wash sheets and dust so that the house would be pristine when she arrived. Indeed, everything looked immaculate. She'd decorated and stocked this house to the brim. It hit just the right notes: stylish and relaxing, cozy and inviting, gracious. It also reverberated with silence. She'd always had a deep hunger for home. She'd done her best to fill that need through countless shopping sprees. She'd put time and heart and money into making this house as fabulous as it could possibly be, and even so, this showplace wasn't home. Home was God. Home was the people he gave you to love while you were on this earth. She made her way through the familiar rooms that felt oddly unfamiliar. They hadn't changed. She had. When she reached her kitchen, she set her purse on the counter and extracted from it the newspaper article she'd been reading on the plane. She stuck it on her refrigerator with a magnet, then took a step back to read it one last time. The headline proclaimed, "Wife of Missing Man Accuses Senator Foster Holt." The photo showed Senator Holt in profile, hurrying into his limo, surrounded by his attorneys. Washington, D.C. Richard Reynolds, 55, senior analyst at American corporate giant Sierra Inc., went missing 2 years ago. Yesterday, his wife, Angela Reynolds, came forward with material he left for her in their safe deposit box before his disappearance. According to Mrs. Reynolds, and substantiated by sources close to her, the safe deposit box contained audio tapes, photographs, and a zip drive of financial documents that implicate Senator Foster Holt. Richard grew increasingly anxious in the weeks leading up to his disappearance, Mrs. Reynolds said. He confessed to me that he'd been funneling money from Sierra to Foster Holt through campaign donations as well as private payments, and he feared that the FEC was growing suspicious. When he informed his superiors at Sierra and Foster Holt that he wanted no part of it any longer, neither would allow him that option. He was afraid for his life, so he began compiling evidence. He told me he wanted me to have it in case anything happened to him. When asked why she waited 2 years to make the material public, Reynolds said, "I was afraid for my own life. Also, Richard was a wonderful man, and I've been reluctant to share his part in all of this. I've dreaded the media frenzy I knew this would cause. But when I met with a team of private investigators last week, and they told me about some of the other things they suspect that Foster Holt has been involved with, I couldn't remain silent any longer. Senator Holt needs to answer for his role in my husband's disappearance." Local authorities are studying the material that Mrs. Reynolds has supplied and are said to be reopening the missing persons case of Richard Reynolds. Ross Levy, attorney for Senator Foster Holt, had this to say when asked for a comment. "Senator Holt has been a respected and hardworking public servant for 4 decades. This so-called evidence was likely manufactured by Mrs. Reynolds and insiders from the opposing political party. These accusations are both false and outrageous." No, Willow thought. Not false. Not outrageous. It had taken time, but Corbin's team of private investigators had done what they'd set out to do. Corbin had kept her abreast of their investigation, and last week she'd been one of the first to learn that the team had finally found a chink in Senator Holt's armor. Willow had no doubt that an arrest would ensue,
followed by months, if not years, of legal battles. But she also believed that, in the end, Senator Holt would experience the sting of justice. She was sorry for Marjorie Holt and her children and grandchildren, yet the truth she'd considered the day she and Corbin had sat together on John's dock, that actions had consequences, kept circling through her mind. The senator had managed to evade the consequences of his actions toward Josephine and Stan Markham and Vicky Goff and others for years, but no longer. She rustled through the pantry until she found an unopened box of After Eights that she'd bought for a friend's bridal shower long ago. Gazing out her kitchen window, she nibbled on the mint chocolate square. Yesterday, she'd completed her last modeling assignment. She'd fulfilled every single one of her outstanding work obligations, which left her feeling 100 pounds lighter and also slightly unmoored. She'd left one destination behind. However, she was stuck in a kind of purgatory because she'd yet to reach her new destination. She wouldn't be satisfied until she was where she wanted to be, beside Corbin in the storm of his dad's decline. For the time being, her whole focus, her only goal, was to return to him. Today, she'd write and mail a letter to Joe because this she knew. The road between L.A. and Shore Pine was blocked by cantankerous Joe Stewart, a man who was the antonym of her biggest fan. Letter from Willow to Joe. Joe, I realize that I'm not your favorite person. I hope you'll do me the honor of reading this letter and hearing me out anyway. I'll begin by apologizing. I know you feel animosity toward me because of how my relationship with Corbin ended 4 years ago. A few months back, I might have responded to your animosity by pointing my finger at Corbin and angrily listing all the things he did wrong. But my feelings couldn't be more different now. At this point, when I think about our breakup, I primarily see before me the things that I did wrong. I turned my back on my own beliefs for a time, which made me anxious. When Corbin couldn't make me feel secure, I distanced myself. When he didn't say the things I wanted to hear in a TV interview, I distanced myself. When I was given a reason to feel betrayed by him, I snatched it. To protect myself, I ended things with him and refused to give him the second chance he asked for. I'm a Christian, which means the gift of grace I've received allows me to live forgiven. However, until recently, I couldn't find it within myself to forgive Corbin. After hanging on to bitterness much, much too long, I finally did forgive him, and I believe that he's forgiven me. I apologize for hurting your son, and for the hurt I caused you too. I apologize for the pain Corbin went through because of me after our breakup. I apologize for my unforgiving heart. You see, I came to love Corbin again this past fall. In the months since I left Washington, through our phone conversations, I've come to love him more and more and more. I've fulfilled my modeling contracts and haven't accepted any future assignments because I'm very eager to return to Washington. In all honesty, I can't stand not to be there with Corbin during this time. I don't want to cause you frustration or anger. I just want to be there to support Corbin and do whatever you're comfortable with me doing to support you. I haven't returned sooner because I've been very cognizant of the promises I made to you that day, sitting on the porch outside your house. Will you please release me from those promises and allow me to return? Please? I'll make you a new promise. I'll promise to love your son wholeheartedly, to help him find his keys, to make sure he continues to order chocolate for dessert, to laugh at his sense of humor, to look past his charm when he tries to use it as a smokescreen and dig deeper to discover what's really going on beneath. I promise to protect him, and if we marry one day, I promise you that I'll stay true to my vows all my life. I'll await your decision.
You can reach me at the following phone number. Sincerely, Willow. Chapter 26. Only a week and a half had passed since the day he and his dad had finished renovating the house. In that short amount of time, Corbin had watched the health drain from his dad's body. Corbin had been working to place his trust in God, and to place his trust in God, and again to place his trust in God. In addition to the hospice specialists who checked in with them daily, Corbin had hired round-the-clock nurses. He'd flown in every one of Joe's family members and friends who'd wanted to visit. Whenever Dr. Benton made a house call, Corbin asked him whether his dad was receiving the best possible treatment. The doctor always assured him he was. Even so, concern gnawed at Corbin. Was his dad in pain? Should he have moved him into a hospice facility for his final days? He hadn't done that because it wasn't what his dad had wanted. His dad had wanted to stay in his bed, in his room. Should Corbin have forced his dad to participate in a clinical trial? Could that have saved his dad's life? Could Corbin's life ever be good again without his dad in it? Corbin lowered into the chair positioned nearest his dad's bed. It was still warm from the last occupant, his dad's sister, Donna. Corbin had been downstairs in his office just now, hiding from his relatives. Every time he came within 10 feet of one of them, they tried to talk to him, and they all looked at him like they pitied him and like they were painfully eager to help. It was suffocating. When Aunt Donna left his dad, she came downstairs to his office door and let him know his dad wanted to see him. So here he was. His dad gave him a welcoming look that crinkled his eyes with affection. He extended a hand. They'd never been a hand-holding pair before, the auto worker and the football player. But then, these past few days, their relationship had been different in many ways. Corbin gripped his dad's hand. It felt cool and dry and breakable. His father was turning into a skeleton before his eyes. How much time did his dad have left? 2 more weeks? 2 more months? He didn't know. "I'm glad we finished the house," Joe said. "I am too. It's a good house." "Yes. A good legacy." "Yes." Grief tightened Corbin's throat. "Will you live here for a while? Will you keep it?" "I never plan to sell the house." "You could marry and raise your family here. This would be a nice place to raise a family." "It would." Late afternoon sunlight flowed into the room, illuminating Max, who was curled at the foot of his dad's bed. Duke sat on the floor, his chin resting on the mattress. "Do you think you might ask Willow to marry you one day?" "If she ever gives me a reason to think she wants to marry me, then yes." His dad frowned as he rested more deeply into his pillows. For several moments, he said nothing. He appeared to need the time to gather strength. "I made a mistake," he finally said. "With Willow." Corbin furrowed his brow. "That day," his dad said, "you found us talking together? On the side porch, do you remember?" "Yes." "I asked her not to let things get serious between the two of you, and I asked her not to come back to Washington when she left." Corbin couldn't move. His dad had... Wait. He thought back to that day and everything that had come after. Growing realization shot an icy chill through the center of him. "I asked her not to tell you," his dad said. He'd known his dad had concerns about Willow, but he'd never dreamed that his dad would go so far as to meddle in their lives. His dad had no right to ask her to leave and not come back. Willow was kinder than Corbin was. From the first time she'd met his dad, she'd been trying to win him over. The day he'd found Willow and his dad talking on the porch, Willow had known about his dad's worsening condition. He could imagine why she'd agreed to his dad's requests. Good grief! He'd thought he'd known everything there was to know about his relationship with Willow, but his dad and Willow had known something he hadn't, and he was having a hard time adjusting to the sudden truth. "I never liked her," his dad said, "after how things ended the last time you dated. I was sure that no good could ever come from your reunion. I wanted you to stay here and finish the house. I wanted you to find happiness with someone else." "There is no one else for me," Corbin said evenly. "What about Macy?" "No." "I understand. There was only one woman for me too. Your mother." Corbin had no interest in going through life alone, the way his dad had after his mother walked out. "When Willow left, I was hoping things would get back to normal for you," his dad said. "But they never did. You haven't been yourself since she went away." "That's because I love her, Dad. I miss her." He nodded. "I shouldn't have asked those things of Willow. I thought I was doing what was best for you, but I was wrong. Willow—" He broke off on a rattling cough. Corbin started to rise to get water, but his dad stilled him with a glance. "I'm fine," he croaked, then cleared his throat. "Willow kept her promises to me, even though that must have been hard. She never told you what I'd asked her to do, did she?" "Never. She sent me a letter." Corbin regarded him with surprise. "I didn't see a letter from her arrive." "She typed labels for the outside, and she didn't add her name to the return address." Once again, Corbin was having a hard time adjusting to the sudden truth. "What did she say?" "She rattled off all of her mistakes. She apologized. And here's the thing. Her honesty and the fact that she really seemed to want my forgiveness, it changed something inside me. She's still not someone I love or anything, don't get your hopes up on that account. But her openness made me like her some. A good little bit." The woman who'd once insisted she deserved no more than 15% of the blame for the way things had gone down between them had confessed her mistakes to his dad, who resented her for completely unjustified reasons? "I was awake part of last night, son, thinking about her letter and my reaction to it. I could understand, all at once, I could understand why God forgives people who come to him and admit the stuff they've done wrong, people who are humble enough to ask for forgiveness. So then I had to wonder what was keeping me from admitting my own mistakes to God. If Willow was brave enough to do it with me, then why wasn't I brave enough to do it with him? I've always liked to think of myself as brave. And I remembered you telling me that people would rather think of themselves as good than face their mistakes." "I actually said something that impacted you?" Corbin tried to smile. "Just that one thing. Everything else you said was nonsense." His dad chuckled. "That one thing, though, about refusing to face what I've done wrong, that did make sense. It's just, when you've messed up as much as I have, it isn't easy." "I know. God and I spent a long time talking about it last night." "And? What did you think?" "About God? Yeah. That he's forgiving. Plus, I like his book." Was his dad really saying what Corbin hoped he was saying? "You grumble when I make you listen to his book." "Well, it's grown on me. A man has a right to change his mind." "Yes, a man does." "I just want you to know that I'm all right with what's to come." "You told me you believed nothing was to come. Lights out." "I figure it doesn't hurt to gamble in God's favor and believe his version of things instead. When I get to heaven, I'll do some renovation work and get the place ready for you, all right? Just like I did here." Moisture rushed to Corbin's eyes because he was so overwhelmingly relieved. "Okay." Joe's expression turned suspicious. "You're not going to expect me to pray out loud now, right? Or sing hymns? Because I'm still not." "I know." A lifetime of memories of his dad streamed through Corbin's brain. Big moments, small moments. So often over the years, Corbin had seen sorrow or pain tangled in his dad's eyes. Today, all Corbin could see in those brown eyes he'd known all his life was peace. "I love you, Corbin," his dad said hoarsely. "I love you too, Dad. I'm sorry for the things I didn't do right, including with Willow. It's all right. And it was. Thank you for everything you did for me, for all the things you did do right. Humor creased his dad's cheeks. There were a few of those. There were a lot of those, and I remember them all, and always will. His dad was dying, but he was managing to speak more easily than Corbin. Each word Corbin spoke felt like a rusty piece of metal scraping against his constricted chest. I wish that you'd had more years in South Haven. I enjoyed the years in South Haven, but they weren't my best years. My best years were the ones I spent with you in that condo in Detroit when you were growing up. Those were my best years. Those had been brutal years for his dad financially, mentally. They were? Yes, because we were together. Corbin was too choked up to say more. He bit down hard on his back teeth. Joe reached toward his bedside table for his cell phone. He checked it, then looked at his watch. In her letter, Willow asked if I'd release her from her promises to me so that she could come back. Hope lurched inside Corbin. I called her this morning and told her that I would. She got on the first plane to Seattle and texted me a little while ago to let me know that she's almost here, which is why I had Donna go and get you. Unless I miss my guess, Willow should be pulling up outside in the next 2 minutes. Corbin stared at him. Why are you still sitting here with your old dad? Corbin stood up so fast that his chair scraped against the carpet. He strode toward the door. His dad's rusty laughter followed Corbin into the hallway. Corbin banged the front door behind him and shaded his eyes as he made his way across the yard toward the driveway. A figure came into view. A woman, in a red coat, walking toward him. His breath jerked in. His dad's estimate of her arrival time must have been slightly off because she'd already parked, already exited her car. He dropped his hand and walked toward her on legs that felt weak. He could begin to make out the details of her face now, her smile. Every bit of her was so familiar. The lines of her body, her blonde hair, her green eyes. As soon as they were near enough, he clutched her to him. She said nothing, and he said nothing. He simply held her, his heart pounding with deep, forceful beats. She held him too, her arms sure and strong, clasping behind his back. He wasn't alone. She was here. She was here, thank God. Thank God. Her body was warm and soft. She smelled like crisp perfume. And he wanted to weep because he was so rocked by thankfulness. For as long as he lived, he wasn't going to be able to go even a week without seeing her. Ever again. Willow was crying. Happy tears, yes. Even so, she hadn't planned on crying. Corbin was the one who was losing his parent. She'd planned on being a source of comfort. Also, her mascara was going to run. She couldn't hold the tears back, however, because the reality of him was so mind-blowingly sweet. His body's strength enclosed hers. His jacket smelled faintly of wood smoke. Her Corbin. Hers. Red Riding Hood, he finally said. Corbin. He clasped her tighter and pressed kisses into her hair. She felt him raise his face, and so she leaned back slightly and made a surreptitious attempt to clear the mascara. Her index fingers bore less of it than she'd feared. You're crying. Both of his big hands came up to smooth away the rest of the moisture. Yes, I'm just so glad to see you. Not more glad than I am to see you. Maybe it's a tie. How did you get here so fast? My dad said you guys talked just this morning. I quit my job. For more than a week, I've been waiting in LA for the chance to come back here. As soon as Joe gave me that chance, I was on my way to the airport. You quit? I quit. She adjusted the collar of his jacket, glorying in the ability to touch him. All I've wanted since I left here was to come home. His cheeks held a few days' worth of russet 5 o'clock shadow. His eyes were one shade darker than she'd remembered. His short hair had grown a fraction longer than he usually kept it. "My dad just told me about the things he made you promise," Corbin said. "I couldn't say no to him, Corbin. He was sick, and he wanted what he thought was best for you. At the time, it didn't seem as though the promises would be hard to keep, but the opposite has been true. From now on, don't make any promises not to take me seriously, or to stay away from me, or not to tell me stuff. All right?" "Well, now that you've specified it so clearly, I won't." She grinned a wobbly grin. "I'm sorry for leaving you and for staying away as long as I have." He smoothed a lock of hair from her eye. "I forgive you." "I know it must have seemed like I was abandoning you right when you needed me, which is exactly what I accused you of doing to me all those years ago." "Seemed that way, but I've been determined not to let you go this time." "Same here." This time, when things had turned rocky, they'd found a way to hang on to each other. "I love you," she said. He appeared to hold his breath. Then, slowly, like honey dripping from a spoon, a lopsided smile spread across his face. "You love me?" She laughed. "Yes, Corbin, I love you." "I love you, Willow. Will you stay here with me?" "Well, not on this particular spot. We might get cold, and I bet your yard turns creepy at night. But yes, I'm going to stay in Washington with you." "You're not going to leave me again?" "Never. Will you stay here with me?" she asked, joy bubbling within her. "Yes, I'm going to stay with you, always." She ran her fingers into his hair, and he kissed her. It was a kiss to end all kisses. A kiss christened by sunshine. A kiss seasoned with blessing and loss. A kiss brimming with the promise of a golden future. Epilogue. His dad's gravesite was hushed, and beautiful in its way. From where he stood, Corbin could see acres of cemetery lawn and the town of Shorepine far below. This early April morning smelled of cut grass and damp wood and earth. His father had died a month ago today. Despite the grief of that, mornings kept on coming. Sunlight kept on coming. God could still be trusted, and Willow still loved him. He watched her kneel and place the bouquet of flowers they'd brought on the base of the headstone. As his dad's physical condition had worsened, his dad's soul had been more and more at rest. Joe had been accepting. He'd griped about bad football plays he saw on TV, or the fact that the curtains let in too much light, or the food Corbin brought him, but he'd never second-guessed the fact that he was dying, and he'd never complained about the pain. Joe had been calm. After a life of overblown rough patches and good patches, his dad had ended his life in a steady patch. The steady patches were the ones Corbin had always trusted most. Throughout those final weeks, Willow had been there. Every single day. Every time he needed her. Willow and his dad had made amends, and near the end his dad had even told her that he liked her baked French toast, which was high praise coming from him. Corbin helped Willow up, and they stood without words, their hands interlaced. The day Dr. Benton had told Corbin that it was time to call in hospice, Corbin had reached the conclusion that his dad's story wasn't going to be a miracle story. He'd been wrong. His dad's story had turned out to be a miracle story after all. God had heard Corbin's prayers for himself and for his father. Corbin knew exactly where his dad was now, and he was holding on to the certainty that he'd see him again one day. At some point, Corbin's own body would be lowered into a rectangular plot of ground. It was up to him to make the most of the time he had left between now and then. He squeezed Willow's hand, and they made their way toward his car.
"You know what I'm in the mood for?"
Corbin asked. Shopping for housewares?
No.
Meeting with the wedding coordinator? He'd proposed a week ago, and she'd said yes.
No, I'm in the mood for flourless chocolate cake and whipped cream.
It's 10 o'clock in the morning, she said.
And yet I'm in the mood for flourless chocolate cake. You?
Yes, actually.
Then don't worry, Willow. I will find us a restaurant somewhere in Washington that serves chocolate cake at this hour.
I don't have a single doubt that you will. She smiled at him so brightly it caused his pulse to skip. His story with Willow? He knew a secret about it that he hadn't told her yet. Their story was a miracle story, too. The end.